Welcome into the Belly Up Media live NBA draft show. You've heard of the Bleacher Report NBA draft show, the ESPN NBA draft show, the Sports Illustrated NBA draft show, and now Belly Up Sports. We have our very own draft show here. I am joined by Brad Patten, who is our leading rookie analyst and college basketball analyst, as well as doing a bunch of things for the Chicago Bulls and for Belly Up in general. Thank you for coming on, Brad. Myself, I am Thomas Christian. We put this whole thing together behind the scenes for a few weeks, maybe even months now. And we've got a slate of guests for you to come on and do this with us as we are waiting for the first pick to be announced because it is 5 o'clock. That first pick should be in here at some point. We can bring in our first guest. So, Brad, go ahead, push those buttons and get him in here.
I got both our guests.
All right. So we are joined by AJ Johnson and Jay Wack, both creators associated with Belly Up and other things, obviously talking about the NBA, of course. So, guys, our leadoff question, and I'm going to go to Jay Wack first. There has been some buzz. I don't know if you've gotten the recent 10 notification flurry that I did, but possibly Orlando Magic at the first overall pick could be taking Paolo Banchero. I've seen a lot of people mocking Chet Holmgren and Jabari Parker-Smith there, but pretty much the consensus is that Paolo's going third. And the Vegas odds have just changed from plus 1,600 to plus 400. So, J-Wack, what do you make about it? What do you see Orlando going here, or what's the fit? Is there any other reason besides just odds?
Well, as of 4 minutes ago, Woj said it looks like Paulo is now the front runner to go number one. So I feel like that is almost a foregone conclusion that he will be the number one overall pick. And I feel like it's a good fit for the Magic almost, but I would rather take Jabari Smith. I think he would work better along their young core, but Paulo's a good player. I could see why the Magic would want to do it. I think he is the most NBA ready player of the three. But we'll see what happens. This is going to be a very interesting night, and I'm looking forward to see kind of what happens here.
Right. And AJ, look, I know that sometimes Vegas odd makers, they like to kind of shift the odds to see if they can get a few more people to bet, a few less people to bet, especially when it comes like right before the draft. People get a little hectic. They get a little frenzied about where they're going to go, where certain players are going to go. So how are you reading the situation right now?
I mean, honestly, since the NBA lottery, I thought that there was a good chance Paolo could go number one. And it wasn't until a couple weeks later and they get a look at Jabari and saw he was a really good fit. But I think with Paolo, this is one of those things. There's two options here. Paolo's a great player. Houston would love to have him at 3, but they kind of want to see if anyone's going to bite on that number one pick. You know, this is a guy who shot up like in the ranks of college basketball last year, who went from a guy who was talking about maybe the back end of the lottery to now a potential top 3 pick. And in the last couple minutes, the number one overall pick. So if they can put out that noise that, hey, we love Jabari, we've known that for weeks, but we understand that a lot of people like Paolo, there's options for someone to get traded at the number one pick, and they can only have to move back 4 or 5 spots and not lose too much capital while gaining some draft capital. The Magic need a lot of help still. Jabari or Paolo is not going to be the end-all, be-all. So if they can get somebody to bite, that's the smoke you want to put out there.
You know, just breaking today, there were a few different Brooklyn Nets players that were talking about possibly requesting a trade. I don't know if I see a number one overall pick being worth a Kyrie Irving or a Kevin Durant, but it's certainly tempting if you put in a package there, especially just for speculation. Is there anything here? Does anyone in this room see a possibility there?
I don't, not today. I don't see it happening. But I mean, if there was a little bit more time and traction for this to grow, I think, and Orlando is in a better spot, I think without a doubt, I would trade the number one pick for Kevin Durant. Not so sure about Kyrie Irving, but Kevin Durant, without a doubt, I'm trading the number one pick for.
Right.
So
right.
I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll see. I mean, anything can happen. I mean, we'll see. I don't expect it to, but then again, there's been a lot of things I wasn't expecting that have happened. So
if you see that happen, basically expect that it's a foregone conclusion that Kevin Durant is going to leave. If there's a trade for Kyrie at any point in this draft and that they're doing that and it's the Nets, it's because that they are blowing it all up. And this incredibly failed attempt at making a super team has gone back to them rebuilding, and poor Steve Nash is going to be Jason Kidd and Derek Fisher pretty soon.
I'm looking for the tweet right now. There was the list that Kyrie put out earlier.
Yeah.
Lakers, Clippers, Knicks, Heat, Mavs, and 76ers. Of those teams, just the Knicks have a top pick. So is there anything there? Knicks, Kyrie?
I don't think so. I think it would be a little bit towards the start of free agency and a sign-in trade more than likely if anything was to go down. I don't see a draft night trade really happening. The team I think that has the best odds that I don't think are being talked about enough are the Clippers. I have a pretty good, strong hunch that they're going to get Kyrie Irving because they've got the most trade pieces of any of the teams out there, and they could make a good offer to Brooklyn.
Yeah, when it comes to the Knicks, I'm actually looking for them to try to trade up to 4 and grab Jaden Ivey tonight. And if that's the case, then there's no need for a Kyrie. But don't get me wrong, it's Kyrie. Like, if you can have him and you can have him in New York, you're going to do it. But yeah, I expect Kyrie to be on the West Coast, whether it's the Clippers, whether it's LA with the Lakers and going back to LeBron, which I think is a bad look for him to do. But, if that's what he wants, it's what he wants. But yeah, if I'm the Knicks, I'm trying to move into that fourth spot and grab a Jaden Ivey and keep my young core together.
Awesome. So it looks like right now we're 5 minutes technically into the draft. Orlando is on the clock. The number 1 selection has not actually come in yet. We also have the Patten twins, Sean and Brad, also on the other screen coming in and out of this. However, their Wi-Fi trouble is really bad, so it might just be us 3 at least until that's sorted out. But guys, I want to start with AJ first. Is there any player in here, maybe outside the top 3, that you're kind of circling, looking at as maybe a guy that you'd like to have that's not named Paolo Banchero, Jabari Smith, or Chet Holmgren?
Yeah, I'll even skip over the Jaden Ivey because I think that's been talked a lot. But they've been calling him the international man of mystery, Shaedon Sharpe from Kentucky. That's just a polarizing story, man. I'm really excited to see what happens with him. Top recruit from high school in 2021. Moved from Ontario, Kansas. He's been putting up points everywhere he's gone, and then he decided to go to college and go to Kentucky and not play a single minute of basketball. He worked with like college professional trainers, got his game better in the workout phase of it, and getting his shot better, getting his defense better, his spacing better. Didn't play a single game, and then opted to go to the draft, which is a really smart move because now there's nothing to really knock on his game because all the last tape you've seen from him is just him dominating everybody. So I'm excited to see. I think he's a guy that could sneak into the top 5. I think Detroit, everyone's thinking Keegan Murray, which is a very big possibility, but I wouldn't be shocked if they win another route. I definitely think he should be a top 10, top 7 prospect, and the Shaedon Sharpe international man of mystery story is going to be a fun one.
I love the Shaedon Sharpe to Detroit storyline just because I just think that an athlete plus Cade, especially when they lose Jeremy Grant, I mean, there's something there. All you need is a formula, like a 1-2 punch, and lay the foundation because you're still like 2-3 years out from really like contending. But just seeing what is Shaedon Sharpe, I don't know. The other part of it is he did screw over Kentucky. So I don't know. If you're a front office general manager, are you seeing that as something like, is that a red flag? I don't know what to make of that aspect.
So the thing is, with the NBA and the rule of being 1 year removed out of high school, things of that nature, some kids can go to the G League, some kids can't. So, I mean, some of these guys, knowing that they are an NBA pick, they don't want to hurt themselves. They don't want to run the risk of anything messing up their draft stock. So you go to a prestigious school like Kentucky, and granted they haven't won in a while, but we know what John Calipari does with his students there, with his athletes there. So, I mean, 1 year off and you've practiced at the game, and these scouts will tell you, they may go to the game to watch Kentucky and watch these guys play, but they end up watching Shaedon Sharpe practice. They end up watching him in the warm-up lines doing ridiculous dunks and pull-ups and turnaround jumpers and things of that nature. I don't think they're too worried about that because the NBA is really trying to find a way to get back to those high school recruits jumping into the NBA and getting them when they're younger and letting them develop from this part. And the other part with the Detroit storyline, and this will be the last thing I'll say on this for that, I think Keegan Murray is just a sideways move. I don't think he moves the needle enough for Detroit with the fact that, like you said, they're 2 or 3 years out. So if you can get a guy like Shaedon Sharpe, who's athletic, who's said to be possibly one of the better prospects in this draft, with Cade Cunningham, and they can get that chemistry, a couple more pieces in a year or two, and then a big free agency splashing, or just the right free agency splash, they could be back in a conversation for a better player in the East that's kind of opening up.
AJ, you make it sound so simple, but this is the formula that every front office looks to go for. J-Wack, I'm curious to hear from you. What is the player, if it's not Shaedon Sharpe, who are you circling in this sort of outside the top three, but still sort of in the lottery section of the draft here?
I mean, a lot of people have been saying that this is a 3-man draft. I completely disagree. I think there's a lot of talent in this draft that we haven't really seen. I really like Dyson Daniels from the G League Ignite. I think he could be Alonzo Ball type player. I like Ousmane Dieng from New Zealand, but I'm actually going to go with Benedict Mathurin. I think there's just something that captivates me about him. He's not the best defensive player in the world, but I think that can improve with his athleticism. He's got the instincts. I think that he could become a good defensive player, but he's a good shooter, very athletic, and I think that I would rather Detroit take him because there's a little bit more certainty there than Shaedon Sharpe. I think he would fit really well alongside Cade. He reminds me a lot of Jaylen Brown. I think that's the player comp I have for him. But yeah, he very much captivates me, and I think he's going to be a really good player.
Yeah, I've loved Mathurin. As soon as I saw the tape and you see the 30-degree turning midair jump shots, that's the thing that excites me as soon as you start to get into like what a prospect can do. But here we are. So the number 1 pick is in, guys. It is Paolo Banchero to the Orlando Magic for the number 1 pick. The instant analysis on NBA draft, I don't know yet. But real quick, J-Wack, what is your reaction here? Because I personally am quite shocked.
I'm pretty shocked as well. If I were in the front office, I would have taken either of the other 2 guys over Paolo. He was my least favorite of the 3. Now, that's not a knock on Paolo. I like Paolo's game. He reminds me, I think he could be a Jason Tatum type player. But I think the upside of the other 2 guys is a higher. And I don't know how well he's going to work with Franz Wagner. I think they're very similar players, and we'll be interested to see how that is. But I had Jabari marked in here for weeks, and I'm very shocked that they passed up on that guy.
You're not the only one. Brad, Sean, and I all picked Jabari going 1 in our mock draft. AJ, if you're the Oklahoma City Thunder here, are you thinking Jabari? Are you thinking Chet? Because now you've got possibly what most people have considered the top 2 draft prospects. Which one are you going for? I don't think you were expecting to make this decision.
Right. I mean, and it's a great decision to have, really. But if I'm OKC, I still have to go with Chet Holmgren. Yeah. They have 2 players that are 6'10" or higher. And Chet Holmgren is still going to give you some of the things that Jabari Smith gives you, but he's a much better defender, and he's a much better lob threat. Chet Holmgren is going to be a very good player in this draft. I honestly never thought, at least when the lottery process started, I never thought he was a number 1 overall pick. I don't think Orlando could have swung for the fence there with the question marks it's going to be, or be as patient as they would have to be with Chet Holmgren. But OKC needs that type of defense, needs that type of length, and I think he's going to fit in really good there with Shea and what's his name, Lou Dort and everything like that. So I think you have to go Chet. And Houston, honestly, they may be missing out. Jabari's good, but the fit with Paolo for Houston next to Jalen Green is just different, and especially after losing Christian Wood, Houston may be looking to do some things or just fall into Jabari Smith. But if I'm OKC, I'm going Chet Holmgren here.
Well, I think if you're Houston, you were thinking for the whole time, for this whole draft process leading up, that Paolo was just going to fall at 3. You weren't thinking, that we might actually have to trade up or make sure we get our guy, because pretty much every mock was Chet Holmgren going 1 or Jabari going 1, and then one of those 2 going number 2, and then Paolo going 3. This is completely different now for most mocks. So, all of that reporting by Woj ESPN and other thing is all proven true. We talked at the top of our show about how that was a possibility. But now Paolo, so he's going to be playing, I guess, the 4 in between Franz Wagner and who is it? Wendell Carter Jr.? Is that correct?
Yeah.
How's
Wendell
that
Carter. I don't like the fit very much. I think Jabari would have slotted in so perfect with this team as just a spot-up shooter, a guy who can create off the dribble. I would be, if Houston settles for Jabari Smith, I think that's like the best case scenario for them. I think he works just as well with their team as Paolo did, maybe even better. Yeah, I'll be very interested to see what the Magic's fit looks like. I don't like the fit very much with Wagner and Wendell Carter, but I think Paulo needs to work on his 3-pointer for that to work a little bit more because Wendell Carter is not a 3-point shooter and Wagner is more of a playmaker. So we'll see what happens there.
All right, AJ, go ahead.
So my whole thought process with Jabari Smith going to Orlando was that they were not going to believe that Jonathan Isaac was going to end up being what they needed him to be with these injuries. Because if you think about Jabari Smith, he was very much like a Jonathan Isaac, the long, lanky, 6'10 frame who could shoot very well and still create on the dribble. I would say Jabari Smith had a little more upside. So with this move, I'm thinking that maybe Jonathan Isaac's getting closer to being healthy and being able to play on the floor. And then when you put Paolo besides a guy like Jonathan Isaac who can do that and shoot, and next to Wendell Carter who can get down low, the important part here is to think about your guards. Think about Jalen Suggs and Cole Anthony and having a floor runner and a potential lob threat in Paolo Banchero and a guy that plays with power. I think that's kind of what they're looking for, is more the fit from the guard to Paolo than it is Paolo playing down low. With this era of positionless basketball, this allows them a small lineup as well to have Wendell Carter or Mo Bamba out there as a big, and then Paolo playing the 3-4 and guarding the wings and down low. So I think that's more the connection they may be looking with the Paolo as far as that, and then maybe giving Jonathan Isaac another season or two to prove that he was the investment that they put in him.
Is going to be really interesting, but I have the number 2 overall pick. It just broke over Twitter, not on ESPN, that the number 2 overall pick, the Thunder are going to be taking Chet Holmgren here. That means that Jabari Parker could fall to Houston and with Jalen Green. So for me, OKC, Chet Holmgren, this was sort of the perfect landing spot if you're a Chet, because I don't know what he's going to be at an NBA level. I know it's going to be a very good product because he can shoot the 3 ball very well and that he's very tall, right? If you're tall and can shoot the 3 ball in the NBA, you generally have a very good NBA career. But what is the rest of the game going to actually look like? It's very hard to see. Besides, rim protecting, there's a bit of that, a few other things, but also how does the body work out? I don't know. As a person who has had to put on muscle for a sport himself, it's not exactly easier. It's easier said than done. Let's just put it at that. So, where do you go from here for OKC? Is this going to be one of those things where it's a dream match made in heaven, or was this just, luckily kind of the best guy available at the time? J-Wack, let's start with you.
I think this is a match made in heaven. I think no matter where, if of all the places that Chet could have gone, I think OKC is perfect because, one, he's not the number 1 pick, so he doesn't have the pressure of being that number 1 pick, having to perform like the best player in the draft. Also, I think he really needed to go play it to a spot there where there were guards who could really set him up, get the ball in his places. And OKC has 2 of those guys in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Josh Giddey. Also, it's a really small market, and I think that's another thing that's going to benefit for Chet Holmgren is he won't have the spotlight on him as much as some of these other spots. So I think this was a dream fit. And I think a lot of people are out on Paulo due to his size and because he's super skinny. I don't buy that. There have been plenty of players that have come in the league with very small frames and have panned out and been great. I'm very high on Chet Holmgren. I think he is going to be a really great player for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
All right, so I want to pitch this question to AJ, and then I'm going to go back to you, J-Wack, if we have time. What position do you see Chet playing, the 4 or the 5 at the pro level?
He's going to start at a 4 just because of his frame. Like, he had the ability to push people around in college. It's not going to happen like that in the NBA. Like, I firmly believe he needs to put on at least another 35 to 40 pounds. I get it. He's a perimeter player, but at some point in time, they're going to need him down low. And like when you try to go to the rim like he does and these bodies in the NBA, that's not working. You're going to get pushed around down there. And I know they say he's tough, but tough don't make up for 30, 40 pounds. When you got Giannis backing you down, it's going to be an issue. But if he can put on those 20, those 30 pounds, he can be Giannis-like. And I don't mean the tenacity, and I'm not saying he's going to be the best player in the NBA, but the way he runs the floor, the way he likes to dunk everything if he gets under the rim, imagine doing that with another 30 pounds and being as tough as they say you are and having the skill to back out and hit that turnaround J. So I think as he's small, he's going to start at that 4 and let those other rim protectors be down there and body up with the big guys. But as he fills out and gets a little bit bigger, I think he'll transition to the 5 and allow some more skilled wing players to come in and play the 3-4.
Yeah, obviously that 20 or 30 pounds, easier said than done. It's looking right now on Twitter that Jabari is going to be the guy. Quite frankly, I think submitting the pick is a little bit of a formality at this point. If you've got two guys at the top and the third guy falls to you, Houston's taking Jabari. But is there any way it's Jaden Ivey here? I just want to float it out before this happens. J-Wack, go ahead.
I actually kind of have the feeling it might be Jaden Ivey. I know Woj is saying it's going to be Jabari, so we probably should believe that. But I kind of like the Ivy fit next to Jalen Green.
Yeah.
They really lack a true point guard. I think Kevin Porter Jr. is a fine player. I think he's more of a 2 guard and not really an ideal point guard. And Jalen Green and Jaden Ivey would be so much fun. I know that the Rockets had a good interview with Jaden Ivey. I don't know, man. I feel like Ivy might be the pick here, and we'll see. I mean, it'll probably be Jabari, but man, if Ivy was in Houston, I would love that backcourt moving forward.
I'm with you, man. If Woj says it's absolutely Jabari right now, I'm kind of hoping it's Jaden Ivey. I think that would look really good for Houston.
But aren't you guys concerned, like a little bit of his turn, my turn, his turn, my turn dynamic going on here? Or is this going to be like a backcourt that's sort of more of a symbiotic relationship? When I think of backcourt construction, my first thought goes to Curry and Thompson, which are behind me right now. It's sort of the symbiotic relationship they've created. And when I see two guys that are, sort of the same archetype, I don't know, I get a little concerned. Is there any reason for that and how Jabari could be a little bit more of a better fit alongside Jalen Green?
Guards love having baller guards next to him, man. Like no player wants or expects to have that off night, but it's good to know when you do, the team's not lacking because you initiating the offense or you initiating that spark is the end-all be-all. To have a guy like that next to you who can also go off for 20 at any point in time, can also play above the rim, who you can 1-2 back and forth, I think they'd love that. Jabari Smith is great. Like they would love a smooth 6'10" shooter who can play in the mid game, who can play in the perimeter, shoot 40, 45 from 3. But I mean, the athleticness, the spark, not knowing what's happening with John Wall. I don't know where else you're getting a true point guard in this draft. So this might be your spot, and I'd shoot for that I'd shoot for that star right there.
Fair enough. J-Wack, what do you have to say?
If I were Detroit right now, I would be blowing up Houston's phone because I think Jabari Smith is the perfect complement to Cade Cunningham. I would be trying to get that pick and just trade up the 2 spots. I did just see Jabari Smith on the phone, so I'm assuming he's going to be the pick here.
It's nice to speculate.
Yeah, I mean, I love the idea of Jaden Ivey and Jalen Green. I think Jalen Green played really well off the ball last year, and I think if he had a true point guard again, the sky's the limit for those two. I think that could be one of the formidable duos in the league moving forward for years to come. But now the real draft begins to see kind of what does Sacramento do here at 4. That is what is going to interest me the most.
Exactly. So it looks like the pick is not on ESPN yet, but StatMuse has just tweeted it. The Score has just tweeted it. I believe Jabari is the 3rd pick, so he will be going alongside Jalen Green and the rest of that funky bunch over in Houston. Guys, like first reactions, what are you thinking here, J-Wack?
I love it for the Rockets. I don't think they could have gone wrong with either. I know we were talking up Ivy, but Jabari Smith, I think, has the chance to be a generational type scorer. And if you pair him next to Jalen Green, who's already a really good scorer, I think Jabari Smith's also a great defender. And I think he works so well next to Şengün as well. Şengün, more of the traditional 5. And I think if you can get Jabari, who's more of an outside perimeter player, next to Şengün, this is a really good young core that I think a lot of people are sleeping on. This Rockets team, in a very short amount of time, has built a very nice young core.
Yeah. Putting him in at that 3 spot at that wing to play that style is actually going to be great because now they do have that size. and that elite shooting. Because again, we mentioned they let go of Kristen Wood in order to have Alperen Sengun. A lot of people forget, like they drafted Usman Garuba, who hasn't filled out yet, but he's a good body, a good defensive type tough player. So now you got another guy who's 6'10", and he's got that shot. He's got that shot making ability, that create for himself ability, and then a Jalen Green. So their next pick is at 17. If there's a good solid guard who maybe is a great passer and can initiate an offense, maybe they look pretty good going forward. But I still kind of worry they're going to need a point guard who can really get it done. And again, no knock on Kevin Porter, but I think they're still lacking at that true point guard position.
Awesome. So it looks like some of the Wi-Fi issues, Brad Patten is the man who put this whole thing together. So thank you, Brad, for finally being able to talk on this stream here real quick. So I've got on my Twitter feed Hakeem and Clyde Drexler, T-Mac and Yao Ming, Chris Paul and James Harden. And now is that next duo going to be Jalen Green and Jabari Smith? Brad, is that something that you're putting your eyes on as guys that have been drafted in the past 2 years? You have been, he just left the stream. Are you kidding me? Okay. Well, we've all been kind of doing this for the past few years now. So if you're a very recent NBA fan, you've seen both of these guys go in back-to-back years. So if you've been following the draft for at least a year, you'd know about both of these guys and their draft stock. Is this something where we're going, oh, hey, this is the guy here? Or J-Wack or AJ, take this however you want.
Yes, I think this is. I think Jabari was the best player in this draft, and if you compare him with the way that Jalen Green finished last season was so encouraging for the Rockets, and now you put a stretch 3 or 4 next to Jalen Green, it's going to do wonders for his career. So I love this fit, and this is going to be very fun to watch.
Okay, Brad, let's see if we can get a soundbite out of you.
All right, yeah. Before my Wi-Fi gives me trouble again. Oh, man. But, yeah, I love Jabari to the Rockets. I think it's a great fit. I think it gives them extra shooting they needed, a floor spacer that's tall. A lot of their fours right now were like Jayshawn Tate, KJ Martin, a lot of guys that weren't great shooters. And having someone like Jabari gives them that 6'10", great defender too. I like J-Walks, him and Shane Goon. I like that front court pairing a lot. I think it's awesome for Rockets.
Okay, I just have to hold on, guys, because looks like Woj might have tweeted by mistake here. He said, the Kings, I'm going to just quote tweet this, Kings have no trade and plan to keep Murray per source. Is that Keegan Murray? Did they just take Keegan Murray 4th overall? I can't tell yet. I don't have everything loaded.
Well, the tweet right before that he replied to, he said the Kings are focused on Iowa's Keegan Murray at number 4.
Yeah, I was about to ask
that.
Yeah,
that's what I was guessing.
So it looks like Keegan Murray is going to be the pick here, which I love for the Kings. This is the smartest draft pick that they could have made because he fits their team. I don't think Ivy would have worked next to Fox and Mitchell, and they just traded Halliburton. So interested to see Ivy fall a little bit. And yeah, I like Keegan Murray a lot to Sacramento here.
AJ, what do you make?
I got a question for you. Do you think it would have been a good idea? And of course, the pick's not in. So they put up that four screen of all these people, and I was like, wow, Keegan Murray fit in really nice right there. Do you think it would have been a good idea for them to just grab Jaden Ivey and see if somebody came after him later because he was off the board instead of playing the waiting game?
I like the idea of Ivy being able to possibly space the floor where De'Aaron Fox, your current point guard, cannot do that. And the book is kind of out on him not being able to do that. Obviously, he could improve, but that percentage is not where it needs to be for it to be an efficient floor spacing shot. So right now, I'd rather take Ivy and just kind of maybe see where this sort of offseason takes you in terms of dealing with one of 3 guards, Davion Mitchell, De'Aaron Fox, or Ivy, and then kind of going from there. In our mock draft, I will say that me, Sean, and Brad put together, this next 3 picks outside the top 3 went like this. So we had Jabari, Chet, Paolo, like everyone else did. But then we had Keegan Murray going to Sacramento. Then Shaedon Sharpe going to Detroit, being that guy still sticking to their guns and sticking with that athlete that they want next to Cade. And then Jaden Ivey following all the way down to 6th. and I believe that's with Indiana.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do we see this coming together already? Is that something that, might be playing out right before our very eyes?
Thomas, I hate to disappoint you. I don't know. I'm starting to feel. I think Ivy's going to be the next pick too. That's a talent I think the Pistons aren't going to be willing to pass up on. I like that a lot.
Woj just tweeted Purdue's Jaden Ivey is landing at number 5 for the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah.
There we go.
Man.
And
That's wild.
that is the best. I like Ivy so much to them as a perfect running mate for Cade, as a slasher who would fit so nicely in Detroit. And I think he kind of fits the culture that they're trying to build as well there. I absolutely love that for the Pistons.
I mean, they're guard heavy as well, though. I mean, like you're talking about what they've put into Killian Hayes, obviously the Cade Cunningham and running mart. Sadiq Bey, I know they list him as a forward, but he plays pretty small every now and then as a quick runner. They're pretty guard heavy. I'm not saying Frank Jackson's the guy and Jaden Ivey's going to be waiting or anything, but I mean, you look at their roster: Corey Joseph, Frank Jackson, Killian Hayes, Saban Lee, Carson Edwards, all at the point guard position. Then you got Cade Cunningham, Rodney Magruder, Braxton Key, Hamidou Diallo. Like, I get some of these guys aren't, going to be top-notch players for Detroit, but I mean, thinking about getting a guy like a Shaden Sharp or even a Dyson Daniels to come in and play that forward position and help out on the wings might have been the way to go.
Brad, Sean, do you guys have anything to say about that?
No, I mean, I think Ivy's definitely the pick here. I mean, yeah, they're top heavy, but I mean, you could say the same about the Warriors. And a lot of the names you named, I mean, aren't great rotation players. I mean, aren't guys that going to be in a rotation on a playoff team. So, look, this was best player available if you're the Pistons. It fits perfectly next to Cade, I think, because of Ivy's ability, his athleticism, which Cade a little bit lacks, and it allows Cade to play smart. And Ivy's also a ball-dominant player, and Cade doesn't always need the ball. I think that'd be a really good mesh between the two. Ivy would take a lot of pressure, I think, off Cade as well as a scorer. So I really like it.
Guys, we have the NBA Draft.net. They give out a little instant analysis. So that's going to be grades and descriptions. And NBA Draft.net in general is just a great resource for the draft. They have given the first 3 picks all A's. No A+, no A-, all A's. So Paolo, Chet, and Jabari are all A picks. Do you agree with that? Is there anything that could have changed here or would have changed your mind? Where do you go with this? And we're going to give it to J-Wack because I believe you have to be getting out of here in just a second.
I hate to ask. Could you repeat the question? I was scrolling through Twitter, missed
All
the
good.
question.
NBA Draft.net gives all 3 of these picks, the first top 3 picks, A's. Are you giving all 3 picks an A?
No, I'm not giving the number 1 pick an A. I think that's probably like a B for me. I'm not super high on Paolo. It's still a good pick, not by any means a bad pick, but I would have taken Jabari Smith there. I think he was the best player available for them.
AJ, what do you have to say?
I'm okay with it. I think, a lot of people believe in the years to come, excuse me, Paolo's going to be one of the better players out of this draft and what he can fill into. He just needs some help defensively. Not that he doesn't play good defense, but it just needs to develop. So I think the Magic got, and you think back to the number 1 picks they got, they like those big body type players. You think about the Shaqs, you think about the Dwight Howards, and no, Paolo's not 7 foot, but 6'10", 235 is a pretty good start for a powerful type of player. So I'm okay with Paolo at number 1. And we all knew Chet to number 2 at that point was a foregone conclusion. And we've seen best player available at 3. And the Houston Rockets are going to love Jabari. So I'm okay with 3 A's.
Okay, so while we're waiting for this 5th pick to kind of be finalized, not really sure what's taking so long since it looks like the whole Twitter world already knows it's going to be Jaden Ivey.
Yeah.
Is Jaden Ivey or is it someone else? Who is going to be the most likely player to become an all-star outside of the top 3? Brad and Sean, let's start with you guys.
Outside the top 3?
Outside the top 3.
I don't know how you don't say Jaden Ivey. Just with his explosiveness, his upside. I have to go Ivy, especially with this fit. Now seeing the fit, I like that even more. I'll have to see with some of these other guys. I don't know how much all-star potential, though, I see outside of the top 3 or 4. Let's say you, bro.
I think Ivy's the clear one. Outside of that, you look at teams like maybe the Pacers will draft. Will it be Shaden Sharp? If Shaden Sharp goes there, that's a place where he can fail a little bit and work out his inexperience that he lacks. But I think Pacers would be a good situation for him. Now, if he were to go to a team like the Pels or the Trailblazers, I currently don't see that working out in his benefit in comparison to the Pacers.
All right. J-Wack, is it Shaden? Is it Benedict Mathurin? Is it somebody else? Dyson Daniels, possibly? Where are you going in terms of who is an all-star outside the top 3?
I think Ivy is definitely the pick here, but I wouldn't sleep on Dyson Daniels either. I think his defensive ability, his playmaking, and if he can become a respectable shooter, he could be a really, really good NBA player. So Dyson Daniels would probably be the other guy I would choose next to Ivy, but Ivy is clearly the number 1 guy here.
And the problem is, as a guard nowadays, though, you got to score like 22 to even be considered on the All-Star team. That's the hard part. That's what I like Daniels. Believe me, I like Daniels too, but that's going to be hard nowadays.
All right, so it looks like the number 5 pick is confirmed by ESPN. Jaden Ivey is the guy. So that means that this is going to be our first transition of the Belly Up TV night of our live draft show. So Brad, you're the guy with the controls. I'm the guy with the microphone. So who is here? Who is here? Who can we swap out right now?
Well, so J-Walk, thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate you coming on.
Thank you guys for having me.
Hey, anytime, man. All right. And then we'll also get Chris.
Is you here? Oh, Chris. All right.
Yeah, Chris is coming in for you.
Chris, welcome on.
Yep.
The top 5 picks have just become solidified. Paolo, Chet, Jabari, Keegan, and now Jaden to Detroit. What is your sort of first reaction here to the first 5 picks?
I love them, honestly. I think it was kind of surprising that the Magic took Paolo over Chet, but I think Paolo is the best player in the draft. So I think it was the perfect pick, to be honest with you. I wanted to see him in Houston with Jalen Green and Kevin Porter Jr. and all those guys. I wanted to see that, but I'm a big Duke fan. So I was cool to see. I watched Paolo all year, and I thought he was the best player in the draft for sure. I think Chet at 2 was perfect for the Thunder, too. I think they needed a center. Having Giddey, Shea Gilgeous, Dort, those guys over there, I think Holmgren was not only a safe pick, but it was the right pick there, too. I like Jabari at 3. I think they were all really good. I'm really interested to see how these next picks will go. So I think those are probably my 5 guys that I think were top 5, however you slice this. So I really like that top 5.
That's really interesting. So Paolo, you said, is the best player, right? But did you expect him to go number 1? Because I know that most of the draft said Jabari or Chet number 1. So who do you expect was going number 1 before today?
Honestly, I thought it'd be Jabari Smith. Just seeing the Magic roster with Wendell Carter over there, kind of seeing what they were going to do with Obama, things like that. I was just thinking, Jabari's the guy. You can play at the 4, at 20 or 3 if you want to, and just have him kind of space the floor. So I was a little surprised. I think Paolo is going to be really good over there as well. But I think maybe he can't space the floor as well as Jabari right now. But I think for what they have, especially with all those guards they have, I think they needed some type of big swing, if you will, especially seeing how Isaac's health's going to be, just having that guy at that 4 or 3 spot that can play with Franz Wagner. I think I like it. I really do like it. I like it a lot. I like it.
Awesome. Oh, guys, I just saw a tweet. I don't know if it's true or not. The Score tweeted it. It looks like Woj tweeted it, that the Pacers at number 6 are locked in at Benedict Mathurin. Personally, he's one of my favorite players in this draft. I've been excited as soon as I saw his highlights. This isn't confirmed yet, but is this possibly – I'm surprised here that it's Benedict Mathurin and not Shaden Sharp right now, because I was really expecting him to go in this range. Is he going to drop further or possibly go to Portland? AJ, is this – I don't know. Is this the sign, maybe the first sign of a draft day slide for Shaden Sharp, the guy who does have a little bit of controversy coming into draft day?
I don't know if you call it a slide. I honestly, before the Trailblazers went to go get Jeremy Grant, I thought that was a spot for him to land. I don't know if they do the same thing since they kind of play the same style, so to speak. I think you might see Shaden end up in New Orleans, like you said, which is still interesting because you're talking about putting him right next to Brandon Ingram. And granted, he's the star, despite whatever happens with Zion Williamson. But that same style can still play that way. Having a Brandon Ingram, a Shaedon Sharpe, and a Zion, and a CJ McCollum, like you have enough pieces and enough weapons there that are on the up that Shaedon Sharpe can still go there, play a little bit, develop a little bit, and then you're really excited about what the future holds. So if he gets to 10, now we're talking slide, in my opinion, because there's still a lot of questions on Shaedon Sharpe.
Fair enough. Maybe I had him a little higher. Brad, Sean, is this something that you're excited about for the Pacer size, getting Benedict Mathurin, or are we looking for – oh, my bad. The pick is in. It's Benedict Mathurin at number 6.
Yes.
So first reaction, guys, Brad, Sean, Benedict Mathurin, Pacers, go ahead.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think they could go on with this or Sharpe. I previously mentioned I thought they might have taken Sharpe, but I think either way it was a win-win situation. Benedict provides a lot of underrated shot creation that I think is a nice skill set, and like with the step back threes, he's very creative in that sense. He's definitely got down one of the better ones in this draft class, in my opinion. And yeah, I think it does scream that he. Maybe we'll see him be an all-star one day. Maybe we won't. But I think this is a good situation for him. I really like the Pacers situation in general, having Tyrese Haliburton. And, Turner will maybe be there. But if not, then it's a rebuild situation if they trade those guys.
Yeah, and to piggyback off that a little bit, Shaedon Sharpe, you can say he's falling, but at the same time, he hasn't played competitive basketball in a year and a half. So I trust front office opinion more than mine in terms of when it comes to Shaedon Sharpe. I don't know anything. All I know is his highlights from a year and a half ago. That's all I know. I don't know what he looks like now, all I know is the measurables. But I'd like the Mathurin pick. I feel like the Pacers, they always want to be solid. They always want to be relevant. And I'm sure they felt like they couldn't have a bust here. And that's why I think it helped in Mathurin's favor. I do like Mathurin a lot, though.
Chris, so the Pacers now have in that guard rotation Buddy Hield, Tyrese Haliburton, Malcolm Brogdon, and Benedict Mathurin. Am I missing anyone? I can't.
Chris Duarte, maybe.
Chris Duarte, right? TJ McConnell
too, yeah.
So is Benedict? Where is he in those 5 or 6 guys that we just named? Is he going to be a day one starter, or is he going to be someone who has to earn his minutes coming off the bench? Does he even see playing time in these first few games for the Pacers here?
Really, I think it's really a toss-up to see how the rest of the summer goes, see what they do with Brogdon and Buddy Hield. I think that's going to be really a big question to see where Mathurin kind of slides in there. I think either way, though, if he starts day one or plays late, I think he's a good guy to have with guys like Duarte and Haliburton, just being big and strong. And I think what Brad said, shot creation, like kind of being able to be another person who can create shots and get shots for other players, except for Haliburton. So I think it's going to depend a lot on what their summer looks like. Like you said, if Turner moves, if Brogdon or Hield, if they're even there. If they're not there, I think he has a good chance to maybe start that 2 position next to Haliburton. And then you kind of slide Duarte in there at the 3 and just go young and see what the young guys can do. But if Brogdon and Hield are there day one, then he has a chance to kind of learn how to defend too at the NBA level, which I think Brogdon's really good at. And you got a guy like McConnell, like you said, who can really defend. So I think he'll learn how to use his body and defend over there with guys like Haliburton. I think it's gonna be beautiful. I like him there. I think it was the safer pick, but also a good pick too. Like I said, I think you know what you're getting out of him early on. Yeah, so I'm really excited to see what they do over there.
Brad, where are you going with this one in terms of day one or day one of the regular season in October, 4 months from now? How are you projecting the Pacers rotation to shake out?
I mean, it depends a lot on, and they still got TJ Warren on the roster. That's another forward. They still got, Brogdon. We're waiting to see. I'm expecting Brogdon to get dealt, but I don't know. I don't know at this point. I would have thought it would have happened by now, but we'll see. if it stands though, as it stands though, I mean, he's probably coming off the bench. He's probably not getting a ton of minutes early on because they do have Duarte off the bench, among others, and it's gonna be hard to get in the rotation early at least. But look, I mean, overall though, I think it was still a good pick though. I still like it. I like the fit there. I think in time, I think throughout this as the season goes on, I'm sure by the deadline they'll make some moves, but we'll just see with the Pacers. They're hard to understand. They don't like going the youth movement many times. They're pretty stubborn.
Okay, guys, it looks like Adrian Wojnarowski just tweeted that the Blazers are going to be focused on Kentucky's Shaden Sharp at number 7 per source. Focused, strong possibility. I want absolutes. I don't understand what we're going here on these sorts of rumors. But Shaden Sharp to number 7, Portland. You're joining Jeremy Grant, who just got there. A large room of possibility for the Portland Trail Blazers, and sort of a sneaky good situation to land in if you're a rookie this year coming in. Just, you don't really know how long Dame's going to be there, but then after, he goes possibly the next 3 or 4 years, the floor might be kind of open to see whatever you can do with the Trailblazers. So, AJ, if this is really what's going to happen, Shaden Sharp at number 7, is this like a really sneaky good landing spot just for any rookie, but specifically for a guy like Shaden Sharp here?
Yeah, it was kind of like I was saying. I didn't think after getting Jeremy they'd do it, but what it says to me is that they're still in conversation with Damian Lillard about being there because they're going to get as much talent as they can get around him. And while there's still question marks, the one question that hasn't been is how talented he still is. I don't remember who said it today, but I was watching and someone said, listen, if you could hoop a year ago, you can hoop today. And granted, he hasn't played competitive ball, but all he's been doing is working on his game with trainers from Kentucky, trainers from around the nation. He's been working on his game. And I think this is them saying, Dane, we're going to put as much talent around you as we can. And then if it doesn't work, maybe it's him and Jeremy Grant's team and Anthony Simons moving forward. Because you can put Shaden Sharp in at that 6'6" spot, and he can play next to Anthony Simons. You can look at Ben McLemore reducing his minutes and just being that come in and be that spot-up shooter for him. And you can start this young movement and put him next to a Josh Hart, a Dame Lillard, a Jeremy Grant, and those big boys in Eubanks and Nurkic.
Okay, so it looks like Shaden Sharp is the official pick. First reaction, Brad, our analyst and draft guy at Belly Up Sports. Brad, go ahead. What are you thinking here?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. It feels like they're swinging for the fences here, but it's kind of interesting just with, and like you said, he's got almost a 7-foot wingspan, and that's pairing Dame finally with a backcourt partner that's, well, not CJ McCollum, not 6'3", giving him some size next to him, giving them more athleticism, the ability to play faster. I kind of thought Duren might be the pick here, getting him at like big man, but I'm not against this. I kind of like this.
I will say
we're definitely getting into. Oh, sorry. I was going to say we're definitely getting into Duren range. At this point, I have no idea where Duren's going. Just in terms of all the big boards that I'm looking at, I've seen him as high as 7 or 8, and then as low as 16 or 17. So I love the Duren name drop because this is going to be the Duren watch for these next 10 picks or so. But Sean, go ahead.
No, you're good. So I think one thing we could think about is Portland in the past, they have swung for the fences a little bit. They picked they picked Little out of UNC when he had dropped 15 spots where he was projected. Anthony Simons they picked, who came out at IMT. So I think they're kind of known for taking the question marks. They're okay with it. They like swinging for the big prize.
Awesome. So it looks like I just saw the tweet. It just went away. Dyson Daniels at number 8 to New Orleans. I wasn't expecting that, but you love it, Brad. Go ahead. Why? Why do you like it?
Because right now, we mentioned earlier, what do they have? They have a bunch of scorers. They have a bunch of guys that can create, they're really good. Zion, Brandon Ingram, CJ, a lot of guys that can flat out score. Those are 3 guys that have averaged 23 plus in the league. And getting a guy like Daniels, they don't have a great point guard right now. And Dyson Daniel gives them more size than Devontae Graham. I really like, and he's a really good defender. smart passer. I think he comes in, starts day one, and I have very little doubt. He's got a nice floater game. I think he'll play off them. The jump shots improve throughout the season, and that'll be kind of a swing skill for him. But at the same time, I think it's going to be a good fit here.
For myself, I don't know as much about Dyson Daniels as I do some of these other prospects. I don't understand. He's a tall point guard. He could start day one, Brad. So when you say these things, I'm thinking, well, why doesn't he go higher in the draft? So where is he in terms of that profile? What am I getting with a pick like Dyson Daniels here?
I mean, he's not as athletic. He doesn't have that quick first step, kind of like an Ivy or something. Like Ivy has that explosiveness at the rim that can just take the top off of defense. You're not going to see that with Dyson Daniels. Dyson Daniels plays with IQ. He's not going to be a guy. He is not a great guy to create his own shot as well. That's not one of his biggest strengths. And that's kind of what you need as an elite point guard in this league. I don't think he'll get to that level, but I think he'll be a very good point guard. And that's kind of why he's in this tier.
Chris, where do you go with this? If Dyson Daniels is going, or did you have any last thoughts first of all about Shaedon Sharpe? Because I know we kind of had to cut you off, but then going forward, where do you think about Dyson Daniels as well? So 2-part question. Go whichever way you want with this.
Oh yeah, I love Shaedon Sharpe, honestly and truly. I think he was probably one of the most talented players in this draft just off skills alone. So I love seeing him go to Portland. I think what a couple of guys said kind of fits. They're going to keep Dame there. Dame's going to be there. He can slide right in and give them some height at the 2 guard spot they didn't have before. And then even if Dame's gone, you have him in the backcourt with Ann Simons, and you have guys like Josh Hart around him. I think that's great. So I think that was a really good pick. I saw Duran here too at 7. It's like you said, as high as 7 as far as like 17. So I really like this pick for Shaedon Sharpe. But yeah, as far as Dyson Daniels go, the same thing. If you have a playmaker like that on the team with Zion, CJ McCollum, Brandon Ingram, all scorers like that, and lob threats like Jackson Hayes, it's only good things to happen. I think Dyson Daniels will only get better. And I think what Brad said, he does struggle with creating his own shot, but the Pelicans are one of the couple plays he could have went this early that he doesn't have to really worry about that as much. He can help, others get their own. He can defend and really put some pressure on the guards in the NBA today. We have so many scoring guards. You have a 6'7" guy, a long wingspan. At the least, he can bother them from day one. Can at least bother some shots, things like that. And then when he gets in the open court, I mean, you got Zion on one side, you got Brandon Ingram on the other side, CJ McCollum chilling for 3, Jackson Hayes at the rim. I don't know how he can lose. So I really like that pick at Dyson Daniels there. And like I said, I think he was that perfect slot from like 8 to 12 range. Like he's that guy where you come in and give you those intangibles from day one. So I really like him a lot.
Awesome. So it does look like the pick is official. Dyson Daniels from the G League Ignite. So it's popping up on my Twitter feed. This is the 3rd player. Jonathan Kuminga and Jalen Green were the first 2 G League Ignite guys. Now we're seeing a 3rd one here in the top 8. So we've got 3 now in just 2 years of G League Ignite basketball. We've got 3 top 8 prospects. We could have another one here as well. So, AJ, is this something where just G League Ignite in general, is this going to be, I don't know, like where do you see this going? Is this going to be something that's replacing college basketball or is just an alternate route? I mean, I don't even know how to read it at this point because I wasn't expecting it to have this much success.
Well, that was the plan. The NBA wanted to put in something where these kids could have the alternatives. The NBA has never been shy about talking about how they feel the NCAA exploits the players and the athletes. So they created another route that allows these players to work on their game, get developmental process and scholarship type opportunities. And then they come in and they play at a professional level, learn the NBA a little bit better. And you see the effect it's had in the NBA already. Jalen Green ended last season on a tear. Jonathan Kuminga was an integral part of a championship run for the Warriors. People were clamoring for him to play in the finals because of just the effect that he's had on the game. So I think you're going to see this happen with more and more players. I think you'll see the G League Ignite be one of the better G League teams in the standard of success, and you'll see players coming in that top 10 range from the G League.
This is another Brad question. I'm sorry, Sean, that you're not getting enough of these here, but if you're talking about scouting, right? Scouting players, it's much easier to find statistics and just taping everything if they play in a college program. I was noticing that just recently. You see NCAA tournament highlights, and you can see them playing under high pressure scenarios. You don't get that with the G League Ignite, right?
No, the advertisement's very different, yeah.
So where do you go with it in terms of like if you're going to be a front office scout? Are you scouting for prospects, or are you scouting for like guy who needs to be the guy who takes the last shot with the universe on the line in a single elimination style tournament? Is that something that's even valuable in terms of your analysis?
I mean, it's valuable for sure. I mean, I think it says something like in your mind. I see the point you're getting at. But at the end of the day, what the G League is, I mean, you're working with coaches who are rooting for the players. They're there for the prospects. They're getting paid to develop the prospects. College coaches are paid to win, and that's a big difference. Mm-hmm. The G League Ignite team has NBA veterans: Amir Johnson, Jeter. I'm forgetting. They have another guard. I'm forgetting another one now, but they always make sure they have at least like 3 vets usually, and to just help them learn and help them learn how to control money. They've talked about it, like just learn how to grow up basically, and I think it's just different. Scouting I mean, it is a hard way to find a balance because obviously the competition's different, but the competition you face for the Ignite is definitely much harder than college level.
So it looks like there's a bit of a lull in the action here in terms of news breaking. We just had a kind of a rapid fire here, so I just want to go back a little bit, summarize. NBA Draft Net put a C+. Every other pick has received an A. It looks like the Keegan Murray pick got a B, but I mean, okay, fine. But C+ by NBA DraftNet for Portland's Shaedon Sharpe pick. They said, quote, Sharpe is the best talent available, but between his year of unexcused absences and a terrible run of pre-draft interviews, the pick is risky at best. So, Chris, I don't know. That sounds like they were reading a bit too much into like the whole other Shaedon Sharpe aspect and not the off the court stuff. But is that something? Are you going to reevaluate that here a little bit just because he got a C+ and this is a reputable draft website?
Nope, not at all. Only because I think especially sometimes going into the draft, I think we look at a lot of things outside of the basketball players you're getting, and I think that because I watched some of his interviews too, they weren't great. I agree with you, it wasn't great. It's not like he's 25, he's been interviewing for years. He's still a young kid. So, I mean, you kind of excuse a little bit of that, kind of chalk it up to age. And, I mean, the year of unexcused absence, I get that part too. But, I mean, we have one of the better players in the NBA with a lot of unexcused absences as well. So, I think if you're looking at just the player in general and the guy you're going to get, if you look at that kid's skills, you look at his size and his ability to get to the rim, create his own shot, it's hard to go against that. But I mean, I can understand the question marks coming. At the end of the day, the NBA is a business, and you want to make sure that your business is protected, your assets are protected. So I get the little bit of skepticism, but me personally, when I'm looking at an NBA player, a player coming in, I want to see what he can do, like his skills on the court. And even though he hasn't played in some time, from what I've seen, he's special to me. So I think no, I'm not going back on it at all. I love this pick. I love the kid. He's good.
I think you need to take just a little bit of risk in order to put yourself in the position to win a championship. Sean, is there anything else here? I saw you twitch a little bit. I want to make sure that I can cover back to you.
No, you're good. So for this pick, it's very tough for me because Portland's a situation where you need to get Dame his players as soon as possible almost. You don't have 3 years to burn off and hope Shaedon Sharpe takes his full sweet time to develop. So that's my only concern with this pick. But at the same time, if he's the best player on your board available, you gotta go that route. I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. But I do see the concern why that would be a C+.
All right. So Brad, here is the deal. Adrian Wojnarowski has just tweeted out 1 minute ago that the Spurs, their number 9 pick will be Jeremy Sochan from Baylor to the Spurs. Yes, I know that. I think that was our mocked pick. I think we got that. Sean got that one. There we go. So, Brad, what are they getting here? We talked about Sochan as one of the best prospects. if we didn't talk about his shooting, right? So what are we getting here in San Antonio? There's a lot of floor spacing of the guys that they're already on the roster. Is that where you're going from here?
I mean, I love Sohan. I loved watching him as a prospect because of his defense. His energy is infectious for a team. I think he's going to be an all-NBA defender at one point in his career. He can guard 1 through 5. He moves his feet very well, plays angles well enough. And he's physical. I think they really got a good one here because he also shot about 36% on catch and shoot, I believe. And then he's also supposedly been shooting very well in workouts, I've heard. So if he's got the shot too, I mean, that's awesome. Combined with he's got some playmaking ability. He can drive a little bit. He's athletic enough. I think for this new look Spurs team that's trying to play more faster, a lot more pick and roll centric, a lot more freestyle, like freelance type read and react system, I think Sohan fits it to a T.
All right. I want to swing this back to AJ real quick, but first I want to we're going to touch on this and then we're going to go back to Sohan. That at number 10, the Wizards have broken that they are possibly going to pick Johnny Davis. I don't want to talk about it until we know for sure. And it seems like we're just getting every single pick like at least 5 minutes before they're actually announced. But AJ, in terms of Jeremy Sohan, where are you going here?
Yeah, this is a Spurs prototype player, man. This kind of reminds me of what they were hoping to do with Lonnie Walker and bringing in a guy who can play kind of both ways but focus on the defensive end. There's question marks that I think are rumors with DeJounte Murray being gone or whatever. I don't think that's going to happen. And now you get him a nice guy who can play some defense along with him so that now they have two of these two-way style players. And again, the shot making, San Antonio is a good spot to learn how to shoot. I think that this is a type of organization and a type of player that fits together perfectly. Once Dyson and Shaden were all gone, and I'm looking at this 10th spot, I was like, there's no way it's not Sherman. I think they made a great pick. I think they made the right pick. And if he's lucky enough to have a pop for about 2 or 3 years, he's gonna round to be a really good player.
Yeah, Chris. So there's a lot of really young players here. I'm talking about there. Obviously DeJounte Murray and Jake Pirtle are both on the good side of 30 here. But then we go into Keldon Johnson, Josh Primo. There's a lot of these sneaky young guys that maybe don't get the most press. I think Sohan kind of fits that profile as well.
Yeah,
exactly. Is this something? Is this just the new look Spurs in terms of their mantra? In terms of we're getting the under the radar guys who we know are going to come in here and work. Obviously, I think every team wants something like that, but just I don't know. Where are you going with here in terms of Jeremy Sohan? Oh, sorry, Chris. Can you hear me? Oh, my bad.
Sorry,
my
yeah.
bad.
I'm
sure you missed my name there. Yeah.
Yeah, so I heard it, but I didn't know if you said my name. Sorry, but yeah,
got you.
I like him there. I think what AJ said was spot on. You getting another guy who can play defense with DeJounte Murray, and he'll figure out the rest at the end of the day. Especially in the NBA now, if you're an athlete, you can catch the ball. You'll score 12 points a game at the least. So I think that he's a good pick there. Especially with the other guards gone, and they have guys like Basile over there. So I really like them Basile a lot. I like him and Lonnie Walker at that 2 and 3 spot with DeJounte, and you slide in Sohan right there. I liked him last year. I thought he was I thought he got a little bit of hate for not being able to shoot that great, but it's a lot of kids who can't shoot that great come out of college. And if you go into an organization like San Antonio who knows what to do with their picks, and you get to play under Pop. There's not many other coaches that you want to learn from it and to learn how to be a star in your role, especially a place like San Antonio where they're already into doing something different. They're trying to move in. And I think, play faster, do all these different things. I think he's a guy to where you'd at least want on your team to see what you can do when you're trying to move into a new era. So I really like it there. I like that pick.
Awesome. Well said, Brad. So it looks like I'm getting the most buzz about Johnny Davis being the 10th overall selection. My understanding of Davis is that he is a player that was asked to do a lot of things at Wisconsin, right? There are certain statistics, certain efficiency metrics that don't favor him because he was the guy, head and shoulders above the rest of his Wisconsin teammates. And that was sort of the narrative that I was hearing, that this guy was asked to do a lot and he could either be sort of, one of those bust prospects that was asked to do a lot, and that's why his numbers look really good, or a boom prospect because he was asked to do too much, and he could actually be a pretty effective, sort of mid-level or high-end role player that in an NBA franchise or in an NBA setting here. I am skeptical about players that are asked to do more than they are supposed to, and then sort of it gets in their head a little bit as to, oh, I'm this high-profile draft prospect, when really, no, you're not, or then it could go the other way. There's a whole lot of mental gymnastics we could do here, but Brad, if it's truly Johnny Davis, which I think it currently is, where are you going here?
I mean, I like it with what's available. I think that's the route I'd go. This is actually similar to my mock. This is where I ended up mocking him today, because at the end of the day, some of the players you mentioned, I get your point totally. But Davis does play some defense. He has some dog in him. He has some want there, and he's anytime in an interview, he seems fairly humble, and I think he's gonna be a solid role player. I don't know how high his ceiling is. Obviously, a lot of it depends on his work ethic because he's not the most athletic. How much his shot he gets his shot down. But yeah, overall, I mean, it's not a bad pick. Wizards need a point guard bad, but unfortunately, there's just not a point guard here of value. I would have looked to trade if I was the Wizards, but is what is.
AJ.
I think a little bit of it too, though, is you can kind of look at excuse me, Johnny Davis is a little bit as a swing too, though, because he's got that size at 6'5", and that gives that kind of that wing complement to however long Bradley Beal will be there. And we know, he's looking at being a free agent, and so it might not be long, but the style that he played at Wisconsin, the fact that he was leading a team, if Bradley Beal is to go, I mean, you're not looking at Thomas Bryant or Daniel Gafford to lead this, and they let Spencer Dinwiddie go. So, I mean, getting a point guard in here of this magnitude, a guy with a good size who can play a little bit of a wing if necessary, if they want to play small ball type, I think it's a good fit with the fact that there is not another point guard here until Ty Washington, who should be going for another 10 picks. So, and despite the amount of trade talk there was, we have not seen much movement on that at all. So it looks like trades just aren't happening. And if you got to take the pick, Johnny Davis is the guy.
And you know what? That's perfect for us mock drafters because we don't mock trades unless you are one of those spicy people that does. But I want to ask this real quick to Chris before we have to do another changing of the guard here. Johnny Davis is the pick. We didn't get a point guard here. There was already rumors before going into draft day, Bradley Beal at the 1. So is that going to be sort of the formula you're looking for, or maybe just sort of a Clippers-esque no point guard? We're going all of this, we're all of this together here. How do you read the situation? Just how do you do that on the floor?
Yeah, honestly, I kind of see it as more like a Clippers thing, like gonna just put the best players on the floor we can and try to get enough ball handlers and playmakers on the court. And I think at the least Johnny Davis is some security if Brad Beal does leave, because then you can just slide him in at that 2-guard spot because he's, like you said, he's got the size to play in the backcourt at some place. So I think he's got a good place to slide. I think he's just security, to be honest with you. And I think if he can focus on one or two things at the NBA level and not do everything like he did at Wisconsin, I think he has a really good chance to be a star in his role, whatever his role is, especially over there in Washington, where they're clearly on the rebuild. They got some things that they're trying to put together. They got some pieces, but no real, outside like maybe KP and Brad Beal, no real super standouts. They got locked in at their power forward spot in the 3. So I think he's a player where he's the best guy left on the board for the needs that you do have in the backcourt. So I think it was a safe pick at the least.
Yeah, I do like the idea of a guy who was used to sort of not having the best teammates and then coming in here where you can ask him to do more. He obviously has great teammates, but you can still ask him to do more because that guard room is a little lighter outside of Bradley Beal. So then you kind of, you have more opportunity than it really looks like at first look. So Chris or AJ, are there any last thoughts just on this whole top 10 of the draft in general? Or just go ahead. What do you got for us here?
I like the way it shaped out. I mean, the last 5 picks gave us some interesting topics, some players we were expecting to be in conversation, maybe moved around a little bit from where we thought they were going to be. But I think most every team got it right so far. I'm really liking what some of these guys are doing. And like normal, the Knicks are on the outside looking in and are going to have a hard time doing anything here at pick 11. So top 10 is in. I think we had a good set there.
All right.
Yeah, I agree.
Chris,
I agree,
anything
AJ.
else?
Yeah, I agree with AJ. I think these were the 10 best players on the board. I think it was like a little bit of shuffling, like I maybe between like maybe 4 and 8. There's a little bit of shuffling, but I think these were the 10 best guys you can get. Now, I personally think toward the end of the draft, there's some sleepers at those picks that you can really get. But for the top 10, I think these were the most talented kids, and I think that the teams went need first, and then you got a lot of boom potential. I don't think a little bit of bust potential, but I think it was just a lot of what these teams needed out of these top 10 players. So I think it went pretty close to what I was thinking. So I'm cool with that.
All right. And looking towards pick 11, the New York Knicks. So there's no like reporting out yet, as far as I can tell. But I'm looking at the best player available, Jalen Duren, as what it says on ESPN.com. So that's what I'm going to say. And I'm looking at Mitchell Robinson possibly being an injury-prone player. You know, maybe you want to not make an upgrade, but make a different face at that 5 position. Are you looking at Jalen Duren, or would you be looking at someone else at that number 11 spot? We can go back to Chris first, then go into AJ.
I was definitely going to say I'm looking at Jalen Duren 100% for the simple fact that I know Mitchell Robinson's restricted this summer too. So it's a way that maybe you just let Duren slide in and then you maybe let him go and you free up some of that money somewhere else and maybe try to make a trade or do something else. But I think if you're the Knicks, you try it because I think their backup this year was Nerlens Noel. So even at the least, if you bring Mitchell Robinson back, you got 2 bouncy centers who can get up and at least defend the rim and be a lob threat. So I think that's the pick there at 11 for me if I'm the Knicks. If I don't trade it, but I think it's Duren for sure.
AJ, do you agree? Do you have someone else circled here at number 11?
I like the thought. I like the thought of Jalen Duren, but he kind of set it off on that one. So I'll tell you, I like the idea of AJ Griffin. Solid 3-and-D wing guy. Evan Fournier played well last year, but you need to start also looking towards the future. And AJ Griffin can come in and shoot 49% from 3 last season. Good body, good size, knows how to use it. When he has to go inside, he's not afraid to. He can bang with them. And he plays decent, and he plays defense, and he comes from good stock at Duke. So you put him in there and get a good, solid, versatile 3-and-D guy. That's the other thing they need, and that would help Emmanuel quickly out very well. So if it's not a Jalen Duren, you want to put some more hope into a Mitchell Robinson, Julius Randle, Obi Toppin, I would look at AJ Griffin.
Yeah,
all right, guys. Well, thank you so much both for coming on. AJ, Chris, you've got your Twitter right there at Cultureboy. AJ, if you want to shout out your Twitter real quick so people know where to find you.
Yeah, you can get me at AJ Johnson _SCP, part of the Sac City podcast. Mostly that's an NFL podcast, but basketball is my heart. So anytime you guys want me to speak some hoops, hit me up on Twitter. Hit me up with your chats, AJ Johnson _SCP. And, of course, follow Sac City Podcast on all social media platforms. Appreciate you guys.
Right. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, AJ. Yeah, thank you, AJ.
Yes,
thank you,
thanks for having me, guys. Thank you.
Brad, let's get our next few guests in here. I would like to, as they are coming in, announce that there has been a trade for the New York Knicks are trading their pick to, I just had it here.
I was just going to say the Knicks should trade their picks when they were talking just because Tibbs doesn't play any rookies anyway, so what's the point?
Absolutely not. Well, here's the deal. Jacob, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
The Knicks are trading the number 11 pick to OKC, and OKC is now expected to pick Ousmane Dieng. Tony coming in here as well. We are in the middle of a firestorm real quick here in the NBA draft. Lots of trades going on. Our first trade of the first round here. So, Jacob, we're going to swing it to you here first. Ousmane Dieng, kind of a project player, forward. Doesn't really have the 3-ball here yet, but he is going to New York where the lights shine the brightest on Madison Square Garden. Jacob, is this something that you're looking at here as a win or maybe sort of a win for New York? Wait, I totally misspoke. Ousmane Dieng's going to OKC. I didn't mean to confuse you, but Jacob, how do you read this?
So right now, I was looking at this and I was thinking, oh man, this is just a standard New York like Kristaps draft story because you heard all the boos, but them going to OKC, it makes a little bit more sense because basically right now they're trying to build around Shea, and I like the pick. But he is a project, and I think this could have been a better AJ Griffin pick or maybe a big here. But I think with this, they're trying to get, Chet and more length there too. And I mean, they are in a very tough Western Conference. And when most of your teams who have gone to the playoffs in the past few years are not slowing down, you have to kind of act quickly.
Brad, what kind of player is OKC getting here with Ousmane Dieng? Personally, I was excited. I just love players from New Zealand. I love the pink shorts as we're scouting him. But what sort of player are we really getting aside from all the flashiness and of course the good-looking long legs of Ousmane Dieng here?
I mean, look, I mean, 6'9". He's got great size for a wing, for a guard wing, whatever he's going to project as. But I'm personally not that high on him. I have him much lower on my board. Like Jacob, I would have went Jay Griffin or Jalen Duren, but we'll see what they do with this next. They have this next pick, correct? They didn't trade that pick?
They did not
trade
that pick.
Okay.
Oh, so
that's why I was curious. I wasn't sure if
what
their plan was. But yeah, but Dieng, I mean, he's a solid defender. He has some work to do, but overall decent passer. There's nothing he does great in my opinion, and shooting is still going to be an issue. He has a lot of things to work out. I personally don't love this pick, but Thunder's a good situation for him, I think. I'll say that if he were to go to
Tony, I want to make sure to get you involved here as well.
Yeah.
So OKC is walking away with Chet Holmgren and now Ousmane Dieng. They're going to get another prospect right here as well. We don't know who that is yet, but we do know that wasn't traded, so it's still OKC. And if you're a rookie coming into OKC, you know that you're not this prized franchise-changing selection like a Paolo to Orlando, like a Jabari to the Rockets, right? You are one of many players coming into OKC that are supposed to be highly touted draft prospects, right? And you don't necessarily get that same love, that same, respect in a front office or in a situation like that. I don't know. If you're a 19-year-old kid, I know it's obviously hard to relate, but if you're a guy like coming into the NBA, you don't really know any of these systems and power, and now you're not really even prioritized by the own organization that picked you, so to say. How do you even approach a situation like that?
It's confusing a little bit, and I would like to say, as somebody else who looks good in pink shorts, I think he's in a tremendous situation, right? Because you don't have all the pressure of the big city, and OKC is going to embrace you. You're going to go there, you're going to be in a situation where it's you're going to get a lot of run. And maybe this organization is trying to capture lightning in the bottle like they did with Russ and KD and really load it up with young talent. They still have Shea, right? So you have a player for the future that you're hoping can be your superstar, and you need to add. Again, when I told you I'd come on, I know nothing about really any of these kids at all, right? When I was just watching this guy play, he reminds me of Tayshaun Prince. I don't know if you guys remember him, my generation. He was really good at a lot of things, not great at one thing, but you need that player on the floor where it's hey, maybe tonight you're going to focus on defense, and maybe you get a little bit better and you can shoot 33% from three. And I think as we move to this positionless basketball, you want somebody that has his skill set, that you're maybe not going to lose a lot in any one position of the floor. You're also not gaining a future all-star. You're gaining a guy that's accountable, that could be a seventh solid rotation, or, potentially a starter 4 years into his career.
Well said. So it looks like I just saw some buzz here at the number 12 pick for OKC is going to be Jalen Williams.
Yeah, who the heck is that guy? I said that to one of my friends.
Brad, he is our resident draft analyst. He has an opinion on I think the first 100 guys in this draft class. So Brad, who are we getting with Jalen Williams here?
So first of all, he's from Santa Clara. That's probably why you've never heard of him. I didn't know him a ton really until he went to Combine and just was the best player on the floor in the scrimmages. And when he measured in, he was a little over 6'5", has a massive 7'2" wingspan. He plays really well at the pick and roll, can facilitate.
He just hugged his mom twice, Brad. Like his arms are so long, he hugged his mom twice, bro.
7'2", 7'2" wingspan
Shout out
as
to
a
Mrs.
guard.
Williams.
Yeah, I mean he's freaking long. He shot 39% from three. He played 3 years at Santa Clara. He averaged 18 points per game last year. He didn't knock people's socks off by any means in that sense. So I think that's kind of why he went under the radar. But once people saw the measurables, saw him at the combine, how he was clearly the best player, I think it started to make a lot of people, including myself, do a double take and start to go back at the film, realizing how he's actually a really solid player.
Right. Sean, here's the deal. I see Ousmane Dieng. I see Jalen Williams. Obviously, they're different players with their own unique things. But I also see two prospects with a lot of similarities in terms of length, in terms of positional flexibility here. Yeah. And, it's kind of a trendy thing to have these sort of in between 6'5" to 6'9" guys who can kind of switch and play on the perimeter. Maybe not the best rim protectors, but at least you can get some steals, force some turnovers, play defense in that way. So, Sean, is that how you're reading this OKC team? Is that maybe how they're going to want to build out the rest of this future Thunder roster that we're building towards the year 2028 at this point? But this is the sort of the start of that going on right here. So I don't know. How do you read that other than what I just said?
Yeah, I mean, even with Chet too, you're getting insane length, and I'm guessing they've had their eye on Ousmane Dieng before this draft and thinking there was a good chance they would get him because they weren't hesitant on picking Jabari Smith, so I'm guessing they were happy with the combination of Holmgren and him. And look, I like what both of them bring. One, Ousmane I would rather rely on for defense as a rookie. Obviously, Jalen Williams, I think could get a little crafty. You could give him the ball, give him a little playmaking responsibility. Maybe as a guy off the bench right now when you have Shea and Josh Giddey starting for them. So I think this is a good situation. Jalen Williams is really fun to watch.
Oh, yeah, next to Trey Mann.
Yeah, Trey Mann as well. Yeah.
So
I like this. I'm not against it.
Jacob, I have a question here, and I want to open it up to the rest of the floor here because OKC, we've been talking about them a lot. They've already made 3 selections in this draft, and we're still technically in the lottery. There's 2 more picks left, but a lot of these lottery teams are not contending teams, and they're teams that probably aren't going to be contending teams next year or possibly even in 2 years. So we don't really know sort of how the outlook is in terms of an organizational direction. But if you're a kid who just either graduated college, graduated high school, or whatever you have, and then you're going into an NBA franchise, which organization would you want to be drafted to in these top 14? So that's besides OKC, Orlando, the Rockets, the Kings, Detroit, any other bottom feeder that you can, I'm sure, picture in the NBA here. Where are you going with that?
Yeah, so obviously, I feel like it can really definitely depend. And I'm a big Pels fan. I grew up 2 hours from New Orleans. They're not technically a lottery team because they made the playoffs. If I wasn't a Pels fan, I would say New Orleans just because everyone, you have that Southern culture. But if not the Pelicans, I would say Houston. You see how Hakeem is still very much involved in Houston, and you saw how a lot of the people who there are just really down to earth and really cool. Obviously, I know that we know about the whole Sean Watson situation, but that's not their problem anymore. They traded him away. So, but I think Houston might have probably the best culture fit. So, I'm excited for Jabari. OKC, I feel like I'm looking at that and I'm just seeing kind of a guy who doesn't know what he wants and he's sitting at the restaurant trying to say, oh, this is what I want. Well, no, go on this instead. And they just come back with 6 of everything. And then with Orlando, I don't know what it is with Orlando, but they found a way to drive Shaq and Penny away. They found a way to get rid of Dwight. So I'm kind of nervous for Paolo. I want him to work out there, but right now, I had sent this to my friends earlier that I really hope that Paolo enjoys Disney.
Damn. I feel like I want to swing this over to Tony now, real quick. If we're not talking about Houston or the Pelicans, where other are you looking to land if you're a rookie if you're in these top 15, 14 spots, looking at one of these bottom feeder teams that you might have to go to? Where would you want to go?
Was San Antonio a choice?
I guess yeah, it would be a choice.
Yes,
And how much longer is Gandalf going to be on the bench there? Because if we get him for a long time, then I'm good with it, because I think he's a good leader and player development and coaches basketball the right way. I think he will come back around. I really am a big fan of DeJounte Murray, like moving forward. I think he's in that weird spot where it's like you're in a loaded Western Conference, so we might be a minute before we see him in the playoffs. But if he makes it long enough on the roster, I just sort of like everything that they have there. I wouldn't want to be in Detroit. I wouldn't want to be in Orlando. Like, none of these, even Houston kind of is a little dumpster fiery to me. Like it's not, it's not a good, when I hear reports of how they're waiting for James Harden to leave the strip club, like they're waiting to take the plane off because they're waiting for this guy, your priorities are in the wrong spot as an organization. I would have been like, sorry, James, I get it. We're probably going to lose without you, but the team has to be ahead of one player. So I just don't like when organizations are necessarily run in that fashion. Like, I get it. You had to run out and get some formula for your baby. We can hold the plane for you that one time. That was not the case in the stuff that I was reading. So I don't like it when you make, you make excuses for players like that. It creates a bad culture in my mind.
No, that's absolutely true. So I want to swing this over to Brad real quick, because 3 Memphis Tigers centers have been selected in the first round since 2020. I'm reading it, just a random tweet that I saw on my timeline. The first one, James Wiseman. The second one, Precious Achiuwa. And now at number 13th overall to the Charlotte Hornets, it is Jalen Duren. And we have been talking about we could have seen him go as high as 7 to Portland over Shaedon Sharpe. We could have seen him at 17 going to Houston. There was a really wide range, but 13, and the Charlotte Hornets really needed a center. They got a pretty good one here in Jalen Duren. What kind of prospect are they getting here, Brad?
So I have the TV on right behind me, but
okay.
I see they're comparing him to Bam Adebayo. He's not Bam Adebayo. Doesn't have near the handles for starters, nor the passing ability. But what he has some potential in the short roll as a passer. But overall, what he gives you is versatility defensively. He's going to be able to switch 1 through 5, I think, quite a bit. Or I think he'll work in a switch-heavy scheme, which if they end up hiring maybe a Mike D'Antoni, that would make a lot of sense. And then Duren is also a great lob threat for LaMelo. And overall, I mean, it's a solid. It's solid. I like it. I would have went this route too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just seeing LaMelo Ball to Miles Bridges, LaMelo Ball to PJ Washington, LaMelo Ball to James Bouknight, and now LaMelo Ball to Jalen Duren. This is, there's a lot of weapons. If you, I don't
Miles
like
Plumlee.
Miles. Whoa. If Jalen Duren's on the team, we're not talking about Miles Plumlee and Charlotte anymore.
Wait, no. So Shams just tweeted out that the Hornets traded Duren to the Knicks.
Oh. So for what? For what?
I don't know,
but
shit.
Oh my god.
But it's crazy because
I like that for the Knicks too. I like that for
the Knicks, yeah.
Makes
so Shams tweeted it out, and then Woj had said, I think before, that the Pistons were acquiring Jalen Duren. So I guess everyone's all forms of confused right now, but hopefully
so we were talking
there.
We were talking
okay,
earlier
well,
about
if it's
how
the Knicks, it makes a lot of sense.
It would make a lot of sense to replace Mitchell Robinson with Jalen Duren, right? So, Jacob, I don't know where are you going with this? Do you see this as a good trade here?
I think it's a good trade.
I'm so confused where he's going.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out right now too.
Wait a minute.
Okay, is it Detroit?
Oh, it's Detroit.
The Pistons are acquiring Jalen Duren.
No, I'm seeing both on my Twitter feed.
Yeah, I was seeing both. That's why I'm so confused.
He's going nowhere good. It's like you're picking a trip and you're spinning the globe and you keep landing and you're like, wait, he's going to Detroit. No, he's going to Charlotte? Oh, I don't want to play for any of these teams.
If he's not going to Charlotte, then that allows Charlotte to get potentially the next best big in Mark Williams and keep him in the state of North Carolina.
Yeah.
And they seriously need to get younger there. So if it works, then that's great. But also right now, I think Dwayne Casey is trying to build a win now team. But also all these guys on his team are 20 years old and in Detroit.
It does look like Detroit is the guy. They haven't had like an update tweet yet. So he is going to be alongside Cade and alongside Jaden Ivey from this class, which is going to be really interesting. And just sort of, I can already see sort of the synergy. You've got the playmakers in Ivy and Cade, and then you've got a Duran, running off of things. Obviously, this is going to be, a 3-year, 4-year plan. But Brad, Sean, is this something that you see playing out here?
I'll let Brad answer this one first.
Oh, right.
Well,
yeah.
I'm just so confused now because I thought the whole point of the Jeremy Grant trade was to get someone like DeAndre Ayton, to get off the cap, to be able to trade for someone like DeAndre Ayton. Now I'm more just confused than anything right now.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'll say my.
Well, who's the center the Pistons did? The kid they played a lot last year, who's second year, Stewart?
Isaiah Stewart. Yes.
Yeah.
Isaiah Stewart?
Yeah, so you have
And they like
you have
Stewart.
him.
He's not.
It's not going to
as
be enough.
tall. This is
It's
weird. This is
Yeah,
really
we keep talking over each other, so I'm just going to jump in with my nonsense real fast. The Pistons make the trade to get rid of Jeremy Grant. Getting Ayton doesn't make your team any better. Like, if anything, get these young guys in there, see who can play, because I like Sadiq Bey. They have Killian Hayes, the other guard or whatever. Like, if he can develop into a 6-man type player that's coming off and getting buckets for them, then you can start to see what you have, and then you can fill in. But if you're spending money on big players just to be the 8th seed in the East, to get waxed by the Bucks or the Heat or something in the first round, like, don't be those Pistons. Like, build with all these young pieces. So, like, stay away from Ayton. Send Grant to Portland so they can be the 7th seed next year and have a slight upgrade on CJ McCollum, and be the same team until Dame rips out his hair and, leaves past his prime.
Let's get back to this Jalen Duren discussion, because I think we're going to get some clarity in just like a minute as soon as Woj updates it. But we just got the Ochai Agbaji, number 14. This is the last pick in the lottery. I was mocking him. I can't remember. I think I put him to the Knicks at 12, but I know that Brad and Sean, there was a lot of pushback there against me putting it that
I was
high.
on your side, actually.
Oh, right, you were on my side. I'm sorry, but if you want to go check out our mock draft, it's all over on Twitter and everything. But Brad, what are they getting at number 14? The Cleveland Cavaliers, Ochai Agbaji. Is this the guy that we're going to push him from a 7th seed to a 4th or a 3rd seed, or where are we going here in Cleveland?
No, for me, I mean, if he makes the rotation, I'd be shocked if he's a huge part of their rotation, at least early on. Even though he's or maybe he will be off the bench, actually. There's a good chance, depending on what happens this offseason with Cedi Osman and all that. But Ochai, he's very solid defensively. He's improved as a shooter every season. They're showing it now, the percentages. He shot 41% this past year. But what he lacks is any decision-making or a lot of decision-making. And that's where I have trouble with Ochai, because he's very limited once a defender closes out to him. He had less than a 10% assist percentage, which is one of the lowest in the last 10 years among guards and wings. So I have trouble with Ochai, but at least as early, I have him about 22 on my board, 21 on my board. But overall, he's a solid player. He's going to add to this culture. I'll say that. He fits the Cavs culture that they're building there, so that makes sense.
All right, let's get back to the – oh, sorry, Sean. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'll make mine quick. I'm a very much disagree. I honestly really like it a lot. You have guys in Cleveland, Dean Wade, Isaac Okoro at times with his limited shot, like wings that I'm not totally confident in. I think he comes in here, rotation player day one. I don't think you need him to have the ball in his hands a ton with Mobley being able to play make a little bit. Garland, obviously. If you have Sexton still, obviously him. Who knows if he'll still be there. But, yeah, I really like this pick. I think they need a guy like this.
All right. So the trade, the official Jalen Duren trade going back to number 13 to Charlotte, the Pistons are sending the Hornets the 2025 first rounder from the Bucks. So that's probably going to be one of those lower tier first round picks. And then Detroit also got the pick that was the first rounder that from Milwaukee that was traded. They got that a pick yesterday in the Jeremy Grant thing. So in order to get Jalen Duren here, they actually had to trade Jeremy Grant, get a pick from Milwaukee, via Portland from Milwaukee back to Detroit, which then they sent to Charlotte. It's a whole thing. But that is sort of the answer to what Tony said about the Jeremy Grant thing to Jalen Duren. What are you doing here? But Tony, does that kind of change your analysis at all in terms of so many names, Duren to Charlotte at this point? Is there something here?
Well, so Duren isn't going. The young center from Memphis is not going to the Pistons, is what you're saying.
He's not. He's going to the Charlotte Hornets.
Okay, so Michael Jordan.
Wait, what? No.
So Michael Jordan is going to ruin his career instead of the Pistons, is what you're saying. Who's ruining this young man's life? Is it MJ or is it the Motor City?
Wait, hold on. Can someone else clarify I'm having a little trouble here getting this.
Because
I think it is the Pistons. I'm actually wrong.
Yeah, I think it's Detroit.
Yeah,
Kemba Walker was also traded to Detroit.
Yeah, Kemba was in there too. I sent a tweet in the Slack channel, and it was something like funny. So I think you would all appreciate it. It was like Jalen had to be on a team in 15 seconds or something.
Huh.
Oh, Durden got to be on a team for 15 seconds?
It was something weird. Like it said, yeah, I think that's what I saw. But it's so crazy what
Jalen Duren is now the first NBA player to be on 3 different teams in the span of 15 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather be known for something than nothing. So eventually he ends up in Charlotte. It won't really – the center position is kind of becoming like a matchup-based play no matter what in the league. So, like, unless he can really change his game, he's just going to be somebody where it's like, oh, these guys like to play big, and they do play Robert Williams, or they play Looney, or they have somebody that can score in the post, and we need defense. And then he has to be a good defender. You have to be a good rebounder. That's why, like, part of the reason I don't get too much into the NBA draft outside of like the top 3 or 4 kids that are going in is that, like, we don't like, they're going to be on multiple teams. Probably multiple head coaches are going to take these jobs because they're, like you said, they're bottom feeding teams. They're in the same position every year. And then a new coach comes in, doesn't really like them. So they might not hit until their 3rd or 4th organization. So Charlotte, Detroit, does it really matter? Are any of these teams doing anything next year in your guys' opinion?
I have no idea. Here we have to go to the 15th overall pick because it just came in. And I'm sorry, Tony. We can get back to that. But Mark Williams from Duke, the switchable center that, you know, if you're not Duren, you might as well be Mark Williams. He's going to Charlotte instead of Jalen Duren. So this was a clearly some sort of decision-making process on Charlotte's part, deciding against Duren and going for Mark Williams. There's really only a few centers in this draft that are worthy of a first-round grade, Brad. But what are Charlotte if they decide to keep him? Because at this point, I can't really say that it's a guarantee. But Brad, what are they getting in Mark Williams? That's different than Jalen Duren. What's the difference here? I don't get it.
So Williams is much longer than Duren, which gives him a little bit of an advantage, especially when defending the post. his standing reach is longer than Rudy Gobert's, to tell you something.
9'9". Crazy.
So he's 7'2". He's also got very good hands. He's not as raw as Duren right now. Duren's very young. Mark Williams, a lot of what we saw at Duke is what he'll do in the NBA. Block shots, rim run, be a lob threat. That's pretty much what he'll be. And he'll do it, I think, fairly well. And I like it for the Hornets. I think they got their center fine.
How's the passing? I saw him make some nice passes out of the post. That's a big tool.
Yeah, I mean, out of the post, yeah, but he needs some work in the short roll a little bit, which I don't expect him to be in the post a ton in the NBA as much as college. I expect a lot of pick and roll. He needs to work on those reads a little more, but maybe there's some potential there. There might be some potential there that he taps into. Good point, Tony.
Jacob, where are you thinking in terms of Mark Williams here?
I think with this, it is a good pick because as much as I love Plumlee, I feel like the Plumlee brothers have been in the NBA forever.
Mm-hmm.
So they need someone who can facilitate. They need someone who can, help out with LaMelo. But right now, my biggest concern with Charlotte is that they don't have a head coach. Like when Kenny Atkinson basically said, "No, I'm good," it kind of sent everything coming back. So like I was kind of concerned that what are they going to do? Because if MJ makes this pick, MJ doesn't have the best history of making picks when it comes to Charlotte. So I think this is a really good pick. It'll be good because you have such a young team and a dynamic team. But the East is also pretty close-knit. And I don't know if this will be the year that Charlotte makes the jump like we've been trying to. Because I feel like every year people will say, yeah, this is the year Charlotte's going to make the jump. And they said that so many years with Kemba. And then now it's just they'll make the jump, and it's, but what if they don't?
All right, you guys. Tony, go ahead. I know you got something here.
Yeah, I just have it's a quick question because I haven't been following as well as I should have. But did they hire D'Antoni? Because this guy would be a nice sort of Amari to the Steve Nash of ball role that D'Antoni had his most success with, right? So did they hire him as the coach yet, or is that just a rumor?
Has not. There is a list of candidates, but I don't think there's a
they
solid
did not hire
answer yet.
Okay.
Not
Yes.
yet.
Okay.
They should have.
I saw a bunch of rumors that he was the guy, and then I have kids and too much going on. I don't know what happened.
First it was Kenny Atkinson, then it was someone else, and there was a whole thing there. But there's no one technically yet that is the head coach yet, but they've made some pretty good picks so far.
Yeah.
But here's the deal, guys. So this is our stop in terms of picks 11 through 15 here. I want to give you guys the opportunity real quick to shout out. Tony, what are you working on here? Where can people find you that are watching the stream right now?
I'm mostly doing football these days. That's over on Warzone Sports Network on YouTube. Go over there, Nuts and Bolts LAC. It's a Chargers podcast. I do have one question. Lakers traded in. Who should I be looking for at 35 or whatever they got? Just give me one name. Just if they got that guy, I should smile a little bit.
Brad.
Oh, man. I mean, it depends on who's available. I mean,
you can lie to me. Just give me one name.
I mean, if a John Butler falls there,
Okay.
Wendell Moore.
I love that name. I can cheer for a guy named Wendell. There it is. That's what I needed.
All right, you're welcome. Glad I could help. Hey, thanks for coming on, Tony.
Yes,
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
The Reddick twins. I love you guys. I'm out of here.
All right, Jacob, where can we find you as well before we get into our next few guests here?
Yeah.
Thanks so much for coming on.
No, for sure. I mean, you can find me on Instagram, Twitter. I'm running a podcast. I also do writing for Belly Up, but you can find the podcast, Jake's Small Market Sports Take. I cover small market sports in the South, so we're going to have a lot of fun with all this Atlanta, New Orleans, Charlotte stuff. And, I mean, it's Jake's Take Podcast on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and personal one is JakeSill14. But, yeah, thanks so much for having me. This has been fun, and I'll see you all later.
Yeah, thanks for
thank
coming
you
on.
so much.
That's us.
Brad, who do we have coming in right here?
We got Kevin Wilson and Junebug.
Awesome. Welcome in, guys. We are starting the picks 16 through 20. Kevin Wilson and Junebug here. We already have the 16th pick. A bit of a slide. We didn't get to really talk about it too much. In AJ Griffin, falling all the way from number 16th. I think in our mock draft, we put him at number 9. So not a huge slide, but notable. Kevin, we can start with you. Where do you see in Atlanta AJ Griffin? What role day one are you seeing for this man here?
Well, as you said, AJ Griffin, he slid, and so I think that's a good slide for him going into Atlanta, and because pretty much they've got, of course, Trae Young over there, and a lot of players that you just move around wherever you want them to. So I think this guy can pretty much slide right in there, and they'll put him wherever they need to, and I think he can pretty much adapt to whatever they need. And I think Atlanta is markedly better right here because of this pick.
All right, Junebug. I don't know where we're going with AJ Griffin in terms of starting day one, being a rotation player. Where do you grade this guy in terms of Atlanta's rotation? Where do you think they can go with a guy like AJ Griffin?
I think a lot of it really just depends on the DeJounte Murray lottery, because Atlanta's been mentioned as one of the teams that's going to try to potentially trade for him and get rid of John Collins. So if that happens, they could move Collins tonight, and he would, pop in probably day one and try to fill that role. So I think really this pick, you just have to kind of wait and see what happens as far as DeJounte Murray goes. Because I think right now a lot of teams are really wanting to make moves to get him. And, like we saw with Jalen Duren, you never know where a kid's going to end up tonight. Like, he was on 3 teams in 10 seconds, like you all said. So it's very unpredictable.
Awesome. What kind of player? AJ Griffin is one of the most unique prospects, I think, in this draft, just in terms of how he gets his buckets, how he gets his points. Brad, if you could just break it down a little bit, where is this guy coming from in terms of, what sort of thing are we looking for out of AJ Griffin just as a prospect, not necessarily within ATL system?
Yeah, so as a prospect, he's a very good 3-and-D guy. It's kind of why I project him coming in. At least that's what he did at Duke very well. And he's still very young. He didn't show a lot of his athleticism and ball handling at Duke but you saw it in spurts. He is a nice vertical. He can really jump, and he can defend. I'm curious to see how much he improves as a shot creator, because we just haven't seen it. I don't know how much I love his upside, but he's definitely a solid player.
Yeah, I don't know how much to read into the athleticism thing with AJ Griffin, because I hear about the vertical, but then his game, it reminds me of a honey badger, the way he just sticks to the ground, right? I don't understand where he goes in terms of, he has the physical tools, but he doesn't use them. Is there a reason for that at all? Is there something else that I'm missing here?
I think part of it with Duke, they were playing through Boncaro. He was asked to play a role. He was asked to stretch the floor. I think that had a lot to do with it. But at the same time, I do agree and understand your point about that, because that's why I don't think this makes Atlanta significantly better by any means. I don't think this changes actually much for them, because I feel like they already have a lot of wings that are on the same level as him. So unless AJ Griffin really improves as a shot creator, I don't know how much change I see in Atlanta.
Going into the 17th pick, Houston, it looks like right now on my screen, it's going to be Terry Eason. Houston apparently considers him the best defender in this draft, a switcher, that sort of thing. I don't know if the pick's official yet, but if it is Terry Eason, is that something that we're looking for as from Houston? Is he almost fits the same role as an AJ Griffin here that we just talked about? But where are we going from here, Brad?
Well, he's more so a forward. He's strictly a 4-man, maybe 5-man at times, I think, in the NBA. He's really a great role man. I think he's going to defend very well. I think he's probably, I don't know, one of the second or third non-center best defenders in this class, maybe. I don't know, somewhere in that top 5. But I really like I like this pick for the Rockets because they do switch a lot. I think he will fit very well as a 4 or 5 guy, as out of the pick and roll, playing defense. He was a great 6-man at LSU. I expect the Rockets to use him in a similar fashion.
All right. So this is a question. I'm going to go to Junebug and then Kevin real quick. This is something that's not a draft pick. It broke just now, though. Kemba Walker and the Pistons are expected to discuss a contract buyout. He will then become a free agent. How much money are we getting here? Is it anything above minimum contract level stuff? Oh, unmute your mic, Junebug.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I don't see him getting really anything other than probably the vet minimum. I think that trade had a lot to do with kind of ridding the Knicks more so than anything of the contract that he had remaining. So once his buyout's done in Detroit, he'll be a good veteran backup, I think, for someone maybe like, I've mentioned them twice now, but maybe somebody like the Cavs that need a good backup point guard that's been in the league a while, or a team that can take that next step into not necessarily conference title contention or title contention, but trying to make a deep run. So he'll probably be a vet minimum somewhere that needs that and wants to make it to the playoffs or go a little deeper.
Awesome. Kevin, sometimes the price tag is exactly what makes a player either a steal or not, right? Kemba Walker on a $7 million contract, it's not really what I'm looking for. But Kemba Walker on a veteran minimum, now we're talking. So is that something you're looking for? And if so, who do you think would grab up a guy like Walker?
Well, it's kind of funny with Kemba Walker because when you look at the situation, the Knicks didn't want him. And if the Knicks don't want you, where do you go from there? And so, they didn't want him. Then they had injuries on their team. Then they brought him back. Oh crap! Now we don't want you anymore. And so, if I'm any NBA team, I'm not jumping out of my skin to go out and get this guy. And if that's all it's going to take is the minimum, then perhaps I'll take a look at that. But I'm going to have to see a whole different player out of Kemba Walker before, if I'm a general manager, even if it's a veteran minimum, before I'm bringing him on my squad.
Right, you need him to play more of a Corey Joseph backup type role. You're not looking at him to be Kemba Walker shot creating guy.
No, and if he's looking to be a starter on a team, then I definitely don't have anything for you. So you might as well just move along.
All right, guys, is he going to be a guy like I don't know. I as soon as I think of veteran minimum, former All-Stars taking veteran minimums, I think of the Los Angeles Lakers. And I think of Dwight Howard and Carmelo Anthony and all of these guys, Rajon Rondo, that are not players that are anymore really respected. But I don't know, Sean and Brad, is he gonna go to a team that you think is actually like a contender, or do you think that one of these lower tier sort of fraud contenders are going to be looking more in the Kemba Walker's direction?
Yeah, I think the Lakers are definitely an option if they don't end up winning the Kyrie sweepstakes. I think Chicago is kind of interesting just in the fact that Lonzo Ball's health and depending on what they do here. Yeah, I'm guessing Lakers are probably my favorite. I think the Clippers can maybe take a chance just to add some more shot creation. But yeah.
All right. So Terry,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I don't. Nothing new to say. I mean, I'm kind of on the same page. I'm not really sure what he gives you at this point.
Yeah,
I'm not
in love with it anyway.
I'm not in love with him as a backup even on a playoff team because that's just a liability defensively. That's hard, and we don't know how much he really has left. If I were to get him, it'd be as a third option probably, and hope that he has something left. But that's a far hope.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Looks like Terry Eason has been confirmed as the pick to the Houston Rockets, so he is going alongside Jabari Smith Jr. That's in terms of rookies, they're both being wings. They're both sort of, alongside Jalen Green. Hey, this is getting a little spicy over there in Houston. Just out of this, current draft haul alongside Jabari Smith Jr. and now Terry Eason at a pretty good value pick for where you are in the draft. Kevin, are you looking at this draft haul and thinking that already it's a W for Houston?
Well, I'm not so sure about that because it seems to me like Jabari and him play pretty much the same position, and maybe this is one of those situations where you take a player that you take the best player available over what you need, and so I don't know how these two guys coexist really because they play the same, and how are you going to plug both these guys into your lineup? I know they don't have Wood over there anymore, but as both power forwards, I'm not too sure how this is going to work out.
I don't know. I mean, I just see more like, Eason 3, Jabari 4, and then you've got Şengün at the 5. Okay. Either way, that seems like a pretty interesting thing. I mean, I don't know. Are you still sticking with that, or is there anyone else here to back me up on my counter position here?
Are you asking me?
Oh, okay. I'm asking everyone.
I think it can work. I mean, you now more so than ever see a lot of teams have, looking at Jabari, he's 6'10", 6'11". He can really do anything offensively on the floor. And I think as just from a standpoint of just trying to get better, Eason helps you with the defensive aspect. He can guard probably like 2 through maybe even the 5. So he's very interchangeable on defense. He'll be good in transition. He's not great offensively, like in the half court set. But I think even if he's like a rotation guy, I think he's just somebody that can come in and help just bring your defense up a notch. They may not play alongside each other at the same time, but I don't hate those two picks. I think they probably they may be the best draft so far, in my opinion.
We could talk about best draft so far. That's an exciting next topic, but we just got the 18th pick, Dalen Terry to the Chicago Bulls. About 10, 12 picks before we were expecting him. I was hoping the Golden State Warriors at pick 28 would be able to grab him up. But Brad, talk us through Dalen Terry here. This is a little bit unexpected. Am I wrong to say that?
So, yeah, I didn't expect it. I'm not disappointed, though, because Dalen Terry's he's got great size for a guard. I think he's going to be able to play 1 through 3 eventually. I think he's more 2-3 right now. He might play some 1, though, with the Bulls. But overall, as a prospect, he's a great defender, very long, 6'7", 7-foot wingspan. I mean, he just fits a role. I mean, you saw at Arizona, he really just played and stuck to his role as a 3-and-D guy. He was a very solid secondary playmaker. And I am not mad about this. I'm a Bulls fan. I was not expecting to be happy. But yeah, I mean, I'm not too upset with this. This was interesting. I wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, I want to go back to Sean because I know that both you guys are, of course, Chicago fans here. So, Chicago front court, Alex Caruso, Lonzo Ball, Zach LaVine possibly coming back. We're pretty sure, not so sure. I don't know. And then you've got who's that backup? I can't remember his name, but he's in there as well. Yes, and those are a bunch of long guards. Those are tall guards. They're big guards, and now De Terry coming into that as well. So, Sean, Brad, walk me through that. Is this just going to be how the Bulls are going to be playing defense from now on? Is just big up top, and then maybe you can get yours in the paint? What are you seeing out of this?
Well, that's kind of how Billy Donovan's always had his teams. They're always very long on the perimeter. He's had a top 10 he had a top 10 defense every year in OKC when he was their coach, and he just likes those lengthy guys on the perimeter. And I'm happy about this one though because he can shoot it. That's the difference between
he can definitely shoot it.
Jones Jr. Yep. But yeah, what about you, Sean?
You know what? I was surprised. I was thinking they might have gone Malachi Brano just because he slid down. Not exactly off fit just because of BPA, but I'm not upset at all by it. They obviously their biggest holes was finding actual 3-and-D guys and not just plugging Derrick Jones Jr. and Devontae Green and hoping going like this every time they shoot a three. And you know what? I'm happy about it at the end of the day. They got their guy. I always trust Arturas Karnisovas. Yeah.
All right. Maybe we can come back to the De Terry because this is shocking, but we just had another thing happen. I like this. Yes, the Minnesota Timberwolves
That's who I
have
thought
just
the Bulls
traded 22 and 29. They've acquired picks 22 and 29, given their pick to Memphis. And Memphis is going to select Jake LaRavia.
This is a very much Memphis pick. Very much
Memphis pick. We have the Jake LaRavia scouting report right now up on bellyupsports.com. Little plug. Brad Patten wrote that thing. So, Brad, you wrote the scouting report on Jake LaRavia. He was projected second round on NBA DraftNet, and here he is going at number 19. The first round. What's going on here? Why am I so wrong? Why are we all so wrong here?
Because I mean, look, he didn't average a ton of points last year at Wake Forest, and that screams like it's bad to some people. But the fact that he was a small school guy for 2 years, then transferred to a bigger school and became more efficient, it kind of showed how well he fits when he's not the guy, when he's in a role, and that role is as a spot-up shooter. It's secondary playmaking, a little bit of post touch. Or, a lot of times he'll drive, just get into a post, make a nice move, get easy bucket that way. Or on the defensive end, he has a crazy, steal block percentage?
Yeah, he had the best steal block percentage since Matisse Thybulle. So that's obviously a nice stat.
And people want to comment on the athleticism. I've seen Denny Avdia play great defense for the Wizards. That stat right there that Sean just said, I think he's a very solid player. I was hoping the Bulls would get him a little bit, but this is a very good get for the Memphis Grizzlies, and it's a very much Grizzlies pick.
Exactly. So, Junebug, Memphis is a team that's known to hit on a lot of draft picks, and basically their whole sort of roster game plan is to hit on other draft picks, have a very deep team. Jake LaRavia is now the newest addition of that team. Are you seeing him as a hit? Are you seeing sort of the ingredients here that could make a good NBA player? Oh, sorry. I think your audio is doing that thing again.
Sorry, I have my dogs with me, so I mute it when I'm not speaking so they don't,
You're good.
But I really like it simply for the fact a lot of the talent aspect aside. He's an older kid, so he's going to come in, be more mature, be more ready to just get to work, really. I think he'll be a guy that'll just come in and play the role that he is given, whatever it may be for Memphis. And playing on a smaller level and being kind of the guy and then coming up and having to adjust and do what's asked of him, I think that'll probably really prepare him to be in Memphis, who's not too far off of competing for the West. I think that's a really good pick for them because, like you said, at 22 and 29, what more? What does Memphis really need with those two picks? And I think trading up to get that, I think that really kind of puts their roster together.
Right. So you're consolidating two picks to get this one guy. But obviously, if he works out, he works out in a tremendous way. Kevin, is that how you're reading this as well? Could Jake LaRavia be this sort of consolidation or worthy of trading 2 picks to go up and get him?
Well, I don't know if he's worthy of trading 2 picks to go get him, but I had him in my first round. And so I think that Memphis is a great spot for him to go in there because there's all kinds of potential for somebody that doesn't have to be the guy. And Memphis is a place where you don't have to be the guy, of course. And so he could step in there. And I do like the fact that he played at a level, then he played at another level, and he rose his game up. And so now he's going to go up to another level. So he knows how to expand his game and do the things that suit the competition, so to speak. So I think this is really going to work out well for both Memphis and the player.
Right. Sometimes you just need a guy who can play a role. You don't need 5 stars on the floor. You just need 1 star, and then 4 guys who know their role and can do something with the ball.
Look what happened with the Mavericks. They have 1 star and then some guys that just rotate around them, and they went all the way to the Western Final.
Well, then you talk about Trae Young, Eastern Conference Finals 2 years ago or last year. It was the same situation, different story. But Absolutely. We do have the number 20 overall pick coming in. This was a really fast 16 through 20 here, guys. But it's Malachi Branham going to the Spurs at pick 20. I don't know. I don't really know how to make this. Brad, where are you going here?
Well, since I'll stay on, Kevin, what are your thoughts? Because you seem like you know these players pretty well.
Well, if you're going to take a guy, seems like Ohio State would be a good place to do that. And he's a guy that I had up in going at the tail end of the lottery. Yeah. And so small forward, he does a little bit of everything. He can pass out of there. And so, and when it comes to the Spurs, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt because they have proven time and time and time again that they know what they're doing with their draft picks. And so, we can go way back in history from Tony Parker and guys like that they just find. And so I am absolutely fine with this pick for San Antonio. I think it's going to work out really well for them.
You're getting a guy who can really shoot the ball. And that's something the Spurs have definitely sort of found a way to do that. Going off of their other pick, which was Jeremy Sohan, a guy who isn't really the greatest shooter, but now you kind of balance that plus the rest of your roster. Obviously, there's a lot of shooting involved here. So is Malachi Branham the kind of guy that's going to, come in day one and start, or is he going to be somebody that's really going to have to earn his minutes, maybe starting at that 9 or 10 spot in the rotation here? This could be to anyone.
I think a lot of it really just depends on how he can shoot from the perimeter. If he can step in and make shots and be like a consistent 3-point threat, he'll find the floor really early, I think. And if not, it'll probably be more of a project and work his way in.
If you're going to be a project, be it out on San Antonio.
Yeah.
This is true. Well, look, guys. So, do we have everyone queued up for the Brad?
Yes, we do. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Kevin and Judebug, thank you so much for joining us on this journey, 16 through 20 picks. Kevin, real quick, where can the viewers find you right now?
Well, I do a show, the Belly Up Fantasy Live Football Dynasty Edition, Sunday mornings at 10 a.m. Central. And then I'm the host of the Belly Up Fantasy Live Baseball Show, which comes on at 7 Central Sunday evenings. And I could just be found pretty much wherever Belly Up is found. I did a show with Vince about the pre-draft the other day. Now I'm with you guys. And I just dropped an article that is on the Belly Up Fantasy side of the website just today. It's right there. So just find me. I'm out there. And Twitter, Kevin62 WILSEA. Just come find me.
All right, thank you so much for coming on, Junebug. Same thing. Where can we find you right now?
Just on the Belly Up site, the fantasy site. Look for my blogs. I'm gonna I'm really looking forward to doing some college football when that gets rolling, and then work into the NFL a little bit. Really looking at like some sports betting aspects of that. So just be looking out for those blogs, and that's really about it.
All right. Well, perfect. Thanks so much for coming
Yeah, I
on.
do
Thanks,
NBA
guys.
betting as well, so we'll definitely be in touch.
Yeah. See you all.
Perfect. All right,
coming
Brad,
on,
Sean.
Bob.
Like we've got a few more guests coming on. I have to come. I'll come right back. But there is a pick just coming in, so I'm going to let Brad and Sean kind of run this first next pick section. Okay.
Awesome. All right. So, guys, thanks for coming on. What's up, Justin? How's it going?
What's up? How you guys doing?
Oh, hey, good, man. Draft's going well. I mean, Bulls just picked, obviously. You know us.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. I was watching the live reaction there. I thought it was funny with Io. I guess maybe that means Kobe White's probably on the way out there. So that'll be interesting. I wanted Terry so bad at 27. So you should be happy.
It's possible, yeah. I see Terry playing. I think he can play some three. And for the Bulls, with how long he is, I think he can get away with it. So we'll see. But yeah, Kobe White could be gone. Could be a goner. Yeah, I mean, has there been anything that surprised you guys so far? What's been the biggest shocker?
What's up, guys? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Trying these headphones out for the first time. So, man, I would say the biggest shocker would be I'm not sure what the Knicks are doing. Does anybody know what the Knicks are doing?
Yeah.
I'm so confused.
They
Whoever
think
knows
they
what
have
the Knicks are
Brunson.
doing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you look at the deal, that to trade away 11 was literally to get rid of Kemba's contract, and that has to be some sort of link to whether they think they can get Brunson. I mean, Kyrie Irving coming out here.
It must be for Kyrie. It must be for Kyrie. I have to assume. But
I mean, that's tough. And then I don't even know. It's a typical New York where it's like a swing and then probably just a miss on the way.
You can't listen to a few rumors and then cough up an entire lottery pick. That makes no sense to me.
I don't, especially just one spot up. I don't. If the Knicks kept the pick, I don't think they would have actually taken Dieng. At least I think the Thunder told them to, and they still worked out the deal afterwards. So that's why the selection went through. But man, they've missed out on a possible Mitchell Robertson replacement. They missed out on a lot.
Yeah.
yeah.
We are which selection are we talking about?
We're just trying to figure out what the Knicks are doing and why.
Aren't the Knicks trying to figure out what they're doing and why? It looks like Denver's going with Christian Braun at the top at number 21.
Okay. I like it. Not bad.
I was hoping
What are
they
we
went
getting
with
here?
someone a little close to Nikola Jokic, but
I was so pissed. I wanted to put Braun down at 30 for Denver. They needed some shooting, just a pure three-point shooting guy. But Braun, he has the explosiveness where he could be like a Duncan Robinson, but he has more of a defensive versatility that I think is why teams might be a little higher on him. Denver doesn't have a true sniper like that. They don't really have a guy that can search around the perimeter. They tried out the Brian Forbes experiment. I don't know how much longer that's really going to go on, but I like Christian for Denver. I don't know about it at this pick here.
It is a bit of an economic exercise, right? The draft, you try to get the guys who at the right value. If just getting your guy is not enough because you want to make sure to expend enough draft capital that it works. But 39% 3-point shooter, that's something that is worth a lot in this league at this point. So I don't know. Is there any way to justify that, Hydra?
How tall is he? Christian Braun
is.
I think he's like 6'6". It's like 6'5" to 6'7" range. Yeah.
6'6", 218 pounds.
I guess it's all right. I mean, when you're talking about picks at this level, you're kind of not sure whether they're gonna stick with major minutes or if because you're just getting an ideal skill set for your team, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the guy can get minutes for a team that's competitive. Like you got the Nuggets trying to do something with the back-to-back MVP in Jokic, and do you really think a guy who's I don't know, he's just a shooter from what I'm seeing. It is that the guy that's going to be like on the court for a playoff team that's trying to work in a Jamal
I
Murray
mean, can
coming
I
off an
step in?
injury and stuff like that?
Go ahead, Brad.
Can I step in for a sec?
Yeah, go ahead.
Our Braun's not just a shooter. He's not just a shooter. I mean, shooting, I don't even think it's his best skill. His best skill is his energy, is his hustle. It's all the intangibles. He is a very good defender. He makes all the hustle plays. He's that guy that you don't want to play against, but you want on your team at the Y. Like, he's that guy, all right? I mean, he is a very intelligent player as well. I think he'll thrive off cutting in this system. I watched him at the Combine even. It was exactly how he played at Kansas, which is rare because he can play next to anyone, it just showed. He just was a cutter. He played defense. He made good passes, shot the ball when he needed to. He's not going to take over. He's not going to be explosive in that sense. That's why they boned Highland off the bench. But I think Braun is going to be a very solid role player for them off the bench. And he adds a little more size than like some of their other guards like Monte Morris. And I know they're looking to trade him. So that could mean he might be on the out.
Well, there is a thing, right? Denver, we don't really know the story of Michael Porter Jr. We don't really know the story of Jamal Murray. So it's actually pretty fair to expect that Christian Braun coming in is going to have to play a role for this team or minutes, early. So at least having the one skill, right, that the three ball, if you can do those things and then do a little bit of everything else, there is a place for you on an NBA roster. This is just kind of the universal truth in 2022. So the fact that he is a guy like, has positional size at 6'6" shooting guard, I feel comfortable, knowing that if he's going to be asked to be playing minutes, that he can at least do something on the floor where we understand the role that he is. Is that like a fair assessment, Brad, here?
No, yeah, that is, yeah. And I mean, I think he'll be a solid shooter. I don't think he'll be that high of a percent shooter. I expect mid-30s his rookie year. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a good pick for them. I think it was a good fit. I was expecting him more at 30 maybe, or 20, or they have 30, correct? 30 or 29, I forget.
Yeah.
Denver has, yes.
29.
30? Okay, thank you. Yeah, 30. I was more expecting, but yeah, I think it's a really good fit. So we got a new pick in now.
Yes.
We got Walker Kessler to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Give him some shot blocking.
You know what I've been hearing out of this guy? I heard that they tried at Auburn the Nikola Jokic thing, and I was shocked when I heard that word in this guy's sort of breath. But that was what was the talk about this guy. I don't know if he's really that good of a shooter. It looks like Jamin, you got something to say here. So what do you got for us?
It's like Jokic is way too hard of compare. Playmaking a little bit, I guess you can say, with like how him and Jabari played together last year, but it really is just the rim presence. The Grizzlies, you saw how dominant Valanciunas played for the Pelicans. They obviously missed out a bit and was a downgrade with Steven Adams. So then maybe that experiment's over. Maybe Adams is on his way out, but now they finally get a true solid five right next to Jaren Jackson. Walker Kessler, the shot can get there.
This is going to the Timberwolves, actually.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Even better.
They were looking for a rim protector to put next to Cat.
Yeah, a lot of the points you were making were right. It was just,
I forgot in the corner it said traded there.
I was going to say that.
Still, I know you were watching.
Dude, you were here for Jalen Duren conversation, and it was a mess. First, we were talking about. First, we were
This
talking
is
about
what happens.
the Knicks. Then we were talking about Oklahoma City, and then Detroit. Like it was a mess.
I watched Kessler play. I felt like a lot of Auburn's effectiveness was due to him. I thought he was a real strong presence in the paint. I think he would make an excellent 5 in the league. For the Timberwolves, yeah, I could see him as a fit, especially starting off as a backup center. Like, I think he could play minutes right away. I think he's a smart and effective player, and he really changed the game for them defensively. I watched a lot of SEC basketball, so I'm familiar with a lot of those players there.
Awesome. Well, hold on. We got to set up this next pick here, 23, because we maybe know who it is already. Woj just tweeting about it. And I have no idea who this person is. David Roddy at 23. Brad, for out of Colorado State, going to the Memphis Grizzlies in a trade because Memphis actually traded for this pick. They traded DeAnthony Melton to the 76ers.
Oh.
So I don't know. Which one do we want to talk about here first? DeAnthony Melton to the Sixers? That's pretty spicy. Or David Roddy? I guess as Brad is collecting his David Roddy thoughts, we can talk about DeAnthony Melton to the Sixers. Jamin, what do you got for us here? Just general reactions just to the trade.
So I agree that the Philly needed a guard. I don't mind Melton because I think on the board right now between Kennedy Chandler and Ty, I don't think they have the defensive presence that Melton might bring to Philly alongside Maxey, but it's just a weird trade reaction at first. I love the pick for Memphis. That may be gearing up for a Dylan Brooks exit type because Roddy can ball for 100%. He's a complete bucket, especially with his back to the basket. But Philly, it's a little interesting. They definitely need another ball handler. I just don't know. I feel like they could have gone at least a little better. I don't know if no one took a Danny Green Thibault package along with 23, but I guess Melton's the best that they could do here.
Right. Well, Melton is sort of the supplementary ball handler type. Maybe you put him at the 1, put Harden at the 2, build your rotation out that way. Or, obviously you want Maxey incorporated in there too. So probably something else, actually not that, but I mean, I know I just bit my own words. Kedro, where are you going here? Oh, sorry.
I just want to say, I'll say one thing. Instead of Melton, I would rather them just take Blake Wesley type. If you're looking for that kind of guard, I think Wesley would have been a better explosive guard and also has a way higher offensive upside.
Hydra, what do you got?
DeAnthony Melton. I feel like Philadelphia could have did better in free agency. I think that you need. So I guess the goal is James Harden for a long-term contract over there. And when you got a guy like James Harden, you need guys that can play off of the ball. You don't want a guy that needs the ball to score. So I guess DeAnthony Melton could help there. I'm not sure how strong a shooter he is. I just know he's just a good defensive player.
Yeah, I think he's around the 34, 35%.
He became more confident.
Yeah.
Brad, so it's going to be similar to. So it's going to be similar to when James Harden was working alongside like Patrick Beverley.
Essentially,
I mean, sure, but he will be coming off the bench. They have Maxey starting there. Also, Melton was a guy who even got a 6th man of the year. Like, I think he got 2 votes for it, which I know is not much, but it's showing that he does provide good value off the bench. I honestly like the move for Philly. I think Melton comes in, he's a good defender. I think this is interesting because you could consider moving Thibault more, which we've heard rumors about, and replace with that defense. So we'll see.
I don't think anybody wants Thibault. That's their issue. They're trying to move Thibault and Harris, Tobias Harris, and nobody's biting.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot with Sean. I actually like Melton to the Sixers. David Roddy to the Grizzlies.
Am I reading this right, Brad? Because it says 6'5", 252 pounds. Is that correct?
He's
that right?
he's little. He's a big boy though.
He's like squished. It's like, you took
Yeah,
a 7-footer and
so-
squished him.
Yeah,
He's a great player at Colorado.
A mini Zion.
But I don't think he projects as well. I was watching him at the combine, and I think speed's just going to be a real issue for him. Just having to defend on the perimeter, he tries to use his hands a lot. I think that's going to be an issue. His game is more back to the basket. That's not how the NBA is. I really think the Grizzlies kind of messed up here, and I thought they did a year ago when I was shocked when they took Santi Aldama, who you guys who many people probably don't even know the name, but he was out of my top 60 on my board, and they took him in the first round. So I thought Roddy was mid-second round, but yeah, this is just too early for him. I agree with Greg Simbeck. I see his comment. I agree with him. A little too early for Roddy.
I think it's just a little weird, especially with EJ Liddell still there. I'm not.
Yeah, I'd agree.
You talk about. I mean, Roddy. He had to. It must have come down to some interviews or whatever he was doing behind the scenes. Because Liddell, I mean, he tried going last year, and they told him to work on his shot and work on moving his feet defensively. And what did he do? He returned to Ohio State and improved on both categories and became an even better player. And I mean, he's still sitting at this board, and I don't know what I would do if he lands in Milwaukee, because that would be so disgusting. But I mean, just the fact that I would have loved if he landed in Memphis over Roddy. I love the idea of Roddy, but
for the Heat for you.
Yeah, the G League guys are sliding. You know, Pat's working behind scenes.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Speaking of the G League Ignite, it looks like the Milwaukee Bucks are targeting Marjan Beauchamp, the number 24. It's pretty interesting. Guy who's not necessarily there yet with the jump shot, but you know, when you look at other G League players and sort of scout their Ignite teammates, you see a lot of Beauchamp setting up those guys. He seems to be the setup man for a lot of these highlight reels. And when I was scouting for specifically Dyson Daniels, the name that kept popping up was Marjan Beauchamp. So where do you guys go here? I'm going to go to our draft guy Brad here for this one, and then we can open it up to the rest of the floor here.
Yeah, I mean, Beauchamp. I mean, he's 6'6", crazy athletic. I'll give a little background. He was a JUCO guy last year, played junior college, balled out, and decided that he didn't want to quit or that he really loved basketball again. So went to play for G League Ignite. Was even supposed to be drafted. He wasn't expected to be drafted coming into this year. And the first game I watched for the G League Ignite, I'm like, why is this guy look like the best player on the floor? Who is he? Like, for the G League Ignite. So he's 6'6", got a 7'2" wings or 7'2", 7'1" wingspan. I don't remember exactly, but either way, really long. He can flat out fly in transition. He's going to defend. He's going to work his butt off. And the jump shot wasn't there for G League. It was more so in his high school JUCO days. So we'll see on that. It does need to improve a lot, but he seems to have a really good work ethic. I like this pick for the Bucks. I think it's a really nice value pick, because if he can get that jump shot to be at least competent, that is awesome. That gives them a wing that they don't really have. They don't have, outside of Chris Middleton, they don't have that wing, or even Chris Middleton. They don't have that wing that's really athletic, that's going to get out in transition, that's going to defend like that. They don't have anyone like that right now. So I like this pick.
All right, Jamin. Marjan Beauchamp, what's your first reaction here?
I love it. It's just it's match made in heaven.
How do you feel about it?
It's match made in heaven. I mean, it also, like, just on top of everything that Brad said there too, like, he was asked also pretty much the best player on each D League team that he was going up against. So that's probably why it just slides right into Milwaukee's system, where he just has that background to everything. Yeah, this shot, it really isn't anywhere near there just yet, but the playmaking, the slashing ability, it will slide all perfectly right next to the Bucks' big three. Between him or, whether it was a guard, if there was a Walker Kessler available, I would have liked to see the Bucks bounce on that, but I think it has potential to just be an A-plus pick after this.
Yeah, you think about the Bucks rotation pieces and just sort of like what they've already got to work with in terms of spacing around Giannis, and then a guy who can't shoot. The Bucks is actually a pretty good situation to go to. Just off the top of my head, Pedro, where are you thinking about this? Off the bench guy, obviously, but in those non-Giannis minutes, could we see him kind of fill a little bit of that role here? Not Giannis level role, the role of a guy who can't shoot but can move.
This is the part of the draft where it's okay if a guy can't shoot. If he's got other intangibles, he works on the jump shot. So I think it's a pretty perfect pick for the Bucks actually. He actually Bucham actually worked out for a bunch of teams ahead of the Bucks at this pick. So I think he actually got a lot of looks from a lot of teams. So there was a lot of chatter going on about him before the draft, and I think he could have went higher actually. I know he worked out for the Rockets for their pick at 17.
Yep.
And
Rockets, Bulls. Yep.
Yeah.
So more
there was a
details
lot of interest. He's got the length. He's got the size. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm so sorry. I just read this. There's more details on that trade. Danny Green is on his way to Memphis.
Okay.
So
Wow.
that was, I found shocking.
That's big.
I was wondering how that, and that's why I like the Melton part, because I don't know who said this, they can do better in free agency. I didn't think they could make the cap work. So that's why I was waiting for the details for the trade to come out, because they can now trade Danny Green, who was kind of a liability at times in the playoffs, add in a guy like Melton. I like this move.
I'm very familiar with Daryl Morey's work being from Houston, and I'll let you know right now, any kind of trade he's got going on, he's trying to unload salary in order to sign James Harden. This is what's happening. He's trying to sign James Harden and fill in some pieces around him. So salary needs to go out the door.
Right. Well, they don't have the bird years to sign him, so they do actually have to use their sort of cap space in order to get that 47-something extension going, which is absolutely insane.
It's gonna
or
kill
if
the
I don't even know
franchise.
how you even get there, but what's Danny Green making? $8 million? I think 10 million. So that shaves a little bit off the books, right?
Yeah,
there.
they were about the same money wise.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's why Tobias is the big piece to be missed. They'd probably rather trade him and let Thibault walk in his next free agency. But if Thibault doesn't go, they're going to struggle.
That James Harden contract, it could be the death knell for that Sixers franchise, depending on what it looks like.
I'm pretty sure does Embiid's his supermax goes into effect next year, or was this the first year he was under it?
I don't know.
I think this was the first year he was under it.
Yeah, he has his cap hitting soon.
Okay.
So.
Well, right now we have the 25th pick coming in, and this was a really fast 21 through 25, guys. But thank you guys for joining us on this one. Just preemptively, the San Antonio Spurs are taking Blake Wesley. Right. This is a pretty interesting one. We haven't seen the San Antonio take another non-shooting guard. 30% three-point shooter, but he's not quite all the way there yet. I don't know if he's going to play alongside DeJounte, maybe come off the bench in place of DeJounte, but they've also taken home from this first round Malachi Branham and Jeremy Sochan here. So, where do you take this? I know, Jamin, you mentioned Blake Wesley a little bit earlier, so maybe you want to get into this and tell people a little bit about what he's going to be doing in San Antonio.
Yeah, he has kind of a weird story. At first, he wasn't getting a lot of love just around interview process and the mocks themselves. Rough time within Notre Dame, too. Pretty sure he was even coming off the bench there, too. So he was kind of struggling to find a true role within Notre Dame. This shot was a hit or miss throughout the season. The upside, I mean, he has a motor, and the scoring ability, you're talking everyone's comparisons, Tyler Hero's like ability, like everything like this. I mean, I say the modern day like type Byron Scott, where I mean it's just a high motor on both ends, but the scoring ability can take over. He's a little lengthy too, not as lengthy as DeJounte, so but they can play combo guards off of each other. I love the Malachi pick too, because the Spurs just needed a go-to guy. I wish it would have been Jaden Hardy that they could have taken for a true mold into go-to guy, but I think Wesley can come right in, whether it's him, DeJounte, and then Keldon, however Pop wants to mix those three together, but they have the ability easily to play off of each other.
Yeah, a lot of 6'4", 6'5" guards over there in San Antonio. Maybe they just kind of pick any two and just kind of create their backcourt rotation out of that. That makes for a lot of flexibility in terms of your lineups you can put out. Hedro, where do you go from this in terms of the Blake Wesley pick?
There's been a lot of chatter about Murray potentially being on the block. I don't know. Is he supposed to be a replacement potentially for Murray, as opposed to you trying to play all them 6'5" guards at the same time?
That is possible. The one I saw was John Collins for DeJounte Murray, or some sort of package centered around that. Maybe some of these picks are going to the Hawks after the draft too. We don't really know.
Put Pop in a retirement home if that happens. He's got to hang that up. Don't ever trade DeJounte Murray.
Yeah,
I agree.
All right. Well, guys, this is our pick 25. This is our stop here. Thank you so much, guys, for coming on. So where can we find you guys? Where can the Belly Up people find you guys next? Or Jamie, we could start with you here.
Yeah, so I'm on Twitter, JMench8 there. Also got a podcast there. It's at Weekly Audible. We just do a whole bunch of football, basketball. I just had a mock draft blog put out there last week, so I had a promotion within the job, trying to get back into the blog game. So it'll be a busy NBA off season here.
All right, thank you. And Hedro, same thing.
I write regularly for Belly Up Sports. You can find me on Twitter regularly. I'm at The Hero Joe, ThaHeroJoe, at The Hero Joe. And you can catch my articles over there and my hot NBA takes. Yo.
All right. Hot NBA takes.
Yeah, thank you guys. Good to see you.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
We are now 2 hours and 30 minutes into this NBA draft stream here. Andrew coming on here. We've also got Tommy Pappas coming in. Is he on? Is on
so, a little change of plans.
Okay. My bad.
Tommy could not come on. So we have Andrew coming on. He is an NBA agent. He is actually Mac McClung's agent. So he decided to come on and fill in for the show. So thank you, Andrew, for coming on short notice.
Extremely last minute.
Of course, no big deal. Yeah, Tommy's my cousin, so no big deal.
What do you think of the draft so far here, Andrew?
A lot of, obviously the back end of this first round, there's a lot of guys who are going to be playing majority in the G League, at least for development purposes. But overall, I mean, obviously the first overall pick was shocking to everyone. Everyone thought it was going to be Jabari. Ended up being Paolo, so that definitely threw everyone off. And then overall, I think guys like Jalen Williams are going to be really sneaky. Obviously, he played at Santa Clara, low school, so I think those are guys that are going to sneak up on some people. And Dallas is picking right now.
There's no Woj reporting
this is
on
for the
Dallas.
Rockets, I believe.
It's for the Rockets.
Yeah, so it's being traded to the Rockets. I'm not sure.
No more.
Oh, this was the Christian Wood trade.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait, why is it going to Minnesota? How did that happen? I'm reading that right now.
Going to Minnesota?
Minnesota acquired the pick from Houston via the Christian Wood trade with Dallas. And it looks like the pick, number 26, is going to be Wendell Moore to Minnesota.
Okay, to Minnesota. Okay.
What do we have here, Brad?
Yeah, I mean, Wendell Moore, he's someone that's just kind of improved his game every year, especially this past year. He made a huge jump, especially on the defensive end. He became a really good defender, one of the better on-ball defenders in the nation in college basketball. Smart player. He's just someone that you could rely on when the ball's in his hands. And I think a lot of that maturity, is going to carry over to the NBA as a 6'5", more so two guard, but maybe combo guard at times. But just as a defender, potential shooter, or I mean, if he keeps improving that jump shot. And yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, that's a high character guy you're getting on your team for Minnesota.
Right, they've got a sneaky amount of wings, right? They've got Jaden McDaniels here, Anthony Edwards as well, if you consider him one. Tarian Prince, I believe, is still on that roster. Andrew, I mean, where do you see this Minnesota team going? I mean, I don't know if Wendell Moore moves the needle, but, they made the 7th seed last year, made the playoffs last year.
No, he doesn't move the needle in a sense, but obviously he provides good depth. He's really reliable. He just does his job in a sense of making shots, being strong, finishing the paint. He's going to be a reliable player, I think, in this league for sure. Not flashy or anything by that, but provide good depth. Maybe can start some games at the end, but he's a good role player for sure. And with the Timberwolves, obviously they're just trying to find guys that hold their own with the group they have with Anthony Edwards. They don't need stars. They just need guys who can make shots and be reliable.
Yeah, won't find stars at this point too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, 13 points per game as a junior. Second team for the ACC. I want to go real quick because it looks like this is sort of a lull in the action, or at least a lull in the reporting. It's been floated around. The draft day buzz has been about the Hawks possibly looking at DeJounte Murray, package centered around John Collins for DeJounte Murray. Andrew, what do you think of it? What do you make of that when you see a report like that coming out? We don't really know the specifics in terms of other filler in the trade, but where do you go from there?
For sure. Obviously, I think the Hawks have the ability to get rid of John Collins just because they have enough depth down there. Getting DeJounte Murray is a really interesting thing if they're trying to do that. Obviously, that would be really dynamic with Trey and him. But I think it's time for John Collins and them to kind of separate. They can let DeAndre Hunter kind of fill that role. Obviously, they still have Capella. So I just think, and then obviously they drafted with DeAndre Hunter, or 2 years ago with the Southern Cal kid. What's his name? The Southern Cal kid who hasn't been playing too much. He was drafted Onyeka. Obviously, they want to see Onyeka try to figure it out. So I think it's time for John Collins to probably go, and that's what they're trying to do. And bring in DeJounte Murray would be really dynamic, no question about that.
Yeah, I love what you said about DeAndre Hunter. I think in that sort of first round playoff or play-in bubble, there were times on the floor where DeAndre Hunter looked like their best player, right? He looked like they was sort of the one guy sort of driving their offense and maybe just clearing up a little bit more of that space in the wing for John Collins or by clearing off John Collins. And then, I don't know, do you put DeJounte Murray at the 2? Do you put DeJounte Murray at the 1? Does it even matter?
I don't think it matters.
Do you configure that?
I don't think it matters. You just let them both go. That's the main thing. You just kind of let them both rock out. In a sense, take turns. And they're basketball players. They can both feed off each other. Yeah. It's just who's going. They're both unselfish too at the same time. So I think him and Trey would be really dynamic. I mean, if they could get that done, that would be really, really crazy to say the least. But it also leaves the Spurs in an interesting situation.
Yeah, that was my next question. What do you think about for the Spurs? Does it make sense to do a DeJounte trade?
They didn't draft. They haven't been drafting any ones, to say the least. Blake's a wing. Shohan's a tweener, utility guy, 3-4, whatever. And then Malachi's a 2. So no one's a 1 in that category by any means. So maybe they're going to do something different. I don't know. So it's a little interesting to say the least. I guess John Collins helps their depth, to say the least, with the big man spot.
The other one would be Blake Wesley coming in, possibly playing the point guard. And maybe that's where you go from there.
It's tough. Blake's more of a wing, I would say. Blake's really talented. He's got a lot of upside, high character kid. He can score, but Blake's got to figure out some things still on the court. He's young. So I don't think you could just throw him in there. Obviously, they drafted Josh Primo. Primo's a little still of a mystery in a sense of his on-the-court stuff. He's got all the talent. He's obviously super young. So maybe they're going to try to develop Primo into a 1 more so than anything. And obviously they have Trey Jones there right now as well, if I'm not wrong. Do they have Trey Jones there?
Yep.
Yeah, so maybe they're
Yep,
okay
you're
with
right.
Trey Jones kind of holding him down for a while with guys like Keldon and everything. So maybe they're content with that and bring in more big man depth.
When you're thinking of now the Miami Heat are on the clock, and clearly they're taking their sweet time here. Pick number 27. I don't know. For me, it's like I would almost rather sign a guy undrafted and forego my draft picks if I'm the Miami Heat, just because they've had such success in undrafted free picks here. But who do you think is the guy here? I'm reading EJ Liddell. I'm reading Ty Washington on the ESPN.com right now. But where would you go here with this pick?
I think they can go with a younger point guard per se, like a Ty, and see what they could develop out of it. I don't think EJ Liddell is a bad pick at all. Also, that's super reliable. He's going to do his job, and I think he'll do it really well. And they're just announcing another trade.
Oh, boy.
But yeah, I think personally I would like to see the Heat maybe draft a point guard.
Hey. It
So
was
Robbie,
Nikola Jovic for the
Let's
Miami
go.
who did Miami get?
Jovic.
Heat. Nikola
Oh wow, okay.
That's interesting. There are going to be a lot of really interesting. I mean, maybe not next year, but in 2 years or something like that. But once you just get his NBA legs underneath him, I think a Jovic just sort of playmaking at the 3 or the 4, that's going to be exciting alongside Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, sort of sliding right in there maybe. Where are you guys reading this? Where do you go with this, Brad and Sean? Let's go to you guys first.
I like this as a project move, especially. I don't think he's going to help you right away, but hey, it's the Miami Heat. They get undrafted free agents to come in there and be a starter day one. But I think down the line, if he can hypothetically pan out, be that 6'10" guy who can shoot, he can easily play alongside Bam Adebayo. If he can keep working on his shot mechanics are pretty good. But yeah, I'm going with it. I like it in the first round, a little bit of a project, but if it pans out, would be nice.
Yeah, for me, I mean, the talent, it's not so much a talent thing for me. I'm more so curious if he'll fit this Heat culture, though. Jovic was not a very good defender, didn't show a ton of willingness to want to defend. And going to the Miami Heat and that culture, I don't know. I don't know if I love the fit in that sense, but at the same time, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Spoelstra's done very good with movement shooters. He draws up great stuff. Wayne Ellington, Duncan Robinson, all these guys are great movement shooters coming off screens. All their percentages always go up. But, yeah, I don't know how to feel about this one, especially if after losing PJ Tucker potentially, they could have gotten a guy like Liddell who isn't – I don't think he'd come in and start, but would give depth at that position. I don't know. I'm a little confused by it a little bit, but what do you say, Andrew, about this one?
Yeah, they went high upside. They went high upside at the end of the draft or then this round. Obviously, a guy like Liddell is more safe, and obviously with a guy like PJ Tucker, you would think they would try to just like fill that role. They obviously wanted to try to hit a home run, which happens in these type of picks. And I think obviously it's more of a develop as it goes, but I'm not familiar obviously with him fully. I've never watched him live, but he's got high upside. Yeah, he's got high upside with his shooting ability and just his length and his height. So the Heat do a good job scouting. They do a great job scouting actually. So if they think they should take him this early in the sense and over a guy like Liddell and a Ty that's a little bit more serviceable from day one, it might work out for them honestly.
Yes, in the words of Pat Riley, two-way players win championships. I know that was directed at Tyler Hero and a few of the other guys on the roster, Duncan Robinson, after their Eastern Conference Finals loss. But it is a little interesting to see them taking a guy. Nikola Jovic, I know the sort of the narrative on him has been, I saw him, earlier in the very early mocks of this 2022 draft being like super high just because, the name Nikola Jovic kind of gets confused with Jokic, sort of the big guy who can shoot. reputation of that a lot of European players get is pretty interesting. And he had a little bit of that unknown factor. Just, there was this COVID-19 thing because he plays in the Adriatic League, which I believe is, very Eastern Europe, or Italy, something like that. And they actually didn't play seasons, so they had to cancel a bunch of time for him. I'm just reading off his bio. But here he is, at 27. So he clearly that was not the grade at the end of the day, but still like a really interesting prospect. I don't know. Where do you say like his ceiling would be if we're talking about high upside players? And this is, I guess, for any of you guys.
Ceiling wise, I mean, it's harder to predict these.
To me, Thomas.
Okay, I think we're on a bit of a lag here. Andrew, real quick, where do you think his ceiling is here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously these overseas guys are really hard to predict. When I watch these guys, it's always live per se, so I see a lot of college games. It's easier to scout and evaluate. A guy like him, I've never seen live. You just see the YouTube and you see all the make shots, so it's tough, obviously. I mean, remember when Kristaps and Luka, everyone freaks out about these guys because they're so unknown. So it could go either or. But like I said, the Heat scouting is really smart over there, and they do a great job. So I think the development could be there. How about that? The development definitely could be there with that culture.
Yes, sir. Well, look, so Warriors pick number 28. I believe it is in. It's going to be Patrick Baldwin. Here's just a reminder, you guys. 3 years ago, the Warriors had the 28th overall pick. They took Jordan Poole. Panned out pretty well recently, helped them win the championship, as I'm going to rub in your guys' face right now as I'm a Golden State Warriors fan. But here at 28, they're taking Patrick Baldwin Jr., right? So he's a wing. He's got all of the things that make you a wing, except for really that efficient three-point shot, but, still can get his. Brad, where are you going with this?
Me personally, I'm not as high on Patrick Baldwin. I had him in the 40s on my board just because he does. If he gets the shot down, or figures, the fact that he couldn't shoot a high percentage at Milwaukee kind of alarmed me quite a bit. But as height, he doesn't move very well for a wing, so I think he's going to be stuck kind of in that four-man role. But if you're the Warriors, I'm not against this because he does have some ups. Anyone that's 6'9" and can shoot it can play in this league. So Warriors, whoever they took here, probably wasn't going to play right away for them. I guess I see it. I don't love the pick, but I understand it.
Patrick Baldwin is now, Andrew, their tallest player on Golden State besides James Wiseman, but tallest in terms of all of the players in the bubble, in terms of all of not bubble, but playoffs in 2022. He is taller than every single one of those. So that in and of itself kind of adds a little bit of a dimension, or something that they didn't really have already. So with that being said, where do you go in terms of Patrick Baldwin? We probably didn't watch a ton of him, but first round grade, 28th overall. You're adding a freshman coming out of Milwaukee.
Yeah, so I think Pat's situation was very hard to tell. I don't think it was I don't think he could really win in that situation. Milwaukee's not very good. His dad obviously coached there, but the talent around him wasn't anything spectacular. So, you got to take it with a grain of salt with him not shooting efficiently, not being the most productive at times. He was the sole focus on team scouting reports. With that being said, Pat has developed over the years body-wise, to say the least, like in high school. Like you said, he's not the most coordinated, or not in a sense coordinated, laterally coordinated. He's still growing to his body, I still think, honestly. These guys who shoot up like he did, height-wise, they're still growing. They're still figuring it out. So I think that can take some time a little bit, but that's expected. And then obviously with Pat to the Warriors, in a sense, it's a longevity thing. You could think, obviously, he's got all the skill. He's got touch. He's got a shooting ability. It's just about honing it all in. And, the Warriors, with this type of pick, the Warriors can swing in a sense. They don't need this pick to impact right away. They don't even need this pick to get on the floor right away. They really don't. They don't need this pick to do anything. This pick can be in Santa Cruz, and it's okay. That's what the point of this pick is for them. They're going to try to develop Pat. So that's the main thing I think I see with this one.
Yeah, I could see. I know that they have a pretty good development program in Santa Cruz too. That's where a lot of I know Klay Thompson did his rehab there. Jordan Poole obviously hit a big stint right after coming back from that G League stint. I don't know. I'm kind of looking at a few of these guys in the lower fifth or lower sixth of this draft. These last 5 picks is possibly all being guys who are going to be going into the G League now that that's more of like a popular thing to do nowadays. And so, Andrew, I wanted to ask you, we were talking earlier about the G League Ignite team and sort of how they've had now, I think 3 or with Marjan Beauchamp, I think that was 4 now guys going in the first round. So is that something where when players are coming out, are you just seeing that as an alternative to college? Is this showing that this is like a valid route? Are you expecting more people to be taking the G League Ignite more seriously now?
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's definitely a legitimate route. I mean, the NBA is behind this. It's a great outlet for guys who want to start their professional career early and also get the training and starting that pro lifestyle. I think that's the main thing it develops is just the day-to-day operations as an adult, honestly, which is really cool to see. And Ignite's only going to keep getting stronger. They're going to keep getting better. I mean, and it's been successful so far. And then for next year, we're going to see Scoot Henderson. He's going to go top 5. The guard, he's barely 18 from Atlanta. He's been there for a year now. Like this is going to keep going. And obviously you have your overtime elites, which is a really good alternate route as well. So it's good for guys to have options if they just don't think college is the best route for them. I mean, that's not a bad thing. I mean, we used to see it with Brandon Jennings going all the way overseas. Instead of going all the way overseas, you can stay in the States, which is a nice thing.
What I also noticed is just like your draft stock doesn't fall as much when you go to the Ignite, right? I noticed last year was Brandon Boston was the guy, right, where he was like very highly ranked coming out of high school, and then he's dropped into like the second round. Is that something where you're looking at that in terms of like insurance?
Yeah, I think it's just more so like it's safe in a sense. You don't get paid. You're not on national TV as much, so the national media can't skew how bad you look. I mean, Boston was at Kentucky and he didn't look great, so everyone was killing Boston. They're like, "Oh, he's not good. He's not good." And look how he did his first year. He did solid. He had a very solid first year with the Clippers. He had moments, but he was under the microscope of Kentucky. If he went to the G League Ignite route, he could have developed a little bit more, understand when to pick his spots, when not to pick his spots, and obviously the Kentucky fan base is just so aggressive, so they're going to pin you down if you're not performing for them. So it's what it is on that. So yeah, it's a different thing. Obviously, though, right now, I mean, a really talented guy still left on the board is Jaden Hardy. I assume he's still not been picked, correct? Yeah, Jaden Hardy.
Washington just got
Ty just got picked.
Speaking of Kentucky.
Yeah. So, where's Ty going?
To the Rockets. So Rockets got a point guard.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Man, that took a long time for him or Hardy. I was just expecting one of them to go earlier.
Yeah.
Yes, this was a weak point guard class. I mean, to think, and some people don't even classify Dyson Daniels as a point guard, so they can say, to some people, the first point guard didn't get taken until the 29th pick, which says a lot about this class. But just wasn't a strong point guard class. But yeah, I mean, it's not. Yeah. But overall, I mean, I like this for the Rockets, partially just because I want them to get a point guard at some point, just because I want them to – I mean, there's so many minutes available at point guard that they can develop a point guard. Rather than keep trying to put KPJ at the point guard, I'd rather see him off the bench as my sixth man. Just let him be a scorer. I think he's better in that role, in my opinion. And Ty, very unselfish player, very good character, I thought. Nice little floater game. He got injured midway through the season and didn't play so well afterwards, and try to play through it. So it depends on how much you take that into consideration when evaluating him. But overall, I like this pick for the Rockets. I mean, this was their third first rounder, and they got a long point guard that's gonna be able to run the offense for them.
Yeah,
Have to go along with the young core.
Yeah, I think Ty is serviceable. He's not gonna make any big mistakes. He's not gonna wow you by any means, but I think they can maybe develop him into a nice role playing backup point guard.
Yeah, I agree. I see more backup for sure.
And I mean, with with this end of the it's the end of the first round. You're not. Yeah. It's okay to that's not a big knock on him. It's just what it is. So yeah, I think the Rockets. Obviously, the Rockets is just they have a lot of young players, so they're just gonna keep developing, keep getting older, and just see how that process goes. But Ty's very serviceable for sure. I think it's a smooth pick for them.
All right, we have the 30th overall pick from the Denver Nuggets. It is Denver. Actually, my bad. We are focused. Oh wait, never mind. It just got confirmed. Peyton Watson. Peyton Watson from UCLA. That was a long time to get the one thing. Brad, where are we going with Peyton here at number 30 to the Denver Nuggets? 6'8", 200 pounds out of UCLA.
Yeah, so I mean, his freshman season was disappointing to say the least. Like with the hype coming out after high school, but he's a long 6'8", long. He's gonna play defense for the Nuggets, I think. But overall, this is a G League guy. He's going to need a lot of time, especially to work on a lot of his offense. Anything in the half court, I think he really needs a lot of work, whether it's his passing on point to finishing through contact, shooting, I think, shot creation, I think he has a long ways to go. His upside, I mean, if he can knock down the jumper, I think then you get an athletic guy who plays defense and can shoot threes. Those guys belong in the league, but he's going to need some time. He's going to be a G Leaguer, I believe, for the Thunder.
I like taking a guy who wasn't necessarily, first round grade, but you just take him because if you're OKC, you're already got so many high profile prospects in that same room at the same time. You want a guy who you can kind of, from day one say, yeah, this is not your day. You're still a first rounder. You're still in OKC, but, maybe Peyton would already kind of come into OKC knowing his role a little bit more. I don't know, Andrew, where do you go with this in terms of Peyton Watson pre-draft versus now being drafted 30? Am I on to something here?
Oh, I think that's a good little assessment right there in a sense of he's not, their draft class is going to be so big. I think they're going to tell him, look, you're not ready yet. It's okay. We're going to, develop you in the G. It's a stash move more so than anything. But yeah, I mean, there's not much there to really evaluate in a sense of he had a really just year at UCLA to say the least. He's obviously, everyone says the upside is there. I've seen him a couple times live. I mean, he looks the part. That's the main thing. He looks the part, which is half the battle. But he's so young and his game is just not it's not complete yet by any means. So it's just going to be on him to see where he takes his game to the next level. But I don't see him. He's not going to be, in the rotation to say the least with this type of group, which is okay. That's fine. You're taking a second round pick on a 6'8" guy who's mobile, fluid, can get up and down, and you hopefully in the next 2 years, you got a little diamond in the rough to say the least.
So we've just finished the first round. On, I think, number 17 or 16 to ATL, we mocked Jaden Hardy going there. Yeah. He has not been taken. The Lakers have the 35th overall pick in the second round. If you're a franchise in the NBA, are you trading frantically in order to get to number 31 through 34? Or do you know can you pencil in that he might be going to the Lakers at 35? Where are you seeing this going?
I mean, if they're trading multiple second round picks this year, I don't know if I'm trading frantically like that for Hardy. I still think he has some work to do. It depends on what team you are too. I'm trying to think of the teams with multiple second round picks, but Pacers are one, and they're the first one on the clock. So I don't know if this is a situation where you need to trade up, but I can maybe see it. What do you think, Andrew?
In a sense, are you guys saying that Lakers would probably go with Hardy?
I
Is
would
that what you
imagine
guys?
if they just bought the pick, right? They're
Yeah.
looking for something.
Yeah, I think I think Hardy's really talented. He's extremely talented, actually. Like he scored all three levels. He get downhill. He's strong. He's 6'4", built. Yeah, he's take ill-advised shots at times, but he's also an 18-year-old kid. That happens. He's got to figure it out, pick his spots, but he's got really good range on his three ball. It's just about getting the consistency down. But he really can, honestly. I mean, he's not really a one, obviously, but he can handle the 1-2 in a sense. I mean, I think he's more of he could be a combo in a sense. But I would like to have him on the wing more so. But he's got a ton of upside. I mean, a guy like that in the second round is a steal. That's a steal because, and honestly, he can contribute on a roster after playing in the G League for a year. He understands his pro lifestyle. He's very mature now in a sense with all that. So I think he actually could impact a roster the first year, whether it's being a role player or even contributing in starting minutes. He's got all the tools. It's just about Jaden understanding how to play the right way at times. Like I said, he sometimes gets a little out of control with the shot selection, and that's okay. He's trying stuff. He played on the G League Ignite team. He's allowed to try stuff. It's okay. But I think this is going to be a steal whoever gets him the second, for to say the least.
When I have a slightly harder time seeing the Lakers, just because I don't know. You hear that like rumor that LeBron doesn't like rookies or whatever, and I feel like the shot selection would be an issue a little bit there, just slightly. But I don't know. That could just be me. I would prefer a situation where he could still be the quote unquote project, but yeah. Maybe not like a team trying to go for a championship next year, in my opinion.
Yeah, I bring it up more because I know that the Lakers are looking to be the team that's like really trying to.
If they like the value that much, they feel like
well, I know they're trying to wiggle their way out of the offseason, maybe not having Westbrook on their team. So I was thinking, you get Hardy at 35, maybe that's an asset that you ship out the door right out the way, not necessarily being playing him in that first right off the bat, first game, day one. All right. So looks like the second round, I don't know if it's necessarily officially started. I'm not actually watching the broadcast, but I know you guys are. However, Wojciechowski, it looks like he's already spoiled the first two picks, and that means that at 35, at 3? Well, at the first two, the first one is Andrew Nembhard, it looks like, at number 31. And then at number 32, Michigan's Caleb Houston will be joining Orlando alongside Paolo Banchero. So where do we go from here, guys? First of all, the Andrew Nembhard pick at 31 going to the Pacers. That'll be interesting going alongside Benedict Mathurin. What kind of player we're getting out of Andrew Nembhard here?
I mean, Nembhard's as solid as they come. He was a great starter at Florida even, and then transferred to Gonzaga, bought in, was a starter for them, or six-man, then a starter. And he just knows how to play the game. That's why he did so well at the Combine. He just is a smart player, and he can hit the shot. It's a lot of – he was a very good college point guard. Doesn't have the size, though, that a lot of NBA point guards have. But we've seen guys like Peyton Pritchard kind of separate themselves just based on their game. And we'll see if Nembhard's one of those guys. I don't know if Nembhard has that specific skill that puts him over the edge, kind of like I think Pritchard's shot and ball handling puts him on another level. I don't know if Nembhard necessarily has that, but I mean, I think it's a fine pick as a third point guard, maybe in the G League for the Pacers.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, they've gotten like TJ McConnell, they were a huge fan of, like just comparing the size. I know different games, but is TJ still on the roster, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I thought so. I was just double checking. Yeah, so maybe they might consider moving him, or they just want him to learn from a guy who uses his size to his advantage. But yeah, should be interesting. I mean, it's pick 31, so.
Yeah, I think Nemhart's gonna be a really solid piece for the Pacers. Like you said, he does everything the right way. He plays the point guard position really smart. He can make shots. He's proven that now. And he's really good in the pick and roll situations, obviously. But like he actually does have some good size, which is like like he can see over defenses because he's 6'4".
He's enough size. Yeah, a little more size.
Yeah, he has enough size. Obviously, he's just not a blazing speed guy. He's not one that's blowing by people. He's more of a pace, read the defense, kind of see the situation, make the right read. But I think that's a very, very solid pick. I like Andrew Nembhard a lot to make an impact at the next level, to say the least. He's a vet in a sense, like he plays like a vet. So guys like that
Carl will like him.
Yeah, guys like that get on the floor. It's simple as that. So I'm excited to see him actually be in the Pacers situation. It should be good for him.
Hopefully, Brogdon
another
gets
Gonzaga
treated,
guy.
so.
Like you said, 6'4". I'm reading here through Twitter. Oh, sorry, my Wi-Fi is totally going on the fritz real quick. But I'm reading through Twitter here that he is the most Carlisle pick ever, and that there are now 3 Canadians on the Pacers. So go ahead, Canadian national team.
Canadian national team. Did the pick get already leaked for this one? The Magic's pick?
Yeah, Magic was Caleb Houston, right?
Yes, sir. So the number 32 overall pick we have. Yes, I'm looking at it now. We put him in the first round, I think, number 29. So Caleb Houston going here is kind of a similar story there. Obviously, Orlando likes their wings, likes their bigs. Caleb Houston's a pretty nice little player to go alongside all of that. I don't really know what to make of this here because I don't know if this was necessarily a position of need for Orlando, but we still are bolstering. Maybe make his strength even more of a strength. So where do you go from here, Brad?
Well, I don't know if I'd say that actually, because what they need, what their core looks like now after taking Paolo is, Suggs, Cole, Franz, Paolo, and Wendell, who are all capable shooters, but none of them take the top off of defense. And I think they're hoping that taking someone like Caleb Houston, trying to develop him with his size, if he can become a better shooter like he was projected to be coming into college, then it was worth the risk. I think it's a fine pick. I'm not in love with it by any means, but not showing led Michigan with 63 pointers. Yeah, I think it's a fun pick.
Yeah, I think with the Magic, that's a little confusing is they have a lot of young players. So it's just a logjam of we've got 3 guards here, and then we have these 3 young big men, and we have these wings. It's just they have a lot of guys who are just still unproven. So you draft Houston, you're like, oh, that's not a position of need. It's they really just are trying to figure out who's going to be the best player.
Yeah.
And then go from there, and then go. It's just confusing. The Orlando's just super young to a point where it's everyone's quote unquote unproven on that roster and still fighting. So, bringing in Houston is just more so let's see what he can do. If he can compete, we love it. If he can't, you keep it moving. They're like the Rockets. They're just super young. They're gonna have to just keep developing their guys in house and just see how it goes from there. But yeah, Caleb Houston obviously not a position of need for them, but they kind of really are weirdly don't. There's no the draft is. They just have to keep picking until something hits, I guess, more so than anything.
Right. Well, we can all take a little word of wisdom from that, picking until something hits. I want to know, because I'm looking at Orlando's sort of roster. I don't know who stirs the pot. I see all these pieces. I don't know who's going to be the setup man. I don't know where that's coming from. Maybe it's one of these younger guards, but none of them have really proven to me that they can do that rather at a higher level than like maybe bringing someone from an outside in. Is Paolo that guy? Is Paolo going to be helping stir the part here with some of these other pieces coming in now?
I mean, I think Cole and Suggs was a fairly good floor general in college. I think the NBA game ended up being a lot faster for him. It seemed like he really just had a hard time just slowing the game down mentally. Like he was always wanting to, or just always 100% faster than 100% thinking, and was just way over his head, making boneheaded mistakes that he didn't do often in college. I mean, Paolo's going to help, though, with the playmaking. He will help with the playmaking, take some of that burden off. But I think with Cole and Suggs, I think they'll be fine in that department. Even Franz. Franz is a great playmaker in the pick and roll.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Paolo, it just bolsters up the front court.
Sean,
and like he's ultra talented scoring the low block and everything. So I mean, he's ultra talent. I'm intrigued to see him at Summer League. I'll be down there in Vegas for the time being, from the 7th to like the 15th. So should be really good seeing him at Summer League. Orlando's going to be super young. It's just they're one of those teams that's going to have all their draft picks playing in Summer League. It's going to be pretty cool to see. And that'll be a good indicator of how that, in a sense, that group molds and goes about everything. I don't think all the young guys will play Summer League. Like I could see Cole not playing Summer League this year just because they have a lot of other young guys. But it'll be intriguing to see how Paolo and that group just meshes as a whole.
It's interesting. I mean, their summer league roster is going to be very similar to their regular season roster, just in terms of all the young guys they're going to be bringing from one to the other. Not this year, but next year. I'm going to ask you guys a hypothetical while we're waiting for the 33rd pick to be announced. Next year, so the 2023-24 season, what is Orlando's record? Sean, I can go to you first.
I mean, I think it's going to be low. They're not getting near play in tournament, in my opinion. Maybe they do slightly better than this year, but they still got a long ways to go, I think. I think they're really just worried about their grooming their young talent. I don't think they're really that desperate to get wins right now. That's just my opinion, though.
They took it Coloco.
Like
I like that. That sounds like a
very much a Raptors pick. That's a Raptors pick.
Definitely.
So what's our analysis here on Christian Coloco out of Arizona?
I mean, he's a long center that's gonna block shot. He's a fairly good shot blocker at Arizona. I don't always love his instincts. A little too jumpy for me at times, but in college, he was trying to make plays, and he was able to make plays a lot of times and lead a very good Arizona team and be the backbone of their defense. Offensively, I mean, he showed up and was a decent role man. I think he has a long way to go, though, in terms of IQ with some of his passing, decision-making. And especially now, today's game, you want to do that dribble handoff stuff, more read and react systems we're seeing. I think he would struggle in that scenario, but I think Raptors, I mean, it's very much a Raptors pick. I'll say that much.
Andrew, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, Christian provides, upside's just super high with him in a sense of him being able to block so many shots, and he finishes around the rim really well. I loved seeing him in the tournament this past year. I thought he was just super impactful. And that's kind of where I think his draft stock really took a good trajectory upwards is that tournament run. Overall, I mean, he's got high upside. He moves really well. And the Raptors love developing these lengthy guys. I mean, Siakam. It's what they do best. So I think it's a really good pick in the second round, especially. This is someone who could, in year 2 or 3, really impact that roster. He's not going to impact year 1. He's not. But year 2 or 3, he really could be a starting big man for them. There's no question. I mean, he's got that type of upside just because of that shot blocking alone and his size. He's 6'10", 6'11". And he finishes well. He does. Yeah, his IQ obviously is a little suspect at times, but I mean, he's a developing big. Big men take a second to develop, just overall game wise. So you kind of just take it for what it is. Let him make some mistakes, but by year 3, he should be really impacting, I think.
All right, and we have our 34th pick in at 6'10" out of Arkansas. It is Jalen Williams, 240 pounds. And he was ranked 35th overall. It looks like by that's the Gavoni ESPN ranking. It's pretty good. So 34 here. Going to OKC, another guy to add to that locker room or to that draft class. Brad, where are we going with Jalen Williams? Just first overall thoughts here. Brad?
Sorry, cut out for a sec.
My bad.
So with Jalen, so Jalen Williams. I mean, I actually like him a lot. A little bit of a Swiss Army knife in terms of what he can provide. A little bit of everything. A little bit of shooting. Pretty good passer. Pretty smart player. Just in general, phenomenal charge taker. He's gonna earn minutes early, I think, for the Thunder. Just as a backup big man, and just be a guy that they can rely on. He's wherever he went, I figured he was going to be a coach's pet and figure out a way to make a roster and compete.
Andrew, where's Jalen Williams sliding in for you?
Yeah, competitive kid. He's going to Oklahoma City. Obviously, it's another team like Orlando, Rockets. They have a lot of players at each position that are unproven, and they're going to have to compete. And that's the main thing. I think when you bring in a guy like that, he's really versatile. He can make a lot of good passes. He finishes on the rim well. I think he's gonna challenge some guys like Jeremiah Earl Robinson. But it's gonna be tough to say the least. I mean, there's guys in his position, so he's gonna have to compete for it. I think the Oklahoma City does a really good job though, and just like not stashing, but just making sure their young guys all get an equal opportunity to at least showcase what they can bring to the table. So it should be intriguing to say the least with him.
The Thunder are now picking. So they've got Chet Holmgren, Ousmane Dieng, Jalen Williams, the other Jalen Williams. There's 2 in this class, and Peyton Watson. So that's a lot of length coming into OKC, and that's a welcome sight. But I'm just curious to the other projects, right? The Pokashevskis of the world. Is this the boot? Is this the signal? Hey, put up or shut up in this year? I'm going to wait a minute because I can tell that it's taking a while to.
Am I lagging or no?
I'm lagging. I can't. You guys are like 30 seconds delayed.
You're good, Andrew.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to refresh while you guys.
Yeah, with Pokashevsky, like guys like that, like that's what it is. Like Oklahoma City's brought in a ton of guys. They're all young. They're not veteran guys, so no one's proven. So everyone's just competing. That's what you're bringing in, that type of environment to get it going and jumpstart it. Then more so bringing in the vets to just have a even like low floor or a solid floor but not high ceiling. Bringing in all these young guys just to go at it. I mean, it's a good thing in a sense. So we're going to see who really can get out of there. But, I mean, there's going to be some guys on the move, no question. I mean, not everyone's going to be able to stay on this roster. There's a log jam at position, so someone's going to be out, to say the least.
It's unfortunately impossible.
Yes.
Well, so far, looking forward at this number 35 pick. And thanks to Andrew again for joining us on this journey from 26 to 35 here. We've got John Butler. We've got Jaden Hardy still on the board. The Lakers. Oh, wait, he just left. Anyways, guys, the Lakers have to be picking one of these 2 players, right?
You would think.
I mean, they could go Liddell, too. I mean,
Liddell's a nice player, too.
I mean, he's from Ohio State. I don't want to throw out theories, but LeBron James, obviously, big Ohio guy. It's not crazy to think the GM has a say in it.
wasn't there wasn't there some sort of thing with this new Darvin Ham hiring? How Kurt Rambis isn't allowed in the front office? There's all these other things. Oh, my bad. Justin Allen joining
Hello.
the
My
stream.
apologies.
I was
Thank you
not
so much
prepared
for
either.
coming.
I thought you saw my screen pop up, and I was like, "Oh, I'm on."
Well, here we're discussing pick 35. Oh,
Max
my God.
Christie. Okay.
Max Christie.
I like it.
So, 6'5" out of Michigan State, shooting guard. Max Christie, kind of I don't know. I grade him as a vanilla 6'5" shooting guard. I don't see a lot of upside. I don't see a lot of downside. I see pretty good, solid. You come to your team, you'll be a good rotational piece. Justin, I'm wondering if you see the same thing out of Max Christie here.
Yeah, I totally agree. I actually played against Max in high school a couple times, and like if I'm taking a comparison to somebody on the Lakers right now, it's another like Austin Reeves type pick of like just a consistent, like, can catch and shoot, play your role, go out there, and he could do probably a little bit more than Austin Reeves did his first year. Yeah, just like kind of do what you need to do. I'm really surprised it wasn't EJ Liddell. I'm surprised he's in the second round completely, but I think EJ Liddell would have been a better pick because you don't know what you're going to get with AD all the time anymore. Being hurt and like not on the floor, and it's like you're getting an undersized AD with EJ Liddell where he could play on the perimeter, not as good obviously yet, but like play on the perimeter, but also kind of go inside, kind of do it all for you. I'm really surprised that EJ Liddell is still falling, but I do like Max Christie here as well. Can come off the bench and hopefully provide for the Lakers.
All right. Well, I guess guard depth is something that they're looking for. Possibly a certain 6'4" guard is departing this offseason. If you're a Lakers fan, your fingers are crossed to that. So maybe there's a little bit more of a game plan in terms of that, thinking you're going to get back some sort of other point guard for Russell Westbrook, and then maybe you can get something out of Christie in terms of production here.
Definitely.
No, we got Andrew back in here. Get a computer. But I mean, Christie. I mean, I like Christie. He's a really, everything I've read about him, everything I've heard about him, all these camps, like they always say he's like one of the stereotypical first guy in, last guy out. Ask questions, and putting him on a team with a lot of stars that have had success in this league isn't the worst thing in the world. And he can provide spacing. He can provide some defense. I'm buying the mechanics more so than the percentages that I saw at Michigan State. Ooh, I like this pick too. But yeah, I mean, overall, I'm good with this pick for the Lakers. Yep. Now we got Gabriel.
Do we have the 36th pick yet? Is that in? Because I just proceed.
Yeah. So high level shooter. Probably one of the top shooters I got him like second best shooter in this class. Really good movement shooter, really good off zoom actions, which are really popular in the NBA. I just think he's going to be a really good player. Going to be a player at some point. I don't know when he'll come over or what the situation is in that sense. I expect him to be a draft and stash, but overall, I mean, at this point in the draft, it's a good pick.
Yeah, and this was proposed to Detroit, right? Detroit's getting him.
I don't know. Is Detroit?
I know it was Trailblazers' pick, but I thought it was proposed to Detroit as part of the Jeremy Grant trade from 46 to 36. But assuming he's going to Detroit, I mean, hey, that's a roster that could use a little more shooting, especially long term speaking. When you got Ivy and Cade. I mean, Cade's a solid shooter. Don't get me wrong. You got Jalen Duren. Or no, they did not get Jalen Duren.
No, they did not get Jalen Duren.
But yeah, I know that was so confusing. Yeah, but
either way, they were getting a center.
Yeah.
Wait, where is Duren?
Duren went to.
I thought it was Detroit.
Oh wait, no, it was Detroit.
I thought it was Detroit.
Duren went to Detroit, and Mark Williams went to Charlotte.
to Charlotte. Yeah, there we go.
That was a confusing 5 minutes we had.
It was
debating where he was.
Well, guys, it looks like at 37, the Kings are going to be focusing. This is the word that Woj uses on Jaden Hardy going to Sacramento. Which is pretty interesting, considering they've already got a lot of guards there, but taking a second rounder on a guy with a first round grade. We don't. It isn't official yet, but if this happens, how are you guys reading this?
I mean, it doesn't matter that.
Huh.
Or was that Thomas Hogan?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that there's a logjam at this position. I mean, at this point in the draft, Jaden Hardy's a guy of a first-round grade on. He shouldn't be falling this far. You take him. You take.
Sorry, it's really
talent.
lagging. I really can't tell if you guys are here right now.
I hear you now.
Yeah.
I agree with
But,
you though.
I mean, you guys on the same page?
I totally think you can have Fox and Mitchell start, and then you just have that scoring off the bench. Bring back DiVincenzo. You have four really good backcourts, or like guys in the backcourt. You can just platoon swap them in and out really quick. Good rotational guys, I think. And I mean, it's the second round, and it's a guy at first round grade. Why not pull the trigger on him?
Yeah, that's the main thing. It's Jaden Hardy's super talented. So it's like the Kings are like, I mean, shoot, do we just like let this kid pass up just because we have positional guys there? No, you let him compete, and he's going to be on their summer league team. He's going to be one of the main features. So I mean, this is going to be really good for him. He's also, back still out in the West Coast. I think he's comfortable with that. Yeah, he's a super talented kid. I think it could develop really nicely. Obviously, they got DiVincenzo, they got Terrence Davis. They have a lot of guys there that are older, obviously more proven. But with Jaden, it's more so like just get here, stay in camp, be with the older guys, keep developing, and he could develop really nicely. I mean, like I said, I'm a big Jaden Hardy guy since high school. He's super talented, good kid as well. I think this guy's the limit for him, especially in the second round. Why not? Like, I'm taking. I mean, the Kings usually don't get picks that can end up being like this high level in a sense in the second round.
Well, I will say Tyrese Halliburton was one, but besides that, I see what you mean.
Someone much.
Yeah, you're not. And it's just a guy who's like, again, like he's a second round pick who has a first round grade in a sense. So I'm taking that in a heartbeat in the second. So I think it's a good pick by the Kings, and we'll see how he develops over there. But I don't think there's any pressure for him in a sense. Like, what's the pressure? They have Mitchell, they have Fox. Like, he's not coming in to just start right away and hopefully just starts getting after it. He can settle in and figure it out, and he'll be fine. I think he'll be really really solid by year 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned you liked him a lot since high school. What's something that you know about him that maybe someone like I don't know about him who didn't see him in high school?
I mean, obviously watching the G League Ignite, you kind of see how his game is, but like he legitimately can score at all 3 levels. He can get downhill, he can make the mid, he can make a deep 3. And he's got versatility. Like I said, like he's obviously not a true 1 by any means. I'm not saying he is, but he can bring the ball up the court and just be fine and initiate some offense. But he's such a dynamic scorer, and like he's been scoring since he's been with Josh Christopher and EYBL. Like when he first got on the scene, like this kid can really play. And I think he's unfairly, he was unfairly judged because of shot selection. But again, like he's an 18-year-old kid in the G League Ignite team. All right, he's going to take some bad shots. I'm okay with it. That's whatever. That's not a big deal. I mean, I've seen the talent. The talent's there.
No, I agree there. I mean, I actually ranked him as the best shooter in this class, even though he only shot 30% for G League. I thought he was that good of a shooter.
He has great range, to say the least. And now that Spurs just picked Kennedy Chandler.
Yep, they got a little pesky guard there.
If DeJounte Murray's out of there,
we'll see that.
I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see on that.
I don't think it makes sense especially like you guys were talking about earlier. I was watching about like that Hawks trade. I don't think that's like.
It just
I
doesn't
don't think it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
It's not a
the route they went this draft. Yeah.
right, and I think kind of going back to Hardy, like he can play the point guard, but like you're seeing this like change a lot in the NBA now. It's the Bulls do it a lot. Like you don't have a set point guard. It's whoever you want to run your play that on that time down or that set that time down. Like you're running that. Like if you get the ball, you go. Like all that type of stuff.
To that point, I mean, we saw the Celtics go to the finals with Marcus Smart. There's very few true point guards anymore in this league.
Right.
Wait, so why is Kennedy wearing a Memphis hat?
Oh, is he going to Memphis now?
Well, that was weird because Hardy on the screen it said it was proposed to Dallas, so I don't know if that means.
Oh.
So I don't know who's going where.
It is the Dallas.
I don't know. We need.
Okay, I have it. If I can lag.
Where's our wall?
The Memphis.
Memphis
is acquiring Tennessee. They're getting number 38, so they're trading back one pick. So I don't know. Is this John Butler? Is this?
Or wait,
there's a few guys.
Wait, where's Jaden Hardy going?
Jaden Hardy's going to Dallas.
Jaden Hardy's staying. Wait,
no. Shams said Dallas.
No, you're right. You're right. Yes, you're right.
Oh, I like that for Dallas.
I think that's yeah. I mean, honestly, like I already said it on this earlier. Like I'm a big Jaden Hardy guy. I think obviously, like I was saying, like he played in the G League already. Like he can be on a roster and make some impact. Dallas is a very interesting situation. I think he could do really well there. So that's actually I like that for Dallas a lot. Sacramento, I think you just take it because he's so talented. But Dallas is like he can have a chance to really get on that floor and contribute. So for sure. So I mean, Dallas I think snuck one right there. And then like we just said, so Kennedy Chandler is now going to Memphis.
Okay. There's a lot of room on some of these title contenders for a smaller, quicker point guard.
Yeah,
just as like a role player. That's a really nice little pickup, I think.
They might lose Tyus Jones. Tyus Jones might get a little bit of a
I
bump
think
in this offseason.
that's a little bit of insurance there.
Yeah.
My question is, where does Liddell go? Like you're looking at the next couple picks. Cavs won't take him.
Probably not Cavs.
I don't think they would. I mean, Timberwolves just took that guy from Wake Forest. They play the same spot. We'll probably have to do the similar roles.
Yeah, that's.
Well, Liddell can play some center, I think, or I mean, some four. I mean,
right.
Yeah, I mean, he can add a little more rim protection, a little more bounce at the rim, or I mean, as a rim protector. But
you could just take best player available and just say.
Yeah, I mean,
two the same guys.
I thought I was lower on him than most, and I had him.
Really.
I thought I was. I had him 23rd on my board. So maybe that's, I don't know. I thought I had him lower than most because a lot of people had him in the teens. But
yeah, I think unfortunately with Liddell,
took a center. So.
I think they just took Khalif. Yeah, I don't know. Well, unfortunately with Liddell, it's just he's just not. There's nothing to hang your hat on at 6'8". It's just like he's a really solid player. And unfortunately, sometimes these type of guys, even though David Roddy got picked way earlier than expected. These guys usually slip at times, and it's unfortunate because I think Liddell can just be on a roster and make some good impact off the bench and roll and just be a very solid presence. But in the end, like these guys can slip at times. It's just it happens every year. There's one guy like this that just slips, and you're like, dang, like what did EJ Liddell do? Like, did he have a bad interview or something? It's just what it is. He's just a tweener, unfortunately.
It's always with those stretch fours that can't shoot the ball particularly really well, and it's like
super athletic. Yeah, it's just what it is.
You just do your own thing, and you go out there, and they're really good players, and you want to have them out on your floor.
I mean, if people listen to like Grant Williams is literally this like Grant out of high school, his top two were Tennessee and like it was Harvard. Like you know what I'm saying? Like 6'5". Like they're just not sexy. It's okay, but they're gonna get the job done. So I think EJ is gonna be fine. Just at some point, hopefully, he gets picked soon for his sake.
Could the Clippers at 43 be kind of the candidate here circling?
That'd be a pretty good spot.
I don't know. They have a lot of forwards.
They have Hardenstein. They have Zubac.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like those are 7-footers, so maybe
Rocco.
you could kind of have some room there.
They have Rocco, Marcus Morris.
Yeah.
Obviously PG Kawhi. I don't know if I see that one too much, but
they need guards bad to pair with like Reggie Jackson.
yeah, I can see more.
You don't really know where you play Terrence Mann. They play him at the wall. Like they play him at the really like guard, and then they'll play him at the forward.
Yeah, I even like Terrence Mann more as a wing more of a 3 to be honest. But
I agree. Is it am I wrong? If the Knicks pick at 42, that'll be the first pick of the draft tonight.
Yeah, that's right. The first pick for the Knicks.
Yeah.
Correct. Because they trade away the 11th pick to get off Kemba's contract.
They've been trading like away everything they've gotten, like with OKC and then with Charlotte.
They must really think they can get Kyrie Irving.
Or Brunson. Thibodeau hired Brunson's dad as an assistant coach or whatever.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh,
I think he's a great player. I don't think he's. I mean, if he was really like that, I think the Dallas would have been better in the playoffs and more.
I don't know why they have to hire his dad. They just have to offer more money.
I mean, so they say, I mean, I don't know. I don't see Brunson leaving. Everything I've heard is that Dallas is willing to match anything. Mark Cuban even said at the end of the season press conference, he's like, well, we can offer more money than anyone else, so I'm not too worried. That was literally what he said about Brunson. Oh, here we go. Bryce McGowan's.
He's a stud.
Yes, he's going to Charlotte from Minnesota.
So this is going to Charlotte?
So he's
going
to play it. Okay.
I don't get why Charlotte would take him.
I don't either.
That's a little weird.
Sounds
book
log jamming
Terry
for
Rozier,
sure.
They must really not like James Bootnight at this rate.
That was what I was gonna say. Why did you draft Bootnight last year?
Yeah, that's
I
weird.
actually liked him coming out.
He reminds me a lot of Levine. Like
who? McGowan's?
Bootnight, I think reminds me a lot of Levine.
Yeah, college.
Yeah.
Like I could see why, raw.
But McGowan's is really good. I was higher on McGowan's than I was on Caleb Houston. I don't think Caleb Houston.
Well, I agree with that, but I had him higher. But I mean, the thing with McGowan's is that he wasn't a very good decision maker. I mean, he is a long ways to go in that sense, but overall, I mean, he's a good project. It's kind of weird at Charlotte, but at the same time, I mean, if that's the top player on their board, I mean, I guess it makes sense. I don't know what other route they would have went necessarily, because they're not they could maybe used a backup point or could have gone point guard here, but if they're not in love with a J.D. Davison or Hugo Bassan, then I don't know. I guess I see it.
Overall, I would like just talking about Bryce as a player. I mean, he does stuff with the basketball that is really just it's very interesting with his length. Since he came on, his high school senior year, he was really, really stepping up. And this year in Nebraska, he just showed flashes of wow, that was really special. And yes, the decision making's all over the place. Is I mean, it's not an excuse, just what it is. He's just 18, and he was given the keys on Nebraska right away, which is great for his development. But I mean, his size at 6'6", and he really can play the one, and he moves well without the basketball, and his ball handling is really, really something special at times. So, like we said, I don't know if Charlotte Charlotte's an interesting spot. I would more so if I'm James Bootnight. I'm not very happy that they just took him, and I'm about to be summer league with this kid. That's going to be not great. But because Bryce can play.
I think it's a very similar situation to what we were talking about. You guys were talking about Patrick Baldwin earlier. Nebraska, in the Big Ten, it was McGowan's and nobody else.
Yeah.
And he's their main focus on their scouting report. Baldwin was there, so he's getting rushed a lot and all that.
Yeah. And here's Liddell finally.
I like that.
Knicks?
No.
Or is it Pels?
Pelicans.
Oh, Pels. Okay. I actually like that. I like that. It's not bad.
Pels don't have any needs, I swear.
Yeah.
I mean, they've drafted everything the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a solid pick. I mean, I think he could just be a solid player there, maybe by like. I mean, you just never know. I mean, like last year, no one expected Jose Alvarado as a rookie to play, like no one did. Like, and he came in and contributed. So maybe EJ can find a role.
Jones had a lot more success than
Yeah, for sure. Oh, a lot more. Yeah, and Jose was great this year because he bought into a role. So EJ seems like that type of kid. At Ohio State, he was just really focused on just winning. So yeah, I think it's a smart, solid pick.
Yeah,
I like
Willie
and like
Green,
you said,
I think also you could even do a little bit of small ball 5 with him.
Or with Zion
especially
in there
if
now.
Zion more space in the paint too, or whoever you want to technically call your 5 between Zion and Liddell. It doesn't matter, but yeah, like if you want to do ever lineups with that, I think you could. It's good to have more floor spacers with Zion. Can't hurt.
Even Jackson Hayes let him be more of a role man because he kind of had to settle.
Yeah, they played him at the 4 a lot last year.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of had to settle into that corner shooter role, which is not his bread and butter. I'll say that. He can be used.
I think it also helps Devontae Graham a little bit, like just in the sense of like he's a point guard, but he's a lot better when he's coming off ball screens, like catch and shoot. Mid range especially.
No, he does. Smart with the ball in his hands. Right. Gonna make good decisions. Yeah, I mean, makes a lot of sense.
So the Knicks just picked.
Oh, there we go.
Well, who do we got?
Wait all night for the Knicks to pick.
Knicks just picked. I can't believe they're talking about Brunson for when the Knicks are picking.
Right.
He's not even on the roster.
Not yet.
Not yet. I mean, it's
he's
probably
restricted. He's restricted.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
Somehow he's gonna be there. He's just gonna be there somehow.
Okay, Trevor Keels.
Okay.
I like
the Keels.
Very much a Tibbs guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Keels. I mean, I was actually pretty impressed from the get-go pretty much this year with him, just with his motor, his willingness to play defense. I was impressed with. I know he wasn't a true point guard necessarily, but he could still make some reads. He stepped up to the challenge.
He can easily play.
I know Wendell Moore, basically. Yeah, I mean, and Keels will probably have to play some point guard in the NBA just with his size, but at the same time, I mean, he's a fighter, and right now that's the mentality of the Knicks. They want those fighters. I mean, he fits the culture. I'm not against this. Not a bad pick.
Yeah, I think the main thing is, like we already said, like since high school, Keels is a really tough kid. Just on the court. It's just going to be making shots. Like if he can make the 3 ball consistently, he's on that floor. If not, it'll be tough for him to be on the floor because I mean, you have to make shots in this league. So Keels has to see if he can make the 3 ball. But he brings everything else, like you said. Like he's tough on defense.
Yeah.
He's going to get a rebound. He's going to get loose balls. He's going to go in someone's face. Like it's just what Trevor is. He's been like that since high school at Paula 6. It's nothing new. So I definitely think he could make an impact. And it's just about making shots. That's all it is with him. I think that's the main thing he's just got to focus on, just making set threes.
He's on a short leash over there with Thibodeau.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I'm not even expecting minutes.
Right.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean,
sure. And like with these back end second round guys, I mean, it's not like we're saying like, oh, like year 1 they're already in the rotate. It's not like that.
Sure.
But like projection wise, you just hope like he gets into camp, he makes a good impression. He starts out in the G a little, starts doing well, gets a little bit of a call up in a sense, gets in the rotation a little mid season, and you go from there. But yeah, I think Keels is what the Knicks want to be. It's just tough. And that's what they're going for.
So the Clippers
are next.
They got a front court guy. Continue the logjam.
They got a front court guy.
Yep.
Musa Diabate.
Oh wow! I thought they were going to draft someone else. Dang. Do the Clippers have any more pick? They don't have any more picks. Dang.
No.
Oh, dang, that's rough. Musa Diabate they took.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless
Okay.
it's traded, but
I'm not a big Musa Diabate guy. I think I just don't love his game. I just think he's super raw to the point where it's like it's going to take a really long time. And I mean, like, yeah, he's going to be in the G. Like he's in the G. That's just what it is. Like he's in the G, and we'll see if he can figure it out. But I mean, as a prospect, I'm just not a huge fan, to say the least. It's just
yeah, I agree. I actually had literally the same reaction whenever I watched him. I'm like, there's no way this guy. I don't trust him as pick and roll defender. I don't trust him as in the short roll. I don't trust him dribble hand DHO situations. Like it's just all that stuff that
He was very limited in college. I think with Hunter Dickinson, like Hunter Dickinson wasn't as athletic, but very similar. Like Juan Howard put him in the same like situations, and it was like they both can't do the same thing at the same time.
Yeah, a lot of it was weird.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Clippers are just more so saying like maybe he grows into his abilities and like really can hone in on just playing smart basketball to a degree and just understanding his role. But yeah, it's not a crazy pick to say the least.
Yeah.
Not a crazy pick.
So it looks like at number 44, Ryan Rollins to the Warriors.
Okay.
Oh, the Warriors have this pick?
Yes.
It's Warriors or not Hawks?
Not Hawks. I see Hawks on the screen at ESPN. Golden State has acquired Atlanta's number 44 for cash. So for nothing.
Okay.
For nothing.
Warriors never seem to run out of money, do they?
Ever.
Nope.
And they're still going to re-sign everybody too.
Yep.
With room to spare.
I mean, I like Rollins as a pro. I mean, Rollins is pretty crafty with the ball. Not the most athletic, but he's got some skill. He can play. It's not a bad get for the Warriors.
No, he's going to develop nicely, I think, in Santa Cruz. Yeah. Like he's going to be one of the main options there in Santa Cruz off the jump, and he can grow into his own. And yeah, at some point, like you're going to lose guys like Damian Lee and Ajay Iguodala, and by year two, maybe 3, year 2, he starts to get on the the main roster and rotation. But he's really skilled, and that's what they love. He's young too. Yeah, it's just a safe. I think it's like a safe development pick to say the least for them.
They're pretty good at that.
Yeah,
they're pretty good at that.
Yeah.
It's interesting. The more length coming into this draft. I think last few drafts it was in the second round. It was like Smilagic, the other shooter from Australia, coming in for the Warriors. So now actually getting some guys who fit that physical profile a little bit better, and then hoping to develop more from there. It's looking like a little bit of an organizational shift for the Warriors, possibly coming out of, Wiseman and Kuminga and those other guys. Maybe you can't do everything with just skill like Curry can.
I still think I'm a big Curry fan, and I think he really solidified himself as the number 1 point guard. I don't really know if I'd still say that. I'm pretty iffy on Curry still, but I will say I'm certain that the team does not go anywhere without Draymond Green. They're not as good with him.
All right, so we got Josh Minot to the Hornets.
I mean,
where are we going here?
With Minot, it's just like, that last year they drafted Kai Jones and they're hoping he develops. So it's just, I feel like it's just another one of them. It's like he's going to play in the G. We'll see how he looks. But like they have guys like him in a sense from previous drafts to see if they can figure it out. So I'm very curious to see how that works. But Minot's looked good at times for Memphis. He really did. The motor is obviously the main thing with him. He plays really hard. He gets up and down. So yeah, I'm very intrigued to see how Charlotte's just trying to really build something down there, and hopefully they can hit on a couple guys, and that's a solid piece to get in the second.
So PJ Washington still on the Hornets, another power forward, but I know that he's had his name in the trade machine a little bit, wondering if they're kind of getting him to sort of bolster that front court a little bit, looking to ship out PJ Washington, get a guy that's a little more cohesive with LaMelo Ball. I'm wondering where you guys see that, or where PJ Washington could possibly end up.
Yeah, I don't know specifically where he would end up, but he is just another one of those, like we were talking about earlier, like in between guys where like he came in and like deemed a center, but he's like not tall enough to play center. And then they played him at the 4 a little bit, like with Plumlee, and it was just kind of like they're putting him on this outside perimeter role at times where he's not really thriving as much, and like that's where Bridges needs to be playing a lot. So I don't really know specifically where he'll go, but somewhere that will use him to a little bit more of what he's better at than I think. I think it opens up room. Getting rid of him will open up room for Mark Williams now, things like that.
All right. Well, it looks like we have Luis from the Real Guy Talk Pod coming on for picks 46 through 50.
And then Simbeck, Greg Simbeck too. Yeah.
And then Justin, one last thing. So we didn't get to mention this earlier. I was curious your thoughts on the Bulls pick.
I like it. I think it's like I kind of said earlier. Teams are starting to go to that. Whoever gets the rebound, whoever wants to run a play, runs a play and goes. And I think he's great for that type of. I think he's really good for the offense that Donovan likes to run, where it's a lot of like off-ball screens from the corner, things like that, like pick and pop. He's able to make plays. He's really good at that. Long, he can defend and he can shoot. I think Brad said earlier we need guys that can shoot the ball, and he can shoot a little bit better than some of the guys we already have off the bench. So I'm pretty excited. There's a lot of guys there that were pretty that we could have took a little bit later too that I think would have been good. Like I'm big on EJ Liddell too. I'm also really big on that Jalen Williams guy from Arkansas, just because he takes a lot of charges. I think that's very very cool to have on your team. But I really like the pick. I think it's good. Like you said earlier, Sean, I have a lot of trust in AK. I think he knows what he's doing. Not too worried.
All right. Well, Justin, where can the people find you when we're?
Oh, I'm just a guy. I don't got a blog or anything. Nothing like that. My Twitter's Justin13Allen. I got a burner Twitter account, SportsGuy0416.
Just totally show
yourself.
Well, yeah, I'll promote my burner. I'm not afraid.
Oh, you'll promote the.
I'll promote it.
A little unorthodox tweeting there, but I like it. Thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
All right, and bringing on here, Brad, is Luis of the Real Guy Talk Pod. Is Gringo Fuego on here as well? I don't know why they're laughing. I can't tell.
Did they lag out?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, but I want to know what's so funny.
I don't know. I don't know him.
Okay.
I'll just be frank with you. I'm sorry.
Ismail Kamagate. I don't know what's going on with the stream right now, but I think Ismail Kamagate, not a lot of intel on this guy, but he clearly has the best name in the NBA draft. Ismail Kamagate here right now with the Real Guy Talk Pod, Luis and Greg Simback. If you are hanging out in the YouTube comments of our Belly Up stream, Greg Simback is giving us a lot of great feedback. So welcome, guys, both of you coming on here. Here's the deal. We are both at the dregs of the second round. A lot of these guys might not see the floor in the NBA, but it's still fun to come and sit here and think about these things. What do you think about the draft so far, or maybe just the first round? What really surprised you or stuck out at you, or maybe just something you want to talk about a little bit more? Greg, we can start with you. Just something that, different than what you were expected coming into draft day today.
Sure. I think, well, you guys have mentioned some of it. I think the Hardy and Liddell slides really surprised me. I think the David Roddy pick, not sure where that came from. Maybe it'll work out for him. I don't know. From a homer standpoint, I like the Kessler and Moore pickups. I think it gives us some depth. I think Kessler can go on the floor the same time as Cat. Move Cat to the 4, and Kessler's certainly a rim protector, so that may work out, or he comes off the bench. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting one. I've heard a lot of just moving Cat to the 4 just without Kessler, but then putting him in there, it definitely at least exposes that the front office wants to at least try that out. Maybe in certain lineups, maybe like 10, 15 minutes per game of some Kessler there. But to Luis of the Real Guy Talk Pod, go ahead and let me know what stuck out to you out of this first round here.
There was quite a bit. I think Detroit, a few minutes ago, we actually kind of heard of the trade that they made, moving Duran and actually landing him, but also landing Kemba, which is actually really interesting concerning they're going to look to pursue a buyout with him. I think the Lakers are probably looking at that as potential insurance if they can't land Kyrie. So that's a very interesting one, especially because Detroit over the years are trying to really stockpile all these guards. A lot of people tend to forget they did draft Killian Hayes a few years ago, Cade Cunningham, and now bringing in Ivy. It is going to be interesting to see which one of these guys is going to develop to be the number one guard on that team. And then adding Duran there into the mix with Isaiah Stewart, Sadiq Bey, and all these young guys moving off of that Jeremy Grant contract. I think Detroit is in a prime position to build something here that's going to be very interesting to see in the near future. And I am in love with the thought of having that Cade and Jaden Ivey backcourt together. And Mamba has arrived. Fashionably late, as always.
There we go. Once we get Brad back in here and Sean, I think we can get Mamba added to the stream. We've been dealing with technical difficulties basically this whole time. But yeah, like you said, that Jaden Ivey, Cade Cunningham, I don't know. Because here's the thing, right? Do you give the ball handling duties, and this is like a year away, right? So once things have sort of coagulated and people have settled into their roles a little bit, is he going to be getting the made ball handling duties? Is Cade going to be off ball? Are they going to be doing like a your turn, my turn type situation, like a la Brooklyn Nets, Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant? I don't know, or maybe they find somewhere in the middle to do that. I guess just how I was really thinking that Detroit was going with the Shaedon Sharpe pick at number 5, just because I felt like he had that ability to kind of complicate in a little bit more of a way. But obviously, you don't really want to let Jaden Ivey slide, so that there's kind of a balance there. But I'm just curious, how do you read that situation going forward for Detroit?
Yeah, that one's going to be interesting because it's going to go out one of two ways. It's either going to look like OKC with Shea and Giddey, where they've been able to have almost perfect synergy, one being a bit bigger than the other to be able to slide in that front court, or it's going to kind of look the way Colin Sexton and Darius Garland is, where you're kind of have to figure out which one of the smaller guys you're going to want to go with. And it looks like Garland was able to especially take the ball and run with it once Sexton went down. It is going to be a big question mark, but with Cade being able to run more of a potential point forward style of play, I think they'll be able to make it fit. They're going to have a lot of young guys there. Dwayne Casey, I think, is an excellent coach. A lot of people tend to forget he did win Coach of the Year before they kicked him to the curb out in Toronto. I think he's smart enough to be able to get it all done and really push this team. I like guys like Sadiq Bey to be able to fill out this roster. Isaiah Stewart doing the dirty work. Enforcer, we saw his moment with LeBron. I think this team is heading in the right direction.
So the pick just came in, number 47th overall, Vince Williams Jr. Going to Memphis, it looks like. But what I wanted to start out with for you guys is Paolo Banchero going number 1 overall. Most people were expecting Chet or Jabari, right? The mocks, for instance, were saying Chet, Jabari, either 1 or 2, and then Houston will obviously be getting Paolo at 3, right? And I think even Houston was thinking at that point, yeah, we're obviously getting Paolo, so there's no need to trade up and get our guy. I think Houston was a little bit, they actually took a little longer, I don't know, than the other teams to pick, when you were thinking, okay, if you're just going to pick the 3rd out of these guys, you should be picking that relatively quickly. That did not happen. They actually took a little more time. Maybe they considered Ivy a little more. Maybe they considered some of these other guys a little more. Ended up getting Paolo Banchero at the 1, though, for Orlando. Where are you guys reading that situation? We can start with Craig.
It was a tough one. I figured Jabari was going to go. I really did. I thought he was going to be number 1. You had three really good players at the top. I think their gut might have just told them to go with Monchero, and they made the decision. But they really couldn't. There was speculation in Minnesota about Suggs and Holmgren being reunited, but I didn't think that was going to happen. I think they just did a gut decision with Monchero. I think you're right. I think Houston was surprised at 3, but landed in their lap, so that's good.
Luis, what are you making of this?
Yeah, I think it was very shocking and surprising to a lot of people. He did sort of skyrocket last night. He was Vegas's the odds-on favorite in Vegas to be the number 1 pick, and then it sort of scaled back and been moved around a little bit. It was definitely a surprise.
Yeah.
I thought the Chet Holmgren pick would have been fine, linking him back up with Suggs. Don't see why they went away from that. But with Paulo there, I think they're just going with the opposite of what they've done over the last few years, which is just get a bunch of big men. They're kind of going more towards that 3-4 bulk size. Obviously, getting House in this draft also as a nice 3-point shooter. Already having Franz Wagner there to also solidify some more spacing. I think this is just it is an interesting pick, but I think it's going to work out in the long term run, especially if they don't quite make use of some of these other guys like Wendell Carter and Mo Bamba quite hasn't panned out to be the player they thought he was going to be so far. So Banchero seems like it is it's a safe pick.
Okay, so I've got a bit of updates from the second round here. We've got our draft guy, Brad, back in the stew. Vince Williams going 47th, Kendall Brown 48th, and now it looks like the brother of Evan Mobley, Isaiah Mobley, is going 49th to the Cavaliers. So he is going to be playing alongside his brother. I don't understand what part of this am I supposed to be reading into here. There's 3 long wings guys. I guess if you're going at the bottom, you're looking at the measurables and trying to figure out what you can make out of what you have left. Brad, is there anything kind of special popping up into you with these last few picks that we didn't get any sort of analysis on yet?
So I mean, Kendall Brown, he was a really good, highly touted player coming into this college season. Wasn't as refined as many had hoped, and that's kind of why we see this draft day slide, because I actually expect him to go early second because of how athletic he is. He's got some real bounce to him and can really move well for a forward. So we'll see how he does. He thrived in the dunker spot for Baylor, but just at his size, he projects more as a wing. He's going to have to shoot the ball more than he did in college. And that's an interesting project, though, at this point in the draft. And Isaiah Mobley, I'm not against this because he fits their culture, which I think makes sense. They're very much high character guys. Isaiah Mobley fits that bill. I'm not against this. I didn't have him. He's not the next player on my board, but at the same time, I think there is more reason to this selection than just being Evan Mobley's brother.
Right. Well, I do want to kind of talk about that because that's going to be, for us lay people here, that's going to be the first thing you go to, right? Isaiah Mobley is Evan Mobley's brother. Immediately, I think of Thanasis and Costas Antetokounmpo brothers. As soon as you get a guy like Evan Mobley, like Giannis, where they're sort of the physical, tools that they have, you want to find their siblings because you want to think maybe they have some guys like that can do the same
or
thing.
Or even just make them happy. Just make the star happy.
Exactly.
Keep him on the team. Exactly. Where do you read this? Is this a guy that might have some of the same tools or a guy that you're keeping him happy?
I don't think he has a lot. He's not nearly as athletic as his brother. Doesn't have near the same wingspan. But overall, he's got he's just a smart player, good passer, can play in the post. Is still working on expanding his range out to 3-point line consistently. I think that's still going to be a thing. But defensively is kind of where I'm not sure where he fits best, whether it's at the 5 or 4. I'm expecting more so the 4 with the Cavs. But overall, he's going to be at the end of the bench or G League. he's going to be one of those two-way guys probably that is. I mean, like you said, a little bit to keep the star happy, a little bit to keep their guy happy.
Yeah, I think you keep the star happy. You got a role player. I just want to say that at this point in the draft, it's always interesting how people project things. 3 of the services I saw had J.D. Davison for Alabama going to the Wolves at 48. So just proves you don't know, right?
Yeah.
Coming up here in just a second, Luis, I know you're a Boston Celtics fan, and they don't have a pick. This is going to be their first pick in the draft at 53. I'm just curious, like if they had a pick earlier, like who would you be circling in this draft? Obviously outside the lottery, but there have been plenty of great players. I'm just curious as a guy who knows them well. Are you just looking for any sort of depth here?
I actually spoke about this after the finals had ended. We definitely need some sort of a true point guard, some sort of a facilitator. But at the 53rd pick, we are most likely looking at someone that's probably heading to the G League, probably some sort of an experiment project at this point. It's very late. It really does suck. I don't mind the Derek White trade, but he is the reason why we don't have this pick. It's all about depth here, and I really don't know where we're going. I will not be surprised if we go with J.D. Davidson here. Athletic, can move the ball around a little bit, and he's really going to turn into a sort of a project player. It's really how it's going to be to me, trying to figure out what pieces we're going to have. We're retaining most of our team. We're going to just lose a couple guys like Sam Hauser, Matt Ryan. Like there's just a bunch of kind of just random guys that we're losing. Going to keep most of our team intact. This is not really going to be a pick that's going to change our future immediately, unless for some reason someone wants this pick, then I'm sure they can have it. But I don't think we're going to do anything that's going to knock anyone's socks off at this point.
All right. Well, thanks so much for Luis. We know we only had you until the 50th pick or so. That looks like Matteo Spagnolo from Cremona, which is, I guess, in Italy. But thank you so much, Luis, for coming on here and talking some draft basketball in the second round, giving us a little bit more of a synopsis on the whole round. But real quick, where can we find you, Luis?
You know what, man? Thank you for having me. I appreciate you. Of course, would love to have you on our show, like always. But you can find us at the Real Guy Talk podcast. It's me and my co-host Mamba. We talk a whole bunch of things. Tune in tomorrow. We're going to be dropping down some wrestling knowledge, talking AEW's Forbidden Door, Money in the Bank qualifiers, and John Cena's return on Raw, I should say. So always interesting stuff. That's where you can find us. Once again, Real Guy Talk podcast. Back on our YouTube grind, and it's always a pleasure to hang out with you, man.
There we go. All right, Luis, thank you so much.
Have a good one, man.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, man.
Have a good one, fellas.
All right, coming on next, you might have heard of his show, TV on Basketball. Thank you so much for joining us for these last 8 picks, because there's only 58 picks in this draft here. It's a little unique. How are you feeling about this draft so far?
I'm feeling it, man. This has been like a really crazy draft. I mean, the fact that Jabari Smith was basically the number 1 pick, it felt like, for like the last couple of weeks, even it felt like the last couple of months, and then Ben Chiro over these last 2 days getting a lot of steam, and then just jumping all the way to number 1. Like even like when you saw Vegas, giving out the odds yesterday, you just knew that they knew something was up, and it came to fruition tonight. So crazy draft. Honestly, right now I have to say the winners, OKC, is looking really good right now with the draft choices they made. They're actually flipping their other picks into potential players, at least now. So let's see if they're gonna like make some more moves going into the future. You're not gonna be able to roster 38 plus players. So let's see what they're gonna do next.
Awesome. Well, look, I wanted to ask this question. I've been asking it kind of all night, but I'm going to ask it to you, TV, and then we can open it up to Greg and the rest. Outside of the top 3, Paolo, Chet, Jabari, we can leave that to rest. We can probably also leave to rest Ivy. Who of these, out of the rest of the draft class, do you think has the best chance to make an all-star team?
The best chance to make an all-star team. I would probably, I know it's going to be like, I guess inside the top 3. I was honestly like, if it was like a lot of other drafts, Jaden Ivey going up like higher in these spaces. I mean, like guard play, as much as people want to talk about the wings, talk about how good like these versatile bigs are, you're going to need someone at the guard position. Those guys seem to be the guys that make the most impact on the team. And I think that Jaden Ivey, alongside Kate Cunningham, who people like, he's been playing a lot of point guard this year for the Pistons, can move over to the 2 guard. He's a taller guard as well. Adding Jaden Ivey, I think that could be a really dynamic backcourt. And I think they could just play really well off each other. And in this situation, he's going to get a lot of opportunities there in Detroit. So Jaden Ivey, I honestly thought that if there's going to be a surprise pick, he could maybe jump in the top 3 potentially as well. But being at number 5, I think going to the Pistons, I think that's a really good place for him.
Greg, if you could get one person, if you could see one person going onto the All-Star selection here, I guess please don't say Jaden Ivey, but out of these other guys.
Just someone else. Even though,
yes, I'll tell you now.
I actually was going to say Ivy. He was my guy. Gee, I'm trying to think. None of the Wolves guys. Geez, I'm a little bit at a loss.
Feel like you're grasping at straws here.
What's that? Grasping at straws.
I think a lot of front offices might be feeling the same way.
I mean, after the first 5 picks, it kind of is like, I don't know. I read this like on one of the articles. It's kind of like there's so many guys that could rise and fall in these drafts. Like there's still kind of a lot of question marks here. So it kind of makes sense why some people are feeling this way.
How about not David Roddy?
Wait, one more time?
Not David Roddy.
Nah. Hey man, there was a guy in here earlier who was kind of defending Roddy, right? I think that was Jamin Shate.
Roddy,
well,
yeah.
I think it could work.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
weekly
you don't know about these drafts. It just was a reach to me, but you never know.
At number 23, he'll definitely be getting some playing time for sure.
What's that?
He'll definitely be getting playing time.
I wouldn't be too sure on that.
Well, isn't he going? He's going to Denver, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
And then Memphis?
Oh, Memphis. Oh, never mind.
Memphis.
I got him switched with Christian Braun.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think he's playing.
So
I don't think he's playing. I mean, Brandon, that's front court's loaded.
So being where I'm from, what do you guys think of the D'Lo situation?
In Minnesota, I don't know. I feel like you do have to he's not being used the right way, and I don't think he's going to be able to get used the right way when you're wanting to emphasize Edwards. I think especially just watching the first round series and Edwards light up the Memphis Grizzlies. I mean, there was just a few balls bounced the other way. Minnesota is in the second round against the Golden State Warriors. I mean, they were up big in some of those losses. That just comes out of youth and other things. If you're looking for just a guy who can set the table for Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns, I mean, I don't know. It's weird to say D'Lo's like a luxury when obviously he's not playing that great, but just his skill set just doesn't quite match up. And I think you want to go for a player who has more of that submissive style where he sets someone else up. I know submissive is a weird word to use, but that's that sort of way of doing things.
Oh, that's so hard. I don't know, because in my head, D'Lo should work in my eyes. Being the guy he is, I don't feel like there's a lot of better options for the Timberwolves right now. It's hard for me to find a better option. Like, it's not like I don't think they're going to be in the Kyrie sweepstake.
I mean, someone like a Malcolm Brogdon would make sense. If they can make that work somewhat. But yeah, overall, I'm kind of on the same page. Yeah. And they also made the playoffs this year. They had a great season in my eyes. I know I'm not a T-Wolves fan, but they had a great season, so in my eyes. And in many of the T-Wolves players' eyes, as they thought they won the championship, didn't realize there was an actual playoffs. Yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, we saw what they were capable of. Ant's going to take another step. Looks like they're going to try to play Cat more at the 4, which may require some more shot creation from their guards. So maybe it will adjust to more necessity of shot creation from D'Lo and needing him to be more of an alpha.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. It is a little.
Yeah, they've had no luck trying to move him, obviously, and with the salary, and he's got 1 year left, so it may be a make or break year for him. He has turned into kind of the third ring of the 3 rings. He has some tremendous games, and then you have a game where Jordan McLaughlin plays ahead of him in the fourth quarter, so it's kind of hard to figure out. But it is a weird match with the team, but there's still a lot of talent there.
Okay, so to catch us up on our drafting here,
Louise called it.
Tyrese Martin.
Yeah. Give credit to Louise. I love it.
Wow.
He said J.D. Davis.
Yeah, well, good for him.
He called
We've got.
it.
Well, first, so I guess we could start with J.D. Davison. What's the profile here? I love the hair. That's the first I'm seeing in this profile.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some really good instincts as a playmaker. Just as a passer, he's solid defensively, but other than that, he forces a lot of passes. A little too flashy at times, a lot actually, but just needs more substance in his game. Basically, needs to be more effective driving to the rim. Just a lot of simple things that he has some highlight moments where he shows flashes of it, but then it just goes away. Jump shot needs a ton of work, but yeah, I mean, at this point in the draft, it's a fine swing for the Celtics.
He's athletic, he's explosive, but as Brad said,
Boston needs
a little unpredictable, a little out of control at times.
Yeah.
But again, at this point, it's worth a shot. A few years he could be a dynamic player, at least off the bench.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be weird. So this is Boston's first selection, right? I'll swing this over to TV after this, but this is Boston's first selection in the draft. They need a point guard. They had Marcus Smart there, but they obviously now J.D. Davison's going to get at least an opportunity to prove what he can do there. But this is a team that is returning off of a finals run, right? They're a close-knit group of guys, and I don't know if you guys can really gauge this from the screen, this is my personal reading of it, but that 7 or 8 guys, I think Peyton Pritchard's the cutoff, and then all of the rest of those guys are not associated with this Boston Celtics. It's almost like they all kind of stand to the side, let the other 8 guys actually run the show, right? And so J.D. Davison, he's coming into that locker room. I don't really know what that locker room looks like on the inside, but it's going to be interesting to just see how he sort of fits in here. Is he going to be associated with the 8 or 9 now, or is he going to be kind of stuck with the Sam Hausers and Nick Stauskises of the world? But TV, how do you make that? I mean, this is a young guy. I mean, probably around your age, coming into a situation like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a second round. It's like the 53rd pick at this point. Might as well go for a swing here. He's one of the guys I actually heard of before the draft. A good playmaker, but again, the same thing that these guys have been saying. His biggest issue is he's been out of control. And on a Celtics team, like you said, the cutoff is there as a Payne Pritchard. They are still trying to find that 9th, 10th guy in the rotation. Payne Pritchard isn't really that playmaker that they really need at that point guard position. So potentially a couple years type of thing for J.D. Davidson if there is a chance. But the Celtics, their way of improving, them getting a second round pick here is not really going to change anything about them, especially going into this and coming off a championship. A lot of the growth going forward has to be just them within their own team. I mean, we saw Jason Tatum falter in the NBA Finals, especially in that Game 6. He was basically a non-factor there, and the turnovers, their lack of a true ball handler on that team. I think it's taking a shot at someone like a J.D. Davidson. Maybe yes, he could sneak into the rotation later on. But at the end of the day, it's the guys on the team that have to be better with handling the ball, be better with just minimizing turnovers. And I don't think there's a point guard. I don't think they're going to be in a market for another point guard at the moment. They seem pretty stuck on Marcus Smart being that point guard. So maybe it's time for
Derek White too.
Yeah, but none of those guys are true playmaking point guards. They'll make a great impact on the team, especially defensive team, especially on the defensive side of the ball. I think maybe their best chance of getting a playmaker is maybe Jason Tatum improving down in the offseason, maybe Jaylen Brown improving his dribble set, because it feels like every time he dribbles into the lane, it feels like there's a chance for the ball to be loose at any point. So
it needs to be tighter. Yeah, it needs a tighter.
Definitely. At times he's dribbling a football, man. At times it looks like he's dribbling a football. But at the end of the day, I just think that there are problems, especially in terms of like point guard / ball handler play. It'll have to happen within the organization. I don't think it's going to be anything that's going to be addressed this summer at the very least.
I think what you do with a JD Davison is obviously send him down to the G League, let him make mistakes, let him grow, mature, get him some playing time, and then see what you have. But I doubt if he'll be much help maybe towards the end of next year if he makes some progress in G League. But I wouldn't expect too much out of him. And at this point in the draft, you're not going to expect too much out of him.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like the Warriors are trying to trade out of number 55 as we're hitting down these last 4 picks of the draft here. But speaking of trades, one guy I was thinking could possibly have been traded today, his name's Kyrie Irving. I'm just wondering, after he has not been traded today, he would release a list of teams, right? It was Clippers, Knicks, a few others, Heat, something like that. Where are you guys reading that situation now? Just general takes following. I mean, he intentionally released that on draft day, right? He knew that there's a high chance of him being traded from that today. So where do you go from here? I mean, I guess we could go to TV first and then open it up to the rest of the floor.
At this point, you just can't read Kyrie. You can't read the guy. I feel like the type of move he's going to make this offseason, whether an opt-in type of contract and then he gets traded from there, or he opts out, which is looking more unlikely. I think it's just going to be some crazy situation where if he does opt out, like I talked about this in the last episode of the podcast I was with, and then we talked about how we could see a scenario where Kyrie Irving declines his player option and then just goes with the middle exception to the Lakers. I don't know what's going on in this dude's mind, but I think that him wanting to go back with LeBron, making it so the Lakers have every possibility to try at least still get better while still having an elite player on their roster. I mean, it doesn't make sense, I guess, from a true a standpoint in terms of that, but you can't read Kyrie right now. You don't know what his true intentions are. Yes, he does have that list of teams that he wants to go to. At this point, I'm tired of talking about him constantly on the podcast, especially throughout the season. I swear the first half of the season just constantly a Kyrie Irving topic over and over and over again. At this point, until the move is made, I don't want this to be the Ben Simmons thing of last summer, waiting until Kyrie Irving is actually moved. Let's talk about it when the move actually happens, because I don't know when it's going to actually happen.
Right, the Bradley Beal thing as well. I think there's a little bit of noise out of the Nets camp that possibly that extension might not be offered just because I think he only played 29 regular season games plus 4 postseason losses. So that would bring it up to 33 total games. Greg, how are you reading the situation? Are you thinking bring back? What would you do if the Nets option is to just re-sign Kyrie for the amount of money that he could get, the maximum amount of money, which is what he's asking for right now?
If I were the Nets, I wouldn't do it. I just don't. And I don't think, I'm not sure he wants to be there. And, as he said, I wouldn't be shocked the way things happen in the NBA if he ended up with the Lakers. There's certainly a lot of people who would really like that, including some networks and things like that. So I don't know the path exactly, but I wouldn't be shocked if he was in a Laker uniform come October. And unfortunately, we're going to hear about it whether we want to or not.
Yeah.
Kyrie's going to make it a story. So, and he's going to continue to make it a story until something happens and even after. So it's kind of the NBA. It's kind of the way it's played. So, right or wrong.
We're still looking to see what the Golden State Warriors are doing at number 55. It's taken them 10 minutes at least since the first Woj update. They picked. Oh, my bad. Guy Santos out of Minneapolis.
Brad, what do you got? What do you got on Guy Santos?
This is somebody that Brad doesn't know. That's interesting. He is a Brazilian forward who he is a there is nothing here. He was the number 33 prospect in some mock draft, so people thought he was going to be an early first-round pick, but then he didn't become that. He averages 8.5 points, 5.7 rebounds in the Brazilian league, and he's a 6'8", 18-year-old.
Listen, I've
Okay.
been looking
Well,
at
we can keep talking about Kyrie Irving.
Brad's big board for about a week now, and he knows like 600 players. So if he doesn't know this guy, I just parked it to the curb.
What are my Warriors doing?
I mean, they don't need anyone. They don't need anyone. They can make this guy's day.
It's kind of interesting. It took him 10 minutes to get that pick.
Yeah.
Unless they
maybe this is their Jerry Krause, Tony Kukoc moment.
Yeah.
Bob Myers doing something crazy here. Or maybe it's a little bit more of that parade hangover as well.
Yeah.
Am I reading this right? So it looks like he actually is going to the Bucks. Warriors traded the number 55 pick to the Bucks, so they must have picked Guy Santos for the Bucks. This is actually Milwaukee's pick. Okay.
Cool.
He should have been 58. He could have been Mr. Irrelevant, just like the NFL.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Imagine being Mr. Irrelevant this year and not even being the 60th pick. You're the 58th. That's like that much more of a slight.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an ugly number too. Oh.
Yeah. It's a gross number.
They should just let the Bulls have their second rounder.
oh no, it wasn't Bulls. We lose ours next year.
Oh, it's next year?
Oh, it's
I thought
like-
they lost
is
theirs
it-
this
is it
year.
the Heat,
traded
right?
ours this year.
As a Brewer.
It's
Who lost
Pels
it? Heat?
The Heat
Yeah.
for sure lost theirs.
or Bucks. I'm trying to remember.
I don't know.
I don't know. All this tampering stuff.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah,
So-
that'll definitely show him NBA. Let's just take away second round pick.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
So
Yeah,
before
that
the
really
draft.
showed.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
It sucks
Before
for
the draft-
like the rookies though that like are
It
at the
does.
bottom end of the draft and like really just wanting to get that just get that contract or whatever, get drafted, make dreams come true. Oh no, this team got in trouble for tampering, so they can't pick anyone. Sorry guys. Like
Yeah.
And then they stick him
Don't
with.
you think?
Then they
Don't you
stick
think
him
you'd
with
rather be an
2 big
undrafted
bullets.
free agent?
I mean,
If you're
yeah,
going to pick to the bat at the end?
At this point, I'd rather be undrafted.
Because that way at least you can kind of choose your own fate.
Yeah.
Right.
yeah, I guess I see that aspect. It's true.
All right. Well, it looks like Luke Travers is going to the Cleveland Cavaliers out of Perth. A lot of foreign players getting picked recently. There's out of these last 6 or so picks, 4 of them have been from non-American colleges. So this is an interesting little trend here. at
It
the end
just
of the
makes
pack.
sense. They're drafting stash guys. They don't want to use roster
Right.
spots on picks in the 50s. They'd rather sign them as undrafted free agents than give them a contract.
Is this showing though, like who has the best scouting department? If you're able to reach into the third league in Greece or something like that and find some of these guys.
I don't know if I'd go that far. This is pretty typical. I don't know if it's more credit to them. I'm really actually shocked. I'm shocked a few guys haven't gotten drafted. Hugo Bassan is a point guard. Shocked I'm a little shocked Gene Montero, although I thought I was a little lower on him. I expected him to go higher. Ron Harper Jr., Travion Williams from Purdue. I like him as a big man. So there's going to be some guys in undrafted. Oh, Michael Foster. There's going to be a few undrafted free agents that it looks like they'll be capable, which was the case last year. We saw Austin Reeves. No, I'm forgetting if Reeves was drafted or late. Was he drafted last year?
No, he was undrafted.
No, undrafted.
Yeah, I think
thank
it was
you.
undrafted.
Reeves, Jose Alvarado. There was a few.
Was
now.
McClung?
Yeah, Mac McClung was another one. There's solid players out. Yeah. Always a couple.
All right. Well, number 57, just for the people who are still with us, Portland is getting, or at least targeting, Jabari Walker out of Colorado. And it looks like the last player will be – oh, wait, never mind. Colin Gillespie, but he hasn't drafted. He's just getting a two-way deal, so they've already started undrafted free agency here.
Oh, Villanova. Alrighty.
There was some speculation that the Wolves would take Jabari Walker with the number 50. So
wait, I'm confused. Wait, who was the last pick?
Last pick has not been announced yet, but undrafted free agent Colin Gillespie is a two-way contract with the Denver Nuggets.
Yes.
Which I don't know. I didn't think you can actually do that until officially the draft is over, but Woj is tweeting it. So
yeah. Final pick of the draft, Hugo Besson.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Hugo Besson.
All right, guys. Well, last thoughts on the draft. We have gone through all 58 picks. It only took us 4 hours and 33 minutes to do it.
4 hours and 30 minutes.
Yes. Thank you guys for sticking with us here. Greg, where can we find you? Appreciate your feedback earlier on in the draft. It was helping us, getting us some talking points. And I know you stuck with us all the way through it. So thanks so much for coming on. Where can we find you here?
Appreciate it. I write for Belly Up Sports. I'm actually the Vikings beat writer, but I'll be coming out with a little prediction on the 53-man roster and who's going to start. Maybe even do a little bit on the Wolves basketball draft. Who knows? I might submit something for that. But I am at twitter.com/GSimbeck and then on Belly Up Sports. I want to thank you guys. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for having me on. I'd like to do it again.
All right. Can't wait for next year.
Come on, Greg.
And TV on basketball, where can we find you?
You can find me at TV on Basketball, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Also TikTok. I'm also there on pretty often if you want to check out some daily content. I did a little mock draft before today's episode before the draft today for the top 14 picks. I think it went.
How
pretty
correct
well.
were you?
I actually have to look a little bit back here, but I
One
think
wrong pick turns the whole draft. So
yes, we were out with the Paolo pick.
Oh yeah, no, I went Jabari Smith. I went Jabari Smith number one.
What's crazy with Vegas odds is an hour before the draft, it was like it was minus 600 that Jabari was going to be it. So I was like, all right, it's pretty much a sure thing.
Yeah,
it was like plus 250 for Paolo, but
there's a little collusion there, possibly.
Honestly, I was right for the most part. I still thought that Ivy was going to go fourth to the Pistons. I thought that the Pistons and the Kings were going to swap, but they didn't. But he still ended up going.
I thought there was a chance of that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they were going to swap. I thought that Kings were going to get at least like a second round pick or something out of it. But yeah, I mean, so far, I mean, like I thought that Johnny Davis was going to go 11th. I thought that was going to be my little big, thing. But apparently he went even earlier than that. So yeah.
You have one pick higher.
You can find me on all those things.
All right. Well, TV, thanks for coming on.
Yeah. All right. Have a good one, guys.
Peace. All right. And Sharif O'Neal just signed a two-way contract with the Lakers. Maybe taking off for his dad a little bit there. But as for Brad, Sean, and I, thank you so much for everyone joining. I don't know if anyone's actually still watching after 4 hours and 35 minutes, but it's been a pleasure.
Yes. Sorry, we're getting a little lag right now.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no. Well, end it whenever you want to.